A resounding boom rang out, and all of the devilish chi that had poured out of the coffin instantly swept back into it. Thus, all of the black chi permeating throughout the entire hall vanished in the blink of an eye. As a result, the patterns on the surface of the coffin began to radiate dazzling white light, creating an unsettling contrast with the inky black body of the coffin. However, the white light only flashed for the span of a few breaths before it immediately dimmed. Right at this moment, bursts of buzzing rang out from within the coffin, and hundreds of ancient silver runes shot forth before forming 6 massive shimmering silver projections up above. These were all projections of humanoid devilish beings of different physical descriptions. These silver projections only appeared for an instant before they also disintegrated into specks of silver light. In the next instant, a faint moan rang out from within the coffin, and an arm that was encased in black armor emerged. Immediately thereafter, a slender black-armored warrior slowly rose to her feet from within the coffin. Not only was this armored warrior wearing a suit of antiquated black armor, she was also wearing a menacing visor that concealed everything aside from her clear blue eyes. "Sister Lu Ji, how much of your power can you channel through this clone?" Yuan Cha asked with a concerned look in her eyes as soon as the armored warrior emerged. "It'll still be somewhat restricted in this realm, but I'll be able to channel around 20% of my power through it, which will be enough to handle all enemies below the Grand Ascension stage," the armored warrior replied. "I see, 20% of your power will indeed be enough to dominate the human race. You awakened at just the right time, sister. I've encountered a problem that I'll require your assistance with," Yuan Cha said as the concern in her eyes gave way to elation. "Oh? What's the issue?" "Hold on, you don't seem to be alone here. Who's in that all-encompassing plate? Could it be that Du Long descended into the spirit realm as well?" the armored warrior asked in a slightly surprised manner as she caught sight of the giant jade plate beside the stone hall. "No, it's Shui Guang's clones who are currently using the treasure. We're currently pursuing a human cultivator who possesses the Devil Sealing Lock, Purple Word Cauldron, and Chaotic Yin-Yang Qi," Yuan Cha revealed. A hint of surprise appeared in the armored warrior's eyes upon hearing this, but her voice remained quite calm as she said, "Devil Sealing Lock and Chaotic Yin-Yang Qi? That's rather interesting. Give me a detailed recount of what happened." Yuan Cha nodded before explaining the situation. "So this is what happened. I originally descended into this realm at your behest to prevent a plot hatched by the humans that'll be of detriment to our holy race. However, during that process, it took Yuan Cha around 10 minutes to finally tell the full story, following which a wry smile appeared on her face as she sighed. Thus, we can only keep chasing that human brat like this. That Shui Guang clearly isn't to be trusted. It's most likely the case that he'll turn on me once we chase down that human cultivator. It sounds like Shui Guang has some other measures prepared. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to plot against you like this, considering how this clone of yours is far more powerful than those 3 clones of his. However, there's no need to be concerned. Now that I've awakened, I'm naturally not going to just stand by idly and watch. Chaotic Yin-Yang Qi is extremely useful for us sacred ancestors. It would be a pity if it were to fall into the hands of Shui Guang. This clone of mine is carrying many devilish crystals, and they should be enough for you to replenish your magic power," the armored warrior said. "That would be great. With your assistance, I'll have nothing to worry about," Yuan Cha replied in an elated manner. A month later, a giant mountain range that was enshrouded in a vast expanse of murky gray mist appeared ahead of Han Li. Not only was this mist extremely dense, it seemed to stretch indefinitely up into the heavens with no end in sight. Han Li was currently seated in a triangular azure flying carriage with his eyes closed, meditating while holding a top-grade spirit stone in each hand. As the flying carriage was approaching the mountain range, Han Li seemed to have sensed something, and he slowly opened his eyes. "I'm finally here. This should be the legendary end of the southern sky. As expected of a superformation that has protected the human race for so many years. If it weren't for the fact that the restrictions been severely weakened by the merging of the 2 realms, it would most likely be very difficult to pass through this place," Han Li murmured to himself before closing his eyes again. All the while, his flying carriage continued onward, plunging into the mist without any hesitation. Half a day later, the stone hall and giant jade plate also arrived at this place. Yuan Cha and Shui Guang held a brief discussion before also entering the mist. Han Li had already been forced to such an extent that he was venturing into the perilous primordial world, so there was naturally no reason to give up on this chase. 3 months later, Han Li appeared in the air above a swamp. He swept a sleeve through the air to release countless streaks of azure sword chi, slicing a giant purple lion that had been trapped in a golden lightning net into countless pieces. He made a grabbing motion, and a ball of purple light flew out from the lion's dismembered corpse. The ball of light flew into his hand in a flash, revealing itself to be a translucent egg-sized demon core. Han Li's face was rather pale, but a faint smile appeared on his face as he murmured to himself, "With the demon core of this late spatial tempering stage bright purple lion, I should be able to refine a batch of spirit conservation pills, which will replenish my magic power for some time to come." He was carrying a large supply of magic power regeneration pills, but he had been constantly consuming them during the past year, so his supply was naturally beginning to wear thin. The supply of spirit stones that he had also wouldn't be sufficient to recover his magic power, so he took a risk and sought out several high-grade ancient beasts, quickly slaying them using powerful techniques to obtain their demon cores. Using the demon cores and some other ingredients, he would be able to refine a batch of magic power regeneration pills in a short time. With the limited time that he had, he wouldn't be able to maximize the efficacy of these pills, but he couldn't afford to worry about these minor details at a time like this. This came as quite a relief to Han Li. As long as he could continue to hunt down ancient beasts and secure pill refinement ingredients, he should be able to outlast his pursuers. A day later, Shui Guang and Yuan Xia also arrived at the swamp, and all four of them were appraising the remains of the bright purple lion with dark expressions. They had clearly already guessed Han Li's intentions. They couldn't think of a good way to counter this course of action, but they had come too far to turn back now, so they could only continue. Thankfully, both of them were carrying large supplies of devilish crystals, so they weren't concerned about running out of magic power for now. Thus, Han Li continued to flee while slaying ancient beasts to refine pills, and he led his pursuers deeper and deeper into the primordial world. During the periods of time that Han Li failed to encounter ancient beasts that he could slay for pill refinement ingredients, he would consume some of the spirit plants he obtained from the vast glacial realm. These spirit medicines each had different effects, but they all contained extremely pure spiritual qi. Direct consumption was quite a waste, but they still served to replenish some of his magic power. However, doing this resulted in a myriad of different medicinal effects accumulating within his body, which was quite harmful. Under normal circumstances, he could just spend some time to use his magic power to expel or refine these medicinal effects, but in this situation he didn't have any time or magic power to spare. As such, he could only temporarily repress these medicinal effects and address them later. With Han Li's current level of powers, there naturally wouldn't be any issues in the short term, but if he had to continue to consume spirit medicines directly without properly addressing their medicinal effects, then he would land himself in hot water sooner or later. Han Li was well aware of this, but he had no choice but to continue in this fashion. Thus another half a year passed by. On this day, Han Li was meditating on his flying carriage with his eyes closed, while a woman in a white dress was controlling the flying treasure in his stead. The woman was none other than his sentient puppet, Doll. Doll's magic power was far inferior to Han Li's, so the flying carriage was traveling at a far slower speed, but it was still better than having to stop whenever Han Li needed some time to rest and recuperate. This afforded Han Li some breathing room from time to time. Otherwise, even with his supply of pills and spirit stones, he wouldn't have been able to last this long. Even so, his complexion had clearly paled significantly compared to half a year ago, and his aura had also become extremely feeble. All of a sudden, his expression changed slightly, and he abruptly opened his eyes. Almost at the exact same moment, a loud thunderclap rang out several kilometers away, and a giant silver lightning formation emerged out of thin air. A burly figure then stumbled out of the center of the formation amid a resounding boom. The burly humanoid figure had silver lightning revolving all around his body, and after steadying himself, he raised his head, revealing himself to be a middle-aged man with a head of red hair and a heavy beard. The man had a square face and a huge hooked nose that resembled a falcon's beak. There was a pair of crimson wings on his back that were crackling with arcs of lightning, and he resembled the incarnation of the lightning god. However, at this moment, his face was quite pale, and there were many charred sections on the silver robe that he was wearing. One of his sleeves had been completely torn off to reveal a bare arm. This man was an early body integration cultivator, and he seemed to be in an even sorrier state than Han Li. As soon as he appeared, he immediately turned to look behind himself with a panicked expression. As soon as Han Li caught sight of the man, his heart jolted with shock, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "It's you!" The man immediately turned to Han Li upon hearing his voice, and a shocked look also appeared on his face at the sight of Han Li. Right at this moment, a thought seemed to have occurred to Han Li, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. In the next instant, he rose to his feet on his flying carriage, then appeared behind Doll in a wraith-like manner. Han Li laid a hand onto Doll's shoulder, and she was instantly drawn up his sleeve as a ball of white light. Immediately thereafter, spiritual light flashed from beneath Han Li's feet, and the speed of his flying carriage instantly doubled as he hurtled over to just over 1,000 feet away from the burly man. The burly man swept his spiritual sense toward Han Li before asking with furrowed brows, "Han Li? Why are you here? And why are you in such a bad condition?" The burly man clearly recognized him. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that, Brother Lei? You look to be in an even worse situation than I am. Are you being hunted by someone as well?" Han Li asked with a wry smile. "Humph, I have indeed encountered some trouble, but my situation is still better than yours. I can see that you've reached the mid-body integration stage since we last met. How did you exhaust your magic power to such a degree? You're not being hunted by Grand Ascension stage beings, are you?" The burly man replied. "I am indeed being hunted by Grand Ascension stage beings. You seem to be really panicked despite your ability to create lightning formations. Could it be that you're also being hunted by Grand Ascension stage beings?" Han Li asked as he raised an eyebrow. He looks like we're both in the same boat. Who are you being pursued by? Why are there suddenly so many Grand Ascension stage beings around?" The burly man asked. A peculiar look appeared on Han Li's face. "Why ask a question you already know the answer to, Brother Lei? Our human race and the nearby few races are currently in the midst of a devilish tribulation, so I'm obviously being hunted by beings from the Elder Devil race. Are you unaware of all this?" The burly man immediately drew a sharp breath upon hearing this. Devilish tribulation? Could it be that you're being pursued by a sacred ancestor? I just came out of seclusion several months ago. How am I supposed to know about this? I see, it's no wonder that you haven't heard about the devilish tribulation then. I'm being pursued by several sacred ancestor clones, all of which possess late body integration stage powers, so I naturally had no choice but to flee. Are you being pursued by a sacred ancestor clone as well, Brother Lei? Han Li asked. I don't know if they're sacred ancestors, but they are indeed able to control extremely pure true devil chi. One of them uses a cultivation art that can suppress my 5 lightning physique, and as for the other one, I still haven't been able to ascertain her level of power. Perhaps she's also a sacred ancestor clone, the burly man replied in an ambiguous manner. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. It was quite clear that Lei Yunzi was hiding something, but he couldn't be bothered to pry any further now. Instead he quickly changed the subject. We're quite fortunate to have bumped into one another. Do you still recall the lightning formation that you introduced to me when we last met? If we join forces. Lei Yunzi's eyes immediately lit up with elation upon hearing this. Ah, you're talking about the dual lightning formation, right? How could I have forgotten something like that? Haha, there's a good chance we'll be able to escape from our pursuers now. In that case, let's not waste any more time. Where's this fragrance coming from? Han Li faltered mid-sentence as he suddenly caught a whiff of a special scent in the air. Lei Yunzi's face paled even further as he hurriedly yelled, Crap, those two have tracked me down again. Come to me, fellow Taoist Han, I'll get you out of here first. Han Li was also quite startled to hear this, and his flying carriage immediately shot forth toward Lei Yunzi as a streak of azure light. After just 2 flashes, Han Li appeared beside Lei Yunzi, then stowed the flying carriage away with a wave of his hand. Meanwhile, Lei Yunzi made a hand seal with an urgent look on his face, and countless arcs of silver lightning erupted out of his body and crimson wings to instantly form a brand new lightning formation. A resounding thunderclap rang out, and lightning flashed like countless silver snakes to inundate both Han Li and Lei Yunzi. However, right at this moment, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted in the air above the lightning formation, and a pink floral tree emerged out of thin air. The tree was around 1,000 feet tall, and it was releasing an indescribably fragrant scent. The tree rustled up above and countless pink flowers descended from it, then transformed into a burst of pink light that swept downward. Strangely enough, the pink light appeared to be moving very slowly, but it instantly covered a distance of several thousand feet and reached the lightning formation down below. There's not enough time. Dodge. The pink light was extremely alluring and beautiful, but Lei Yunzi was appraising it as if it were a ghastly apparition. He immediately abandoned his lightning formation and flapped his wings vigorously, vanishing into thin air as an arc of lightning. This was the first time that Han Li had seen this pink tree, but his heart jolted at the sight of the evasive measures that Lei Yunzi had taken, and he also shot forth out of the lightning formation as a thread of azure and white light. The thread of light covered a distance of over 2,000 feet in a single flash while the giant lightning formation was instantly snuffed out by the pink light. This pink light seemed to possess the ability to repress the power of lightning. The azure and white light faded, and Han Li reappeared before drawing a sharp breath as he cast his gaze back to where the lightning formation had been just a moment ago. He turned to Lei Yunzi with a stunned look in his eyes. "Brother Lei, are these?" "That's right, these two are my pursuers. They're tracking me down faster and faster now," Lei Yunzi replied as he forced a smile onto his own face. Han Li's heart sank upon hearing this, but he could only steel himself and focus his attention on the floral tree projection. However, aside from the projection, nothing else appeared in the nearby space. Of course, neither Lei Yunzi nor Han Li were going to be fooled by such measly tricks. They merely remained on the spot and refrained from doing anything rash. "Ee, why aren't you running away this time? Could it be that you've given up and are willing to hand that thing over?" As soon as this voice trailed off, a hideous black-robed man appeared beside the floral tree before instantly turning toward Han Li and Lei Yunzi. "Oh? And who might you be?" The hideous man interrogated as he appraised Han Li with a vicious look in his eyes. "You're telling me this man is making you run for your life?" Han Li asked as he raised an eyebrow. "Of course not. Aside from him, there's also me." An indifferent female voice suddenly rang out from above the floral tree projection. Immediately thereafter, pink light flashed erratically from the surface of the projection, and it crumbled away into specks of spiritual light, revealing a barefoot woman in a white dress in its place. The woman had a set of peerlessly beautiful facial features, and she was standing atop a giant pink flower. Han Li was instantly struck by a sense of asphyxiation at the sight of the woman, and his expression darkened significantly. He was immediately able to ascertain that this woman was either a Grand Ascension stage being or a clone of such a being. Otherwise, there was no way that he would be struck by such a strong sense of foreboding. The woman glanced at Han Li and Lei Yunzi, and a mysterious smile appeared on her face. "Have you changed your mind, fellow Taoist? You've led me on this chase for over a month just over a mere spirit flower. That celestial cloud flower is useless to you. How about you hand it over to me and I'll spare your life?" the woman proposed, much to Lei Yunzi's rage and chagrin. "Humph, the celestial cloud flower is an extremely precious spirit item. I may have no use for it now, but there will definitely come a day when it'll be useful to me. If you want me to hand it over to you, then you're going to be disappointed." Lei Yunzi harumphed coldly in response. As opposed to being enraged by this, the woman remained calm and remarked, "It seems that you're very confident in your lightning formations." Why wouldn't I be confident? If you have the ability to catch me, then how have I managed to escape from you for over a month?" Lei Yunzi chuckled coldly, seemingly having cast aside all of his wariness toward the woman. The hideous black-robed man's immediately flared up with rage. "Insolence! How dare you speak to Mistress Bao Hua like that? Shut up, you noisy lapdog. If you didn't have that woman to protect you, I could kill you with ease," Lei Yunzi said in a cold, derisive voice. The hideous man was enraged even further upon hearing this, and he let loose a ferocious snarl as he prepared to pounce toward Lei Yunzi, only for the woman to stop him. "Stand down, hey. You are indeed no match for this fellow Taoist." The man did as he was told, but an indignant look appeared on his face. "But, Mistress Bao Hua, are you opposing my orders?" the woman asked as she raised an eyebrow. "I wouldn't dare. Forgive me for my mindless transgression," He hurriedly replied in a panicked manner. Bao Hua's gaze lingered on him for a moment longer before she warned in an indifferent voice, "Don't let it happen again." He hurriedly gave an affirmative response. Han Li was appraising everything from the side, and a hint of bewilderment flashed through his eyes at the sight of the black-robed man. This was clearly the first time he had ever seen this man, but for some reason his aura was rather familiar. Han Li felt as if he had sensed this aura from afar in the past, and that naturally made him rather perplexed. However, this clearly wasn't the right time to be pondering something like this. His top priority now was to escape from this place with Lei Yunzi. With his understanding of Lei Yunzi's abilities, he wasn't overly concerned. As long as Lei Yunzi had made preparations in advance, he could teleport both of them away in an instant. Even if the woman were a Grand Ascension stage being, she wouldn't be able to stop them. Otherwise, Lei Yunzi wouldn't be facing such an unfathomably powerful enemy with so much confidence. Just as these thoughts were racing through Han Li's mind, the woman spoke again. "You invented that lightning formation technique yourself, right, fellow Taoist Lei? The technique is very profound, and only someone with a 5 lightning physique like you will be able to maximize its power. I'm assuming the technique is also the source of your confidence. So what if it is?" Lei Yunzi asked, wondering what the woman was trying to say. Your lightning teleportation formations incorporate the powers of space and lightning to allow you to teleport tens of thousands of kilometers at a time, but it's not that easy to combine those two types of powers. You only managed to invent the technique by chance while referencing a certain secret technique, right? Bao Hua continued. Lei Yunzi's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but he remained silent and continued to appraise the woman with a cold expression. The woman chuckled before continuing, coincidentally, the abilities I've cultivated also incorporate the powers of lightning and space, so I'm very well versed in these two types of powers as well. Lei Yunzi finally couldn't help but ask, what are you trying to say? I'm sure you've already noticed that it's taking me less and less time to track you down. Perhaps after a few more times, I'll have your lightning formation completely figured out, and it'll be completely ineffective against me. I've already planted a tracking mark in your body, so unless you can teleport to millions of kilometers away at once, it'll only be a matter of time before I hunt you down. I'm telling you all this now as I don't want to waste time, so I'm giving you one last chance. Otherwise, I have a treasure that just so happens to be missing a few body integration stage souls. I wouldn't mind taking yours to power the treasure, the woman said in a calm voice. Lei Yunzi's face paled even further upon hearing this, and a hesitant look appeared on his face. Bao Hua had no intention of hurrying him into a decision, choosing instead to turn her attention toward Han Li. The woman's eyes were as clear as water, but Han Li was suddenly struck by a bone-chilling sensation, as if he had been laid entirely bare before her. This was clearly a sign that the woman's spiritual sense was far more powerful than his. Han Li immediately activated his great development technique and spirit refinement technique at once, circulating his spiritual sense all throughout his own body, and only then was he able to just barely ward off this unsettling feeling. However, just that brief moment of scrutiny was enough for Han Li's back to be drenched in cold sweat. His spiritual sense was already close to that of the average Grand Ascension cultivator, which meant that this woman was most likely an extremely powerful being, even among Grand Ascension stage beings. However, what happened next made Han Li even more astonished. A peculiar look suddenly appeared on the woman's face as she said, "So you were the one who killed my subordinates in the Golden Devil Mountain ranges and took my profound heavenly fortune blade fragment. You've been using my treasure for quite a few years now, isn't it about time you returned it to me?" Han Li's heart jolted with shock, and a thought immediately occurred to him, but he forced a smile onto his own face and replied, "What are you talking about, Senior? I believe this is the first time we've ever met. Looks like you're unwilling to return it to me. So be it, I'll take it back from you myself then," the woman said in an emotionless manner before waving a hand toward Han Li. All of a sudden, a streak of purple light shot out of Han Li's sleeve. It was none other than that purple blade fragment. With nothing more than a casual wave of her hand, the woman had instantly severed Han Li's spiritual sense connection with the blade segment before drawing it back toward herself. Han Li's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he reflexively made a grabbing motion, conjuring up a massive azure hand to catch the blade fragment. However, the blade fragment merely vanished into thin air in a flash, leaving the huge azure hand to grab onto nothing. Immediately thereafter, purple light flashed between two of the woman's fingers, and the purple blade segment silently emerged. Han Li's expression darkened even further, and by now, he had recalled where he had last encountered that black-robed man. He was one of the powerful devilish beasts that had been present in the Golden Devil Mountain ranges. At the time, Han Li had only detected the devilish beast with his spiritual sense on a fleeting basis, which was why his recollection of the beast had been so vague. He had indeed obtained that blade fragment from inside the Golden Devil Mountain ranges, so this woman was most likely the sacred ancestor lurking within those mountain ranges. Han Li was very reluctant to part with that powerful treasure, but this wasn't the time to be dwelling on something like that. It really is the profound heavenly fortune blade fragment. I've had this treasure for so long that even I've forgotten how long it's been with me. Even if you disguise its aura, there's no way you can fool me. Hey, you don't have a good life-saving treasure yet. You can have this blade fragment." Much to everyone's surprise, the woman tossed the blade fragment toward the black-robed man. The black-robed man reflexively caught the treasure and faltered momentarily before immediately extending an elated bow toward the woman. "Thank you for your kindness, Mistress Bao Hua." Han Li was naturally quite frustrated to see this, but he couldn't do anything about it. To his surprise, the woman didn't pry any further into this matter. Instead, she turned back toward Lei Yunzi and asked, "Have you made a decision? Are you prepared to suffer for all of eternity over a useless spirit medicine?" Lei Yunzi shuddered slightly upon hearing this, and the hesitant look faded from his face as he sighed, If you had said this to me any earlier than this, then I would have had no choice but to hand over the flower. However, Lei Yunzi suddenly flapped his wings and made a hand seal as he spoke. A resounding thunderclap rang out as countless arcs of silver lightning erupted from within his body. In the next instant, he vanished on the spot before reappearing beside Han Li within a huge lightning formation that was several tens of feet in size. Go! He yelled, and Han Li flew into the formation without any hesitation as soon as it appeared. The black-robed man let loose an enraged roar upon seeing this, and he made a grabbing motion to summon a giant black axe before bringing it down viciously toward the lightning formation. A huge axe projection erupted forth, threatening to tear through the space in its path as it hurtled through the air. Hei offered a respectful smile, but didn't dare to speak any further on the matter. Not long after that, Bao Hua set her sights on the task at hand again. Let's go. If we don't set off now, we might have some trouble tracking down that human. Hei naturally had no objections to this. He gave an affirmative response while extending a respectful bow, then instantly flew onto the giant flower as well, standing around 10 feet behind Bao Hua. Bao Hua swept a sleeve through the air, and the giant flower beneath her feet rotated on the spot, releasing countless bursts of pink light, as well as a peculiar fragrance. The pink light then faded, and the giant flower was nowhere to be seen. After that, the giant flower appeared in a few more places, only to disappear immediately thereafter each time. When the giant pink flower appeared in the air above a dense forest around 4 hours later, Bao Hua suddenly let loose a faint cry of surprise. Immediately thereafter, Hei and Bao Hua re-emerged from within the flower. Have you tracked down those two, mistress? Hei asked in an elated manner. No, but we seem to have bumped into a few unexpected guests, Bao Hua replied as she cast her gaze into the distance. Guests? Hei was naturally quite perplexed, and he also hurriedly cast his gaze toward the same direction, but saw nothing for his efforts. However, in the next instant, spiritual light flashed in that direction, and 2 balls of white light appeared without any warning before arriving in the nearby space, traveling at an incredible speed. Those are the all-encompassing plate and stone devil hall. Hei immediately exclaimed upon catching sight of the 2 massive objects within the balls of white light, and a peculiar look appeared on his face. Bao Hua was also appraising the 2 treasures with a complex expression, but there was a distinctly cold look in her eyes. The people within the 2 treasures had naturally also noticed Bao Hua, and their expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly brought their treasures to a halt. Immediately thereafter, spatial fluctuations erupted, and 4 humanoid figures emerged. They were none other than the clones of Yuan Cha and Shui Guang, and they were all appraising Bao Hua with strained expressions. Sister Bao Hua, I didn't expect to meet you here, Yuan Cha said in a rather stiff and uncomfortable voice. Yuan Cha? I didn't think I'd see you again either, especially in this spirit realm. Looks like the sacred sacrifice has already begun. However, I don't think it's appropriate for you to refer to me as sister, Bao Hua said in a calm voice. Yuan Cha's face immediately turned deathly pale upon hearing this. The 3 Shui Guang clones were already cursing their bad luck as soon as they identified Bao Hua, and as Bao Hua cast her frosty gaze toward them, they could only force smiles onto their faces while of them said in a respectful manner, Shui Guang pays his respects to Mistress Bao Hua. Humph, you seem to have become more powerful. It's quite impressive that you were able to cultivate so many clones. I just so happen to be missing a few servants. You 3 will suffice, Bao Hua said in a cold voice. The 3 Shui Guang clones' faces also turned deathly pale upon hearing this. They glanced at one another and seemed to have instantly arrived at a decision, immediately hurtling back into the jade plate as 3 bursts of black qi. A clear ringing sound erupted from the all-encompassing plate, and black and white qi erupted from the treasure in a frenzy, forming a giant Tai Chi diagram that vanished in a flash. The all-encompassing plate is indeed a very powerful treasure, but unfortunately your true body isn't here and you're not the owner of this treasure. Don't you think it's too naive of you to harbor hopes of getting away right under my nose? Bao Hua's expression darkened as she made a grabbing motion with one hand. All of a sudden, one of the 7 scorching suns in the sky abruptly began to expand at a rapid rate. The sun warped and blurred slightly, following which a white sun with a diameter in excess of 10,000 feet emerged out of thin air. The white sun radiated scintillating light, as well as scorching heat that instantly raised the surrounding temperature by more than tenfold. It was as if she had truly drawn a sun to her from afar. Great illusionary sun technique. Yuan Cha exclaimed as her expression changed drastically. Bao Hua cast a cold glance toward her, but remained silent as she pointed a finger at the giant sun in the air. A resounding boom rang out as the sun slowly rotated, releasing countless white threads of light that pierced through space and encompassed the entire area in sight. Yuan Cha raised a hand to summon an antiquated black mirror, which transformed into a translucent light barrier that shielded her within. The light barrier managed to keep the threads of light at bay, but judging from the strained expression on Yuan Cha's face, it was clear that she wouldn't be able to keep this up for long. Over 10,000 feet away, the threads of light pierced through space in a certain area, and a resounding boom rang out, following which a giant jade plate tumbled out of thin air. The surrounding threads of light all changed directions and converged toward the jade plate in a torrential downpour. It was as if they had a mind of their own. The entire jade plate was instantly surrounded by countless threads of light, and it was on the verge of being inundated. A roar of fury from Shui Guang rang out, and the jade plate rotated on the spot as it released black and white qi in a frenzy, forming a giant Tai Chi diagram again that managed to temporarily keep the oncoming attacks at bay. Bao Hua remained completely expressionless upon seeing this, but she immediately made a grabbing motion toward the jade plate, and white light flashed, following which a giant hand that was over 1,000 feet in size emerged out of thin air. The hand spread its 5 fingers, and scorching white flames were ignited all over its surface as it grabbed toward the jade plate down below. Another roar of fury rang out from within the jade plate as the Tai Chi diagram detached itself from the jade plate, then expanded to around twice its original size as it hurtled toward the massive hand. A loud buzzing sound then rang out from the jade plate itself, and the nearby space twisted and blurred as it prepared to teleport away again. As soon as the giant Tai Chi diagram came into contact with the giant hand, the former immediately began to tremor violently before being crushed into pieces as the massive hand's fingers closed around it. The scorching white flames instantly incinerated the fragments of the Tai Chi diagram into nothingness, then swept downward to encompass the jade plate as well. The 3 Shuiguang clones were naturally very alarmed by this, and 3 different voices rang out in unison, begging for mercy and cursing Bao Hua at the same time. However, the white flames didn't falter in the slightest, and the pristine white jade plate was almost instantly turned into a scorching crimson color in the face of the fierce flames. Once the giant hand grabbed firmly onto the jade plate, 5 white fiery dragons flew out of its fingertips before revolving around the treasure, and the jade plate began to melt away layer by layer. No! A cry of fury and alarm rang out from within the jade plate, following which a miniature pagoda that was only around several inches in size flew out. The pagoda then transformed into a rainbow projection that was over 1,000 feet tall in a flash, and the 5 fiery dragons were forcibly kept at bay. The dragons were still thrashing violently and blasting flames out of their mouths, but the rainbow pagoda projection remained firm and resolute. On top of that, rainbow light flashed from the surface of the projection, and it absorbed a lot of the white flames to bolster itself. However, right at this moment, the giant sun up above began to crash down like a massive mountain at Bao Hua's behest. The rainbow pagoda projection was indeed extremely profound, but there was no way that the 3 Shuiguang clones could unleash the treasure's full power. Thus, in the face of the massive sun, it only lasted several seconds before crumbling away into pieces. The shattered specks of rainbow light converged to form a miniature pagoda again, but on this occasion, it had completely lost its luster. The massive white sun continued to descend, and the giant plate had no time to react before it was also inundated. Within the scintillating white light, the jade plate began to melt again, and just before it was completely melted into nothingness, 3 streaks of crimson light shot forth out of the jade plate, only to be swept up by the scorching white flames and completely incinerated amid 3 howls of anguish. These 3 clones were each as powerful as a late body integration stage being, but they were completely powerless in the face of Bao Hua. This was due to the fact that they were merely clones while Bao Hua's true body was present, and the fact that her great illusionary sun technique repressed most devilish cultivation arts also contributed to this. Otherwise, even though Bao Hua was once vastly renowned in the Elder Devil realm, there was no way she'd be able to kill the 3 Shuiguang clones so easily in her severely weakened state. Almost at the exact same moment as the deaths of the 3 Shuiguang clones, another Shuiguang clone was seated on a stone chair at the center of a giant devilish pagoda near Deep Heaven City. Bao Hua's pupils contracted slightly at the sight of the black humanoid figure, and her calm expression was replaced by one of cold fury as she made a grabbing motion downward with both hands at once. 2 flower petals detached themselves from the giant flower beneath her feet, then shot forth toward her hands. Azure light flashed from her hands, and one of the flower petals transformed into a giant green bough, while the other took on the form of a long white arrow. Bao Hua's movements appeared to be rather slow and languid as she drew the bow, but she didn't bother to aim before letting the arrow loose. As soon as the arrow left the bow, it transformed into a streak of white light that instantly vanished on the spot. Only then did the Lu Ji emerge on the other side of the giant white sun with Yuan Cha, and a sharp screeching sound immediately rang out beside her. Her heart jolted upon hearing this, and she immediately released 8 small crystalline shields amid a flash of blue light. All of the shields were of a translucent blue color, as if they had been forged from glacial ice, and they instantly appeared before Lu Ji stacked one behind another. The sharp screeching sound abruptly cut off as the streak of white light appeared in front of the 8 shields, then vanished again in a flash. In the next instant, a string of crisp cracks rang out in rapid succession, and the 8 small shields exploded in unison. Lu Ji stumbled backward, and it could be seen that a hole as thick as a thumb had been punched through her chest. A ball of white flames then erupted from the wound before enveloping her entire body. Despite this, Lu Ji remained completely unflustered. She abruptly opened her mouth to expel a ball of blood essence, which transformed into a cloud of blood mist that quickly permeated through the air. An astonishing scene then ensued. As the blood mist came into contact with the ferocious white flames, the latter was instantly snuffed out with ease. However, Lu Ji had no time to pay any heed to her own injury as she quickly made a hand seal. Black light erupted from her body again, sweeping up Yuan Cha before hurtling away into the distance. The ball of black light quickly vanished into the distance after just a couple of flashes, leaving Bao Hua to look on with a dark expression. Right at this moment, 5-colored light suddenly began to revolve around the stone hall that had been left behind by Lu Ji and Bao Hua, and countless runes surged forth in a frenzy to form a giant formation down below. The stone hall was situated at the center of the formation, and it was about to teleport away. A cold light flashed through Bao Hua's eyes upon seeing this. "Humph, they may have gotten away, but you two aren't going to be so lucky." As soon as her voice trailed off, the bow in her hand vanished, and she pointed a finger at the stone hall from afar. The giant sun in the air instantly transformed into a white fiery barrier that concealed the entire sky, and at the same time, another giant pink flower emerged beneath the stone hall. A streak of pink sword chi shot forth out of the flower before striking the giant formation with unerring accuracy, and the formation instantly crumbled, thereby thwarting the stone hall's attempt to teleport away. 2 low roars rang out from within the stone hall, and it split up into 2 before transforming into a pair of gray stone giants. The giants thumped their chests in a menacing display, but they were clearly extremely wary of Bao Hua and didn't dare to actually attack her. Lei Yunzi rolled his eyes before hurling his 2 formation plates through the air, and they disappeared in a flash into the 2 lightning formations. Immediately thereafter, he made a hand seal and began to chant something. The 2 lightning formations were activated amid a rumbling thunderclap, and countless arcs of lightning sprang up within the formations. Lei Yunzi let loose a loud cry, and several bolts of lightning that were as thick as water tanks erupted out of the center of the lightning formation to inundate both himself and Han Li at once. The 2 of them then vanished from within the lightning formation, and around 15 minutes later, spatial fluctuations erupted nearby, following which the giant pink flower emerged out of thin air again. The petals of the flower slowly spread open to reveal Bao Hua and Hei Yi, and the former's expression changed slightly as she cast her gaze toward the spot where the dual lightning formation had once been situated. Why are the fluctuations completely different from those of his past teleportations? Even I can't sense their potential teleportation destination anymore. Bao Hua murmured to herself in a surprised manner. That's impossible. Aren't you already close to figuring out that man's lightning formation? How did this happen? Hei exclaimed. Not only that, but I'm also no longer able to sense the tracking mark I planted in him, which means that he's either dead, or really managed to teleport to millions of kilometers away, Bao Hua mused. His eyes widened drastically upon hearing this, and he didn't know what to say in response. Judging from the remnant spatial fluctuations lingering here, it's most likely the latter. Looks like I underestimated them. They really did have a way to teleport such a vast distance at once. So be it, the celestial cloud flower is indeed quite useful to me, but it's not worth the energy required to conduct divination to track it down again. Let's go to the human territory. The spirit medicine that can completely heal me should be there. I'll only be able to obtain more detailed information once I get there and conduct divination again. Much to Heia's surprise, Bao Hua didn't seem to be bothered in the slightest by this and remained as calm as ever. Hei naturally didn't dare to offer any objections and immediately gave an affirmative response. Just as Bao Hu was about to depart, a peculiar feeling suddenly welled up in her heart, and her brows furrowed slightly as she cast her gaze toward a certain direction. However, after peering into the distance for a long while, she shook her head to forcibly rid herself of the uneasiness in her heart before departing from the scene atop her giant flower. Millions of kilometers away, countless silver arcs of lightning suddenly erupted out of thin air amid a loud thunderclap above a boundless lake. The arcs of lightning instantly formed a giant lightning formation, and following a flash of blinding silver light, Han Li and Lei Yunzi emerged. However, a content look appeared on Han Li's face, and he pointed a finger at the blue jade vial, upon which the vial expelled a burst of white light that swept up the ball of azure light before drawing it into the vial. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air to stow the jade vial away, then turned his attention to the wooden box that was hovering in midair. He opened his mouth to expel a string of beads, then laid a hand onto the top of his own head before slowly closing his eyes. A short while later, spatial fluctuations erupted within a certain mysterious space, and Han Li's spiritual sense clone appeared high up in the air. He inspected his surroundings, and his brows furrowed slightly upon discovering that he had found himself in a world of snow and ice. Before he had a chance to do anything, spatial fluctuations erupted nearby, and two humanoid figures emerged in unison. These were none other than Feng Xie and Che Qigong. The two seemed to be very elated to see Han Li, and Feng Xie chortled as he asked, "What took you so long, fellow Taoist Han? Brother Che and I were worried that you had landed yourself in some deep trouble. I was going to come and meet you much earlier than this, but during this past year, I was constantly being hunted by some powerful enemies, and only just managed to escape from them," Han Li explained with a smile. "Seeing as you're here, I assume that you're safe now. I must congratulate you, fellow Taoist Han. Did you manage to obtain the chaotic yin-yang qi?" Che Qigong asked with an expectant yet slightly nervous look in his eyes. "I'm sure the two of you are more aware than I am of whether any chaotic yin-yang qi has gone missing in the Devil's Ceiling Lock," Han Li replied as he raised an eyebrow. Not only were Che Qigong and Feng Xie not enraged by this response, both of them were ecstatic to hear Han Li's answer. "Hee, we did indeed sense a disturbance in the Devil's Ceiling Lock not long after we last parted ways, but we've been trapped in here and affected by the restrictions in this treasure, so we only had a vague sense of this disturbance. As such, we still require confirmation from you. Judging from what you said, is it safe to assume that you've already obtained the chaotic yin-yang qi?" Feng Xie was suddenly speaking to Han Li in a far more polite manner than in the past. "I encountered some mishaps during the process, but I have indeed already extracted the chaotic yin-yang qi. Isn't it about time you disclosed the refinement method to me now?" Han Li asked. "There's no hurry. The two of us have full trust in you, but shouldn't you show us some proof that you've managed to extract the chaotic yin-yang qi?" Che Qigong asked in a cautious manner. Feng Xie also nodded in support of Che Qigong's words. "I thought you'd ask that." Han Li had anticipated such a request, and he abruptly rubbed his hands together, then thrust them toward Feng Xie and Che Qigong. An arc of golden lightning erupted out of the palm of each hand, and they hurtled directly toward the pair of old devils. The two devils' hearts stirred upon seeing this, and one of them made a grabbing motion, while the other opened his mouth wide. Thus, one of the golden arcs of lightning was caught by Feng Xie, while the other was devoured by Che Qigong. Both of them closed their eyes and directed their spiritual sense toward their respective arc of lightning, and Han Li merely waited in silence with his arms crossed. After just the span of a few breaths, Feng Xie and Che Qigong opened theirs almost in unison, and content looks appeared on both of their faces. There's no mistaking it. The aura is very feeble, but it definitely is the aura of chaotic yin-yang qi. Now that we've confirmed that, let's discuss the terms of our collaboration, Feng Xie said as an excited look reappeared on his face. In contrast, Han Li's expression darkened upon hearing this, and he asked in a cold voice, "Didn't you agree to give me the refinement method for half of the chaotic yin-yang qi? Have you changed your mind?" "Not at all, fellow Taoist Han. The original terms of our agreement naturally won't change, but further consideration must be taken when deciding how exactly we're going to facilitate the exchange. Otherwise, how will we decide whether we should hand over the refinement method first or if you should give us the chaotic yin-yang qi first?" Che Qigong chuckled. "I see. We're all bound by vows, but in the face of such an important treasure, vows of this nature are indeed rather lacking in gravity," Han Li said as his expression eased slightly. "Indeed, and that's why fellow Taoist Feng and I have thought of a way to facilitate the exchange that should be satisfactory for both sides. Would you like to hear it, fellow Taoist Han?" Che Qigong asked. Sure, go ahead, Han Li replied in an indifferent manner. It's actually very simple. We'll split the exchange process into several parts. We'll give a part of the refinement method first, and if you find it to be genuine, you can give us part of the chaotic yin-yang qi that you promised to us. After that, we'll continue to give you parts of the refinement method in exchange for portions of chaotic yin-yang qi. At the end of this process, there will only be a tiny amount of chaotic yin-yang qi you'd still owe us, and I'm sure you wouldn't be willing to incur the risk of backlash from inner demons over such a small amount of chaotic yin-yang qi. Similarly, we wouldn't be willing to relinquish that final portion of chaotic yin-yang qi just to withhold the final section of the refinement method either, Feng Xie proposed. Han Li remained silent upon hearing this, but the contemplative look in his eyes indicated that he was clearly carefully considering this proposal. The two devils were confident that Han Li would agree, but they still couldn't help but grow a little nervous. However, both of them were beings who had lived for countless years, and they were more than capable of maintaining poker faces as they awaited a decision from Han Li. That's a good idea. We'll do as you say, Han Li finally decided. Feng Xie was ecstatic and he immediately replied, Hee, you've definitely made a wise decision, fellow Taoist Han. Let's begin our exchange right away. This is the first section of the refinement method. If you see no problems with it, then you must hand over the first portion of chaotic yin-yang qi to us within 3 days. If you're unable to do so in time, then we'll be giving up on this exchange. If that happens, not only will you have to suffer backlash from your inner demons, you'll also have no way of ever refining the chaotic yin-yang qi. Even before these attacks had struck the protective restrictions set up over Deep Heaven City, rows of formations appeared in the air above the city walls. 5-colored light flashed and countless fireballs, wind blades, ice spikes and other magic attacks surged forth in a frenzy to clash with the attacks unleashed by the devilish army. Earth-shattering booms erupted one after another as the scintillating explosions of light illuminated the dark sky. Under the illumination of this light, one could make out groups of devilish beasts charging toward Deep Heaven City like hundreds of giant pythons. Some of these devilish beasts were galloping along the ground, some were gliding along at low altitudes, and some were flapping their wings vigorously as they soared higher up in the air. At the same time, a group of flying carriages and giant arcs were also slowly advancing toward the city. All of a sudden, groups of armored devilish warriors emerged near the giant flying devilish beasts. These warriors were either standing atop devilish clouds or seated on devilish steeds. Thus, the devilish assault against Deep Heaven City officially commenced. Deep within a lush forest, a fair-skinned beauty in a suit of black armor was seated beneath a massive tree with her eyes closed in meditation. Standing beside her was another woman in a blue palatial dress, who was appraising her with a concerned expression. After a long while, the black-armored woman exhaled and slowly opened her eyes. Have you fully recovered, Sister Lu Ji? Yuan Cha hurriedly asked as an elated look appeared on her face. If Bao Hua's sunset true flames were that easy to recover from, then she wouldn't have been so renowned in our holy realm. I've taken some spirit pills, but I've only just barely managed to repress my injuries. Unless I go into seclusion for at least a century, there's no way I could fully recover. However, it's pretty clear that Bao Hua is also yet to recover from her injuries. Otherwise, this clone of mine definitely wouldn't have been able to survive her sunset arrow, Lu Ji replied. Indeed. However, the fact that our true bodies are unable to descend into this realm places us at a severe disadvantage against her. Yuan Cha sighed with a complex look on her face. We would indeed be no match for her on our own, but the current Bao Hua is no longer the same renowned sacred ancestor she once was. We have a devilish army at our disposal. There's no need for us to face her alone. However, after we get back, make sure that you don't go anywhere by yourself unless it's absolutely necessary. Only by staying in the devilish army will we be able to ensure our own safety, Lu Ji said in a cold voice. Thank you for your words of caution, sister, but judging from Bao Hua's personality, I don't think she'd be all that keen on hunting down a few clones of ours, and it wouldn't help her current situation anyway. She must be aware that the sacred sacrifice has already commenced, yet she still dares to appear here. She must have some type of ulterior motive, Yuan Cha said in a cautious manner. Ulterior motive? What motive can she have other than to recover from her injuries and regain her magic power? Lu Ji chuckled coldly in response. That's true. Bao Hua is quite a renowned divination master in our holy realm. Could it be that she's here because she's tracked something down that can help her make a recovery? I don't think she'd be willing to take such a risk otherwise. Lu Ji faltered slightly upon hearing this before a contemplative look appeared in her eyes. Perhaps so. Let's set this matter aside for another time. For now I'll take you back to human territory. As long as we can reunite with your other clone, we'll have nothing to worry about, Yuan Cha suggested. Around 10 minutes later, a loud explosion suddenly erupted near the devilish stronghold, following which over 100 wooden giants that were several hundred feet tall rushed out of the dense forest amid a flash of green light. They rushed toward the stronghold like devastating wrecking balls, followed close by the group of wood tribe beings. A series of green wooden spears, bows and arrows appeared in their hands, and launched the projectiles toward the stronghold in a torrential barrage. All of the spears and arrows that were launched instantly swelled to several times their original size before crashing into the protective light barrier around the stronghold, sending ripples running along its surface amid an incessant string of resounding booms. At this point, the wooden giants had reached the fortress, and their hands transformed into giant white metal hammers that were brought down upon the light barrier with ferocious might. The light barrier began to tremor violently, and it seemed to be on the brink of crumbling away. Everything had happened within the span of a few breaths, and only now did the devilish beings in the stronghold react to the situation. Loud sirens immediately rang out all over the stronghold while bursts of black light descended from the city walls before falling upon the wood tribe beings down below like rain. An extremely fierce battle was about to unfold. Black and green light flashed and intertwined, forming a giant net above the fortress that rumbled and flashed incessantly. The wooden giants seemed to be a little clumsy and maladroit, but their bodies were as hard as iron and steel, and attacks from ordinary devilish beings were only able to inflict some insignificant pit and bumps into their bodies. A short while later, a giant opening was created by them in the city wall, and they charged onward in a completely fearless manner. These wooden giants seemed to possess tremendous strength, smashing all of the devilish beings before them into mincemeat with their giant hammer hands. They led the other wood tribe beings straight into the devilish fortress, but their actions had also enraged the high-grade devilish beings in the fortress. One of them let loose a loud cry, and several menacing roars immediately rang out from within a few giant buildings in the fortress. Immediately thereafter, a dozen or so 100-feet-long rhinoceros-like devilish beasts rushed out of those buildings. These super devilish beasts all had bright red eyes, and they opened their mouths to expel pillars of white light that struck the wooden giants in a flash. Around a dozen wooden giants immediately stumbled and almost crashed to the ground. Furthermore, charred holes had appeared on the parts of their bodies that had been struck by the pillars of light. The rest of the wooden giants continued to charge toward the giant beasts, but the super devilish beasts weren't backing down either. They lowered their heads and pounced toward the oncoming wooden giants to engage them in a fierce battle. Deafening roars and resounding booms rang out, and the two sides seemed to be evenly matched. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of feet above the ground, the elderly man and the middle-aged couple were facing off against 4 armor-clad devilish beings. A high-grade being that resembled a giant bear glanced at the elderly man, and as opposed to being panicked or alarmed, a sinister look appeared on his face as he said, "Humph, I was wondering what gave you the courage to attack us like this. So you've brought along reinforcements. You've made our job a lot easier. After killing this old fart, there shouldn't be any wood tribe beings of a higher cultivation base in this area." The middle-aged couple's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but the elderly man remained calm and collected as he replied in a cold voice, "You think a group of deity transformation stage devilish trash like you can bring me down? Let me see if your powers can back up your words. If they're incapable of bringing you down, then how about me?" A rumbling boom rang out as spatial fluctuations erupted in mid-air, and a black figure appeared at the center of the 4 high-grade devilish beings before appraising the wood tribe trio with a cold expression. This was a man in a brocade robe with a pair of horns on his head, and there was a ruthless look in his small triangular eyes. The elderly man's heart immediately sank upon seeing this. This was a late spatial tempering stage devilish being while he was only at the early spatial tempering stage. He was most likely no match for this new enemy. The middle-aged couple were unable to ascertain this devilish man's exact cultivation base, but they could also sense that his aura was more powerful than that of the elderly man, and their expressions darkened significantly. "We're very fortunate that you paid us a visit, esteemed envoy. Otherwise we would be in huge trouble here. These are the leaders of the wood tribe resistance forces in the nearby area. We'll have to trouble you to help us take care of them," the bear-like devilish being said as he extended a respectful bow toward the brocade-robed man. "Hee, these 3 are all that we're dealing with? I can kill them all with one hand tied behind my back. Rest assured, there's no way I'll be letting them get away," the brocade-robed man guffawed with a disdainful look in his eyes. The elderly man took a deep breath to repress the alarm in his heart, then quickly transmitted his voice to the middle-aged couple. "We're in trouble here, fellow Taoists. I'll do my best to hold off this devil, lead everyone else on a retreat right away." The middle-aged couple's hearts jolted upon hearing this, and the middle-aged man hurriedly transmitted his voice in response. "Don't engage in a direct battle with this devil, Elder Zhu. If the opportunity arises, you have to retreat as well." The elderly man nodded in a grim manner and didn't say anything further. Instead, he swept both sleeves through the air to release a dozen or so azure wooden balls, all of which transformed into azure balls of light that encompassed all 5 devils before him. The cold look in the eyes of the brocade-robed devil became even more pronounced as he harumphed coldly, and bright red light suddenly began to glow from his horns. Countless crimson threads shot forth, all of which struck the surrounding balls of azure light with unerring accuracy before piercing through them in a flash. However, before the brocade-robed devil had a chance to do anything else, a crisp crack akin to the sound of shattering porcelain suddenly rang out. All of the azure balls of light exploded in unison and radiated blinding spiritual light. All 5 devils immediately closed their eyes as an instinctive reaction to this piercing light. A solemn look appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and after a brief pause for contemplation, he made a hand seal to summon a suit of antiquated black devilish armor over his own body. Countless black runes then surged out of the suit of armor in a frenzy at his behest before enveloping his entire body. Immediately thereafter, extremely dazzling and vibrant light erupted from his body, and he transformed into a giant 5-colored heavenly phoenix. The heavenly phoenix gave off an extremely authoritative aura, and it flapped its wings to send faint fluctuations rippling through the nearby space, instantly eradicating all of the oncoming gusts of black wind. The giant heavenly phoenix then flew directly into the massive black hole. It seems that only the sacred ancestors are aware of the reason behind this desperate devilish invasion. Even the average devilish lord has been kept completely in the dark. We've taken huge risks in the past to capture devilish lords alive, but we've been unable to glean any relevant information even after using soul search techniques on them, the white-robed woman said in a resigned manner. Regardless of why the elder devil race is doing this, we definitely can't allow them to do as they please. The backup measures we've prepared have all been implemented, and 2 of them are mostly complete. They should be enough to put a severe dent in the devilish army. Even if the true bodies of some sacred ancestors were to descend into the spirit realm, it won't make any difference. The only matter of concern is that our sources have confirmed that the 3 patriarchs of the elder devil race will descend into the spirit realm together. If that happens, even if all of the grand ascension stage beings of our races join forces, we most likely won't be a match for them. I've heard that all of the 3 patriarchs are old monsters who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years and are only one step away from ascending to become true devils, the red-haired man said with furrowed brows. Everyone's expressions darkened even further upon hearing this, and the white-robed woman sighed. The 3 patriarchs of the elder devil race are all tribulation transcendence stage ancient devils. Even in the entire spirit realm, there won't be many beings who can defeat them, let alone our races. The only beings that would be capable of defeating those patriarchs would be the true spirits revered by the major races, but our races are far too weak. Where are we going to find a true spirit that would be willing to help us? If we can't find a way to counter the 3 patriarchs, our fate will be sealed even if we can withstand the attacks from the devilish army. Just as everyone was beginning to exchange concerned glances, a clean-shaven man suddenly spoke for the first time. There's no need to be overly concerned. Back when Master Mo Jianli left the Holy Island, he said that he would seek out the Grand Ascension stage beings of the other races to devise a way to counter the devilish patriarchs. A long time has passed since then, perhaps they've already found a way. Is that true, fellow Taoist Sun? Why haven't we ever heard of this? The red-haired man hurriedly asked as a surprised look appeared on his face. Everyone else was also both surprised and elated to hear this. Only Brother Luo and I are aware of. Prior to Senior Mo's departure, he had told us not to reveal this information unless the situation demanded it, so we never mentioned it to anyone. Now, the situation seems to be dire enough for me to divulge this information, the clean-shaven man sighed. Is that true, Brother Luo? The white-robed woman immediately turned to the elderly man for confirmation. Fellow Taoist Sun speaks the truth. Senior Mo did indeed inform the 2 of us of this prior to his departure. The white-haired elderly man confirmed with a smile. That's great. That must mean that Senior Mo already has a plan. It looks there's a good chance we'll be able to transcend this devilish tribulation in the end. Everyone was very relieved to hear this, and they immediately began to discuss this new information among themselves. Alright, before we begin discussing specific arrangements, I have something that I need to announce. Fellow Taoist Black Rain, who departed from the Holy Island not long ago to capture the Pipe Dream Stone Spirit, has unfortunately perished. He had been accompanied by Tian Chan of the Holy Sovereign City, who informed us that they had parted ways after the Pipe Dream Stone Spirit had been captured. However, not long after that, fellow Taoist Black Rain's soul lamp was snuffed out, the red-haired man said with a grim expression. The elation in everyone's eyes immediately faded upon hearing this. Master Black Rain is a mid-body integration cultivator. How was he killed so quickly? Could there be some foul play involved here? The clean-shaven man asked in a suspicious manner. I don't think so. The Pipe Dream Stone Spirit is indeed extremely rare, but it's not very useful to the average person. On top of that, fellow Taoist Tian Chan mentioned a witness. At the time, they just so happened to encounter another body integration stage fellow Taoist who helped them capture the stone spirit. Without his assistance, it wouldn't have been so easy for them to capture the stone spirit, the red-haired man replied with a shake of his head. A witness? Who is it? Is it someone else from the Holy Sovereign City? The elderly woman asked with furrowed brows. No. Come to think of it, I'm sure most of you have heard of him. The other witness is fellow Taoist Han, who progressed to the body integration stage just a few centuries ago, the red-haired man revealed. Are you referring to Han Li? I heard that he's a freakish cultivation prodigy from your human race who only took several centuries to progress from the deity transformation stage to the early body integration stage, the elderly woman said with a surprised look in her eyes. I'm afraid your information is outdated, fellow Taoist. This fellow Taoist Han is already a mid-body integration cultivator now, the white-haired elderly man chuckled. What? He made another breakthrough? That's way too fast. I had thought that the rumors of his cultivation aptitude were mere hyperbole, but it seems that they were understatements, if anything. The elderly woman was even more astonished now. All of the other body integration stage beings presented were also quite stunned to hear this. Perhaps, if it weren't for the ongoing devilish tribulation, fellow Taoist Han would have most likely already become a member of our holy island. Setting that aside for now, have you tracked down fellow Taoist Han to ascertain the details of what happened to fellow Taoist Black Rain? The white-haired elderly man asked. I tried to do that, but after getting into contact with Deep Heaven City, I was told that fellow Taoist Han had disappeared. It seems that that time of his disappearance coincides with that of fellow Taoist Black Rain's death, the red-haired man replied with a wry smile. He disappeared? The elderly man's expression darkened upon hearing this. According to the information we received from Deep Heaven City, fellow Taoist Han encountered the clone of a sacred ancestor while reinforcing Heavenly City, and he had gone missing after that. However, according to fellow Taoist Tian Chan, fellow Taoist Han had most likely encountered Tian Chan and Black Rain after he had escaped from the clone of that sacred ancestor. However, after the three joined forces to capture the stone spirits, Tian Chan was the only one who returned safely to the Holy Sovereign City, while the other two both went missing, the red-haired man said. With fellow Taoist Han's aptitude, there may be hope for him to reach the Grand Ascension stage in the future. It would truly be a pity if something has happened to him. However, cultivators like us are constantly defying the natural order anyway, so it's common for us to die early, especially during this devilish tribulation, the elderly woman sighed in a wistful manner. If fellow Taoist Han really has perished, then he can only lament his ill fortune. However, in contrast with Black Rain, fellow Taoist Han didn't leave behind a soul lamp in Deep Heaven City, so it's impossible to tell whether he's currently alive or not. Regardless of how Black Rain perished, the problem is that the Pipe Dream Stone Spirit that he captured has also disappeared. Without that stone spirit, the first step of our preparations can't be implemented. This is a pressing matter that concerns the survival of our two races, so we have to think of a way to rectify the issue right away, the red-haired man said with a grim expression. This is indeed an urgent matter. Is there anywhere else where we can find another Pipe Dream Stone Spirit? Can we replace the Pipe Dream Stone Spirit with something else? Do we not have a backup plan prepared in case of this exact situation? Everyone quickly began to offer their opinions and insights. A Pipe Dream Stone Spirit is far from easy to find. The one that we sent fellow Taoist Black Rain to capture was one that was discovered tens of thousands of years ago. As for substitutes, we did indeed prepare a few, but resorting to those substitutes will hamper our preparations, and it's hard to say whether we'll be able to achieve the intended effect in the end, the red-haired man said. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this, and a tense silence descended over the entire hall. Leave the pipe dreamstone spirit to me, I have more important matters that I'll require your assistance with, fellow Taoists. A faint male voice suddenly echoed throughout the hall, and everyone was rather bewildered to hear it. An ecstatic look immediately appeared on the red-haired man's face, and he sprang up from his chair as he exclaimed, "Senior Ao Shao, is that you?" Almost at the exact same moment, the gate of the hall was opened from the outside, and two people strode into the hall one after another. The first person was a man who appeared to be in his 30s with a faint smile on his face. He wore a set of silver robes and had a head of long black hair that trailed down to his waist. Behind him was a stunning silver-haired beauty with skin as fair as snow, and shimmering silver locks that looked as if they had been forged from pure silver. "We pay our respects to Senior Ao Shao and welcome Senior Ao Shao to the Holy Island." All of the people in the hall were ecstatic to see the silver-robed man, and they hurriedly rose to their feet before extending respectful bows. This man was the only Grand Ascension stage being of the demon race, the vastly renowned Patriarch Ao Shao. No need for formalities. I can see that there's a mix of familiar faces and ones that I'm only now seeing for the first time here, the silver-robed man said with a smile. "Please take a seat, Senior Ao Shao," the white-haired elderly man said as he hurriedly vacated the main seat in the hall. Patriarch Ao Shao nodded before taking a step forward, and everyone felt their vision blur before he somehow appeared in front of the chair, then calmly took a seat. The silver-haired woman also strode into the hall and stood behind Patriarch Ao Shao, completely ignoring everyone's bewildered eyes. The white-haired elderly swept his spiritual sense toward the woman to find that she was a late spatial tempering stage demonic cultivator, and he couldn't help but ask, "May I ask who this is?" "This is my granddaughter Ling Long. You may not have met her before, but I'm sure you've heard of her," Patriarch Ao Shao replied. A hint of surprise flashed through the elderly man's eyes upon hearing this, and he said in a polite manner, "Oh, it's Fairy Ling Long, please forgive me for my rudeness." Indeed, this woman was none other than Silvermoon, who had parted ways with Han Li in the human world over 1,000 years ago. Of course, this Silvermoon was different from the Silvermoon of the past. She had fused the split soul and possessed the complete soul of Silvermoon. Everyone else was also rather surprised to hear who this woman was. The Holy Island held a very special status among both the human and demon races, so the beings on the island naturally paid close attention to the 7 demon monarchs that ruled over the demon race. Fairy Ling Long was Wolf Monarch Tian Kuei's concubine, and she had once been sealed in the human world for many years. All of the elders of the Holy Island had heard about how her relationship with Wolf Monarch Tian Kuei had become rather strained following her return to the spirit realm, even though this was only the first time that they had met her. Silvermoon paid no heed to this and merely stood in silence behind Patriarch Ao Shao with her head slightly lowered. "Senior Ao Shao, to what do we owe this pleasure? Have you recovered from your last tribulation transcendence?" The red-haired man asked in a respectful manner. "My last tribulation transcendence was indeed a bit of an ordeal, but after resting for so many years, I've already completely recovered. Otherwise I wouldn't have appeared here. As for why I came to the Holy Island, I was naturally invited here by fellow Taoist Mo," Patriarch Ao Shao said with a faint smile. "Does this mean you've already met Senior Mo? That's fantastic news." He also fell completely into obscurity after leaving the Holy Island all those years ago, and we've been very concerned about him, the clean-shaven man said as an ecstatic look appeared in his eyes. He's not even as old as I am, there's no need to be concerned for him. Alright, I won't waste any further time with my rambling. On this occasion, I was asked to come here by fellow Taoist Mo to deliver a message for him, and also to remain on the island for a while, Patriarch Ao Shao said. The clean-shaven man's heart stirred upon hearing this, and he asked in a respectful manner, "What message does Senior Mo have for us?" Fellow Taoist Mo recently received news that the location of the Holy Island seems to have been leaked to the Elder Devil race. The devilish army currently doesn't possess the power to pose a threat to the Holy Island yet, but we still have to take some precautions just in case. The Holy Island holds an extremely important status in our 2 races. If something were to happen to this place, morale would plummet to an unsalvageable degree, Patriarch Ao Shao said as a grim look appeared on his face. The location of the Holy Island has been leaked again? But that's impossible. The Holy Island only just teleported to a new location. It won't be able to teleport again in the near future, one of the body integration stage beings present exclaimed. "There's no need to panic, I'll be here to hold down the fort." The fact that the location of the Holy Island was leaked again in such a short time indicates that a devilish spy has most likely infiltrated the island. However, the spy shouldn't be very troublesome to track down. We just have to investigate all of the people who have entered the island since the commencement of the devilish tribulation to find the culprit, Patriarch Ao Shao said in a cold voice. The white-haired elderly man's heart jolted upon hearing this, and he hurriedly cupped his fist in a salute as he said, "I'll organize some people to conduct an investigation right away." Patriarch Ao Shao nodded in response, and after a brief pause, he said something that came as quite a surprise to everyone. The other message that fellow Taoist Mo wanted me to relay is that we need to adjust the countermeasures we've originally prepared against the devilish army. Why is that? Those countermeasures are all powerful trump cards that took us and Senior Mo over 100 years to devise. Surely there won't be any issues with them, the elderly woman asked. This is most likely a decision that fellow Taoist Mo made after meeting the Grand Ascension stage fellow Taoists of the other races. I presume he must have identified some fallacies in the original countermeasures that had been prepared through his communication with those fellow Taoists. Rest assured, this doesn't require everything to be torn down and redone anew. Only 2 or 3 of the countermeasures will need to be adjusted. I'll disclose the specific details to all of you later. Coincidentally, one of the adjustments that need to be made makes the pipe dream stone spirit redundant, as fellow Taoist Mo has already decided to substitute it with something else. This substitute will only produce a better effect than what it originally would have been, and I've brought the substitute along with me. Patriarch Ao Shao flipped a hand over as he spoke to produce a jade vial, which he tossed toward the white-haired elderly man. The elderly man caught the box before removing the lid in a befuddled manner, upon which a stunned look appeared on his face. This is... Patriarch Ao Shao raised a hand to cut the elderly man off. If you know what it is, then keep it to yourself. It's best to have as little people know about this thing as possible for now. The other Holy Island elders were quite curious about what was in the box, but it was naturally inappropriate for them to pry into such matters. The elderly man hurriedly gave an affirmative response before carefully stowing the jade box up his sleeve. The elderly woman hesitated momentarily before asking, "By the way, Senior, have you heard that there's a chance the 3 devilish patriarchs could descend into our spirit realm?" "I have indeed heard of this, and it was fellow Taoist Mo who informed me of this in person," Patriarch Ao Shao replied in a calm manner. His calm display instilled everyone in the hall with a lot of confidence, and a hint of elation appeared in the elderly woman's eyes as she asked, "Does this mean you've already thought of a countermeasure against them, Senior?" As opposed to giving a definitive response, Patriarch Ao Shao waved a hand and replied in a nonchalant manner, "Hee, even the average sacred ancestor has to expend a vast amount of power to get their true body to descend into the spirit realm, let alone the 3 devilish patriarchs. It won't be that easy for them to make their way into this realm. It's still too early to be discussing something like this. We can consider it after we deal with the current threat posed by the devilish army." All of the body integration stage beings present were left exchanging befuddled glances upon hearing this. The white-haired elderly man cleared his throat and gave the red-haired man a meaningful look. The red-haired man seemed to have been reminded of something upon seeing the elderly man's silent signals, and he hurriedly changed the subject. "Indeed, it's still too early to be discussing the 3 devilish patriarchs. Would you like to hear about some of the specific measures we've prepared on the Holy Island, Senior Ao Shao? There are some issues that we're unable to resolve, and will require a verdict from you." A hint of a smile appeared on Patriarch Ao Shao's face as he nodded in response. "Sure, go ahead." "Firstly, in order to deal with those low-grade devilish beasts, we've been nurturing an army of spirit beasts, and that army is basically complete. We've also begun breeding some ferocious insects with shorter lifespans, and they should just about reach maturity once our final battle against the devilish army commences. Also, in order to refine those profound heavenly holy artifacts, we've moved all of the tool refinement masters of our human race onto the island, and they should be able to begin refining the treasures in about half a year. The only matter of concern is that there are several types of materials that are still yet to be delivered to the island, and they'll only be able to get to us after passing through several areas currently controlled by the devilish beings. Hence, we have to decide on someone to send out to receive the materials. I suggest." The red-haired man seemed to be responsible for taking care of all general matters on the island, and Patriarch Ao Shao listened in silence to his report. His expression remained completely unchanged, but the contemplative look in his eyes suggested that he was considering all of the matters that were being raised. After the red-haired man finished, some of the other people in the hall also stepped forward to report some other matters. Only after 2 hours had passed did everyone finish delivering their reports. After hearing what everyone had to say, Patriarch Ao Shao didn't make a single decision. Instead, he suddenly rose to his feet with a smile and said, "It sounds like you've all done quite well. These are all matters that you can take care of on your own. There's no need for an old geezer like me to go around barking orders. I'm rather weary from my journey to get here, so I'll be going to rest now." Everyone else exchanged a few wide-eyed glances upon hearing this. The red-haired man was the first to react, and he hurriedly rose to his feet before extending a respectful bow. "In that case, please allow me to organize a place for you to stay, Senior." Patriarch Ao Shao nodded before making his way out of the hall in an unhurried manner, followed closely by Silvermoon. Only then did everyone else in the hall react to the situation, and they all stood up to bid Patriarch Ao Shao farewell. Just as Patriarch Ao Shao had made it to the entrance of the hall, a thought seemed to suddenly occur to him, and he turned back before pointing at two of the people in the hall as he said, "By the way, you two come and see me later, I have something to discuss with you." The people that he had pointed to were the white-haired elderly man and a tall and thin man who had barely spoken at all. The two of them faltered slightly before hurriedly giving an affirmative response. "After that, you descended into that lower realm, and then he tampered with the star-defying plate so that you couldn't return to the spirit realm in time? Do you really need me to run through everything he did?" A furious look suddenly appeared on Patriarch Ao Zhao's face as he spoke, and he slammed his hand down onto the copper armrest of his chair. A burst of white flames flashed, and the armrest was completely erased from existence. "You know about all of this, grandfather?" Silvermoon shuddered as her face paled drastically. Do you really think I'm so old and senile that I don't even know when someone's mistreating my granddaughter? If it weren't for the fact that I don't have much time left and he's the only junior I can entrust the wolf race to, I would have tortured him to death long ago." Patriarch Ao Shao harumphed coldly. Silvermoon's face paled even further upon hearing this, and a wry smile appeared on her face as she said, "The blame can't be entirely pinned on him. Technically, I'm his main concubine, and his cultivation base hadn't progressed in many years. He knew that my origine physique could help him break through his bottleneck, so it's inevitable that he would try something." "You're still speaking out for his sake? Before you married him, you were already the holy maiden of our Silvermoon race. Prior to attaining full mastery of that Silvermoon cultivation art, your lifespan would be significantly cut short if you were to lose your virginity. There's no way that he wouldn't have been aware of this. On top of that, after he married you, he took on many more concubines and never considered your feelings. It seems that ever since he became a demon monarch, he's forgotten that our Silvermoon race is the premier branch of the wolf race. If it weren't for the fact that all of my juniors possess lackluster cultivation aptitude and none of them have reached the body integration stage, there's no way I would have resorted to assisting an outsider like him to become the wolf monarch." A cold look appeared in Patriarch Ao Zhao's eyes as he spoke. Silvermoon bit down on her lower lip, but heaved a faint sigh and remained silent in the end. "However, following the ordeal that you suffered in that lower realm, you awakened your 7-star moon physique, so that's an unexpected silver lining on the situation. With your past cultivation aptitude, the spatial tempering stage would have been your limit, but with this 7-star moon physique, it's not impossible for you to reach the grand ascension stage in the future. I didn't possess exceptional cultivation aptitude in my youth either. Only after awakening the same physique was I able to reach my current cultivation base." Patriarch Ao Zhao's eyes gradually began to light up as he spoke. However, Silvermoon's face remained deathly pale as she shook her head in response. "I would rather not have this physique if it means I could have avoided the ordeal I had to go through." After a while longer, she seemed to have made a decision, and she adopted a serious expression as she asked, "Grandfather, will this secret technique really allow me to progress to the body integration stage prior to our final battle against the devilish army?" Patriarch Ao Shao reopened his eyes and replied, "I can't make any guarantees, but there's at least a 70% to 80% chance that it will. Otherwise, I wouldn't be bringing it out for your consideration. Having said that, there's no hurry. You can think about this for a few days before getting back to me." Silvermoon opened her mouth to say something, but swallowed her words in the end and replied, "Yes, grandfather." Just as Patriarch Ao Shao was about to say something further, his expression suddenly changed as he cast his gaze toward the gate of the pavilion. Moments later, the sound of footsteps rang out, and a young female servant appeared outside before informing in a respectful voice, "Master Ao Shao, there are 2 elders of the island here to see you. They sure aren't wasting any time. Tell them to come in, Patriarch Ao Shao instructed as his expression eased slightly. The servant gave an affirmative response before departing. A short while later, the white-haired elderly man and the man with the Su surname strode into the room, and they immediately extended respectful bows at the sight of Patriarch Ao Shao. "We pay our respects to Senior Ao Shao. What would you like us to do for you?" Elder Su asked. "There's no hurry, take a seat first," Patriarch Ao Shao said with a smile as he pointed at the chairs beside him. The two elders naturally didn't dare to raise any objections, and they expressed their gratitude before taking a seat as they were told. "Come to think of it, both of you have some ties with me. One of you is a descendant of an old acquaintance of mine, while the other is fellow Taoist Mo's in-name disciple. I have something important that I need to have done, and I only feel comfortable entrusting this task to you too," Patriarch Ao Shao said in a benevolent manner. The two elders were clearly quite flattered to hear this, and Elder Su immediately said, "Please tell us what you'd like us to do, Senior. I heard from fellow Taoist Mo that when he's not on the Holy Island, the onus of leadership falls upon you, fellow Taoist Luo. In that case, I need you to search for some treasures and materials for me. These items are all quite rare. We have leads on the whereabouts of some of them, but you'll have to search for the other ones. My only requirements are that these things have to be gathered in secret, and that they be gathered as quickly as possible," Patriarch Ao Shao replied. The white-haired elderly man faltered slightly upon hearing this before immediately nodding in agreement. "I'll send out some trustworthy people to gather the items right away, and we'll make sure to keep things strictly confidential. Good. Here is a list of what I want." Patriarch Ao Shao raised a sleeve as he spoke, and a jade slip flew out from within. The white-haired elderly man immediately stood up and caught the jade slip before stowing it away up his sleeve without even looking at it, showing through his actions that he was going to do his best to track the items in the jade slip regardless of what they were. A pleased look appeared on Patriarch Ao Zhao's face upon seeing this, and he turned to Elder Su next. "Junior Su, I need you to take a trip to the primordial world to meet a few mighty figures from the other races. As for what you need to do after you meet up with them, that's all recorded in this jade slip. Make sure to keep what you're doing a secret from the rest of the island as well." "I'll be sure to do so," Elder Su replied in a respectful manner as he also rose to his feet. These two tasks concern the three devilish patriarchs, and fellow Taoist Mo is aware of them as well. I'll only give you a maximum of 5 years to complete these tasks. If you exceed that time limit, severe consequences could follow, do you understand? A serious look appeared on Patriarch Ao Zhao's face as he spoke. The two body integration stage elders were ecstatic to hear that countermeasures were being prepared against the devilish patriarchs, and they exchanged an elated glance before vowing, "Rest assured, Senior, we'll be sure to complete the tasks in time even if it costs us our lives." "All right, that's all for now. Go and get started on that right away, and make sure the tasks are completed as soon as possible," Patriarch Ao Shao instructed as he raised a hand to toss another jade slip toward Elder Su. The two elders didn't dare to say anything further, and they both extended respectful bows before departing from the pavilion. Following their departure, Silvermoon's brows furrowed slightly as she asked, "Grandfather, are those two trustworthy? Aren't there already devilish spies who have infiltrated the Holy Island?" If even these two are untrustworthy, then no one is trustworthy. They were recommended to be by Mo Jianli as neither of them have left the Holy Island in the past 1,000 years. Besides, if they really were devilish spies, do you think I would have failed to identify them? At the very least, there shouldn't be any major issues with the Holy Island elders that we saw earlier, and that's already very good news," Patriarch Ao Shao replied with a faint smile. Silvermoon's expression eased slightly upon hearing this, and she extended a curtsy toward Patriarch Ao Shao as she said, "In that case, it seems I was overthinking things. I'll be going to rest now." Patriarch Ao Shao nodded with a tender look in his eyes. "Go on. We've been traveling for several months, so you're indeed in need of some rest." "You have some rest too, grandfather. You only just recently recovered from your tribulation transcendence. Don't pile too much work on yourself," Silvermoon replied. "Haha, do you really think I've become a useless old man?" Ao Shao chuckled in a nonchalant manner. Silvermoon smiled and said, "Not at all. With your current appearance, no one would bat an eyelid even if I were to claim that you were my brother. You're far from an old man." After that, she turned and strode out of the room, and her sprightly footsteps indicated that her mood had improved significantly. Following Silvermoon's departure, Patriarch Ao Zhao's smile faded, and he sighed to himself, "I really hope she doesn't decide to cultivate that art of indifference." Despite what he was saying, He displayed no intention to go after Silvermoon and merely closed his eyes as he began to meditate in his chair. After a while, he opened his eyes and suddenly said, "Show yourself. I pay my respects to Master Ao Shao." A female voice rang out nearby and spatial fluctuations erupted, following which a semi-transparent figure appeared several tens of feet away from Patriarch Ao Shao. The figure then gradually became clearer and revealed itself to be a slender woman in a tight-fitting black robe. She wore a copper wolf head mask, and her hands were also sheathed in a pair of black gloves, so she wasn't revealing even a single sliver of skin. "Welcome back, Liaoying. Even after so many years, this getup of yours still hasn't changed at all," Patriarch Ao Shao said as a hint of amusement appeared in his eyes. The woman extended a respectful curtsy as she replied, "You also look like you haven't aged a single day, Master. I had been concerned for a long time after I heard that you had been injured during your tribulation transcendence. It's quite a relief to see that you're safe and well. Hee, a mere heavenly tribulation isn't enough to kill me. Alright, setting aside the pleasantries for now, I ordered to stay on the Holy Island in secret as a safety precaution. Now, I need you to give me a specific rundown of the situation on the Holy Island. I'm going to be staying here for some time, so I have to familiarize myself with the true situation on the island," Patriarch Ao Shao said as a serious look appeared on his face. The woman immediately did as she was told and commenced her report. "The current situation on the Holy Island is not very optimistic, and that's mainly due to the devilish." Patriarch Ao Shao listened intently to her report and asked questions for further elaboration whenever there was something that he didn't quite understand. The woman would give an answer if she had one, or merely shake her head in response to the questions that she didn't know the answer to. At the conclusion of her report, the woman abruptly fell silent, while Patriarch Ao Shao sat in his chair with a contemplative expression. Finally, Patriarch Ao Shao nodded with a pleased expression before continuing, "You've done very well, Liaoying. The years you spent on the Holy Island certainly haven't gone to waste. Is there any update on the person that I asked you to look into last time?" The woman's brows furrowed slightly and she was silent for a moment before replying in a truthful manner, "I've done my best to gather information on that man, but he hasn't ever set foot on the Holy Island, and there are many rumors about him, but very little detailed information that I could find. On top of that, he seems to be very focused on his cultivation and rarely interacts with anyone, which is probably why he was able to make such extraordinary progress in his cultivation base in such a short time. I've already organized all of the information that I have on him. Would you like me give it all to you now? Most of the information I have are unsubstantiated rumors, so do take care when reading through it. Regardless of whether the information is real or not, I have to take a look at it. It's only been less than 2,000 years since he ascended to the spirit realm, and he's already forged such a resounding reputation for himself. Most importantly, he's the main factor behind the flaws in Ling Long's mental state. Let me see exactly what makes him so special," Patriarch Ao Shao said as a cold look appeared in his eyes. The black-robed woman gave an affirmative response before raising a hand to release a ball of azure light. Patriarch Ao Shao made a grabbing motion and to draw the ball of azure light into his hand, then injected his spiritual sense into it. After a short while, he finished examining the information, but seemed to be rather displeased by what he had seen. "Why is there so little information? And most of this stuff is downright absurd. You're telling me that he was able to match a late body integration cultivator in battle at just the early body integration stage? Do you even believe this yourself? I've merely gathered all of the information on him that I could find. You'll have to decide whether the information is real or not. After all, you never ordered me to track him in person to gather more information, and now it's too late. He was hunted by devilish beings not long ago and has since disappeared," the woman replied in a serious manner. "He disappeared? Is that true? What a lucky little brat. His name is Han Li, right? How dare a mere ascended cultivator like him disrupt Ling Long's mental state? Because of him, she's been unable to make a breakthrough that should have come easily to her. He deserves to be killed thousands of times for what he's done," Patriarch Ao Shao said as a hint of killing intent flashed through his eyes. "If you really want him dead and he manages to return alive, I can take him out in your stead. That way, no one will be able to link his death to you," the woman suggested in a cold voice. Patriarch Ao Shao shook his head without any hesitation. "There's no need for that." The masked woman seemed to know a lot about Silvermoon's situation, and she asked in a slightly surprised manner, "Why is that? Has young Mistress Ling Long already been made aware of his existence?" "I've kept all news of this man a secret from her this entire time," and she's constantly been by my side, so she hasn't had any interaction with the outside world. However, she suddenly received news about this man a while back from a friend of hers, and thus she was made aware that he had ascended into the spirit realm and become a body integration cultivator. That's why she insisted on coming with me on this trip. If something happens to that Han brat, she'll inevitably suspect my involvement even if there's no evidence, and that would make it even more difficult for her to iron out her mental state. Of course, if he perishes by the hands of devilish beings, then that would be a different story altogether, Patriarch Ao Shao explained. That makes things rather troublesome. However, it's not impossible for me to make it so that he does perish by the hands of devilish beings, the masked woman chuckled in response, seemingly very eager to have Han Li killed. Don't even think about it, no means no. Our battle against the devilish army is about to commence. All body integration cultivators are extremely valuable resources that can't be expended without good reason. Otherwise I would have killed Tian Kuei already. In comparison with that Han brat, I'm far more eager to see him dead, Patriarch Ao Shao commanded in an implacable voice. In that case I won't meddle in this matter. Having said that, I really am very interested in this so-called freakish cultivation prodigy, the masked woman chuckled. Liao Ying, how many years have you been a shadow guard of mine? Patriarch Ao Shao suddenly asked. The masked woman faltered slightly upon hearing this before asking in a surprised manner, around 50,000 to 60,000 years now. Why do you ask, master? Back when I saved you from that spatial storm, you vowed to serve me for 100,000 years and signed a 100,000-year soul contract with me. I intend to transfer the remaining on the contract to Ling Long. What do you think? Patriarch Ao Shao asked in a serious voice. Master Ao Shao, I signed that soul contract as I was grateful to you for saving my life, but the main factor contributing to my decision was the fact that you're a Grand Ascension cultivator. Otherwise, I would have repaid you through an alternate method. The woman's brows furrowed slightly with displeasure upon hearing this. So the only reason you're against this is because Ling Long's cultivation base is lacking? Patriarch Ao Shao asked in a calm voice. Indeed. I've watched Ling Long grow up from a little girl, and I've become quite attached to her. As such, I would be more than willing to serve her, but her cultivation base is a little too lackluster. At the very least, she has to be at the body integration stage before I can consider this. As you know, there are some rules among us Liao beasts that even I can't go against. The woman sighed in a rather forlorn manner. Patriarch Ao Shao smiled and said, if that's the only issue, then you can rest assured. Ling Long will be able to progress to the body integration stage within the next century, and there's even a chance that she could reach the Grand Ascension stage in the future. What do you mean by that, Master Ao Shao? The masked woman asked as a hint of bewilderment flashed through her eyes. I haven't told you this yet, but Ling Long has already awakened the 7-star moon physique. In the end, his 2 junior martial brothers had detonated their own nascent souls to severely wound several of the high-grade devilish beings. Otherwise he would have most likely also perished at the scene. Even so, they were currently in a dire situation, and it seemed that he was only delaying the inevitable. The flying swords that he was wielding were the most prized treasures of the Huali sect, and even though they were powerful enough to stall the devilish cloud, wielding them required a vast amount of energy expenditure, and the elderly man's magic power had almost been completely spent. This was also why he hadn't continued to remain behind to keep the devilish cloud at bay. Even though most of the disciples of the sect had managed to escape, it would only be a matter of time before they were chased down. On top of that, this area had been taken over by the devilish army, so unless a miracle were to take place, it would be virtually impossible to truly escape. The more the elderly pondered the situation, the more his heart began to sink. He knew that they were in a virtually unsalvageable situation, but he could only hope against hope that they could somehow be saved. Thus, the group of Huali sect cultivators continued to flee, and soon the edge of the mountain range was in sight. At this point, around a dozen of the weakest disciples among them had already fallen behind and were about to be engulfed by the devilish cloud. Low roars rang out from the devilish beasts within the cloud, and menacing looks also appeared on the faces of the armored devilish warriors, while the lagging disciples' faces turned deathly pale. The sword-bearing elderly man heaved a forlorn internal sigh before turning around and hurtling directly toward the devilish cloud again. A burst of raucous laughter rang out from within the devilish cloud, following which 4 burly spatial tempering stage devilish beings emerged together. One of them was wielding a black devilish trident. It was none other than the high-grade devilish being that had just repelled the elderly man's flying sword. The other 3 devilish beings possessed powers that weren't inferior to this devil in the slightest. Just as the elderly man was about to reach the devilish cloud, the 4 devils hurtled their treasures upward in unison. A giant black trident, 2 white bone swords, a giant blue sword, and a mountainous yellow brick emerged in mid-air, then trapped the elderly man and forced him to stop. Immediately thereafter, the 5 treasures crashed violently toward the elderly man at the behest of the 4 devilish beings. A wry smile appeared on the elderly man's face upon seeing this, and he could only inject what little remained of his magic power into his 2 flying swords. A loud buzzing sound instantly rang out from the 2 swords, and they transformed into a pair of giant sword projections again, then conjured up a thick sword barrier that shielded him from above. These 2 flying swords were indeed remarkable treasures, but the collective attacks from those 4 devilish beings were nothing to be scoffed at either. Following a heavy blow from all 5 treasures, the sword barrier completely shattered, and the 5 treasures continued to descend toward him with devastating might. The elderly man's face paled even further upon seeing this, and in his desperation, he could only open his mouth to expel a burst of azure light as one final struggle. However, right at this moment, a cold male voice suddenly sounded nearby. "Humph, to think that even a few spatial tempering stage pieces of devilish trash dare to try and kill someone in my presence. Your lives will be the ones coming to an end here." As soon as the male voice trailed off, a loud thunderclap rang out, and a humanoid figure appeared no more than 10 feet away from the elderly man, then made a grabbing motion upward in a nonchalant-looking manner. The 5 devilish treasures that were descending from above abruptly shuddered before being repelled as if they had been struck by some kind of tremendous force. At the same time, the 4 high-grade devilish beings instantly lost control over their treasures, and this was naturally quite an alarming turn of events for them. Only then did they catch a clear glimpse of the humanoid figure beside the elderly man, and they discovered it to be a young man who appeared to be in his 20s. It was none other than Han Li. Before the high-grade devilish beings had a chance to seize back control over their treasures, spatial fluctuations erupted overhead, and a streak of golden light shot forth before rapidly revolving around them at an incredible speed, then appeared over 100 feet away in a flash. The golden light faded to reveal a yellow beast that was around 10 feet in size. The beast had a lithe and streamlined body, and it resembled a leopard with a pair of small green horns on its head. As soon as it appeared, it turned toward the 4 devilish beings with a derisive look in its eyes. Strangely enough, the 4 devilish beings remained rooted to the spot, and the expressions on their faces were also quite peculiar. In the next instant, countless thin gashes suddenly appeared over their bodies, and they fell apart as piles of dismembered body parts right before the elderly man's astonished eyes. Their blood rained down into the devilish cloud from above, and as soon as the low-grade devilish beasts within the devilish cloud came into contact with their blood, they were immediately driven insane and began to tear viciously into one another. The armored devilish warriors were completely stunned and horrified to see this, and one of them suddenly yelled out an order for retreat, upon which all of them instantly fled the scene as quickly as they could, leaving the frenzied horde of devilish beasts behind. Han Li's expression darkened upon seeing this. There was no way he was going to let these devilish beings escape. He immediately transmitted his voice to the leopard Kirin beast. "I'll leave these devilish beasts to you, I'll take care of those devilish warriors myself." The leopard Kirin beast nodded in response, then conjured up several tens of faint golden projections of itself, all of which pounced directly toward the low-grade devilish beasts like lightning. As for Han Li, he merely remained still on the spot before extending a hand out of his sleeve. He made a casual grabbing motion, and a ball of piercing golden lightning suddenly emerged amid a loud thunderclap. Immediately thereafter, he spread his fingers open, countless arcs of lightning that were as thick as human fingers erupted forth in all directions. Radiant golden light flashed, and the arcs of lightning reached the fleeing devilish beings in a flash before striking them viciously from behind. These low-grade devilish beings were naturally no match for the fearsome powers of the divine devil-bane lightning, and all of them were quickly reduced to dust amid rumbling thunderclaps and flashes of golden light. The nearby devilish cloud and devilish winds were also eradicated by the golden lightning, and at this point, all of the low-grade devilish beasts had also been reduced to piles of blood and flesh by the leopard Kirin beast. Everything had transpired within the span of just a few breaths, and before the elderly man even had a chance to react to the situation, all of their pursuers had been slain. Only then did the elderly man return to his senses, and he hurriedly turned to Han Li with an ecstatic look in his eyes. "Thank you for saving us, Senior. Are you an elder of Deep Heaven City?" "I guess I technically am," Where did all of you come from? Why did you come here instead of hiding somewhere more secure? Don't you know that the area around Deep Heaven City has already been taken over by devilish beings? Han Li asked in an indifferent manner. We are cultivators of the Huali sect. Unfortunately, the location of our sect was discovered by devilish beings, so we had no choice but to leave. We stumbled into an ambush near the teleportation formation up ahead, and we were almost all killed as a result, the elderly man hurriedly explained. So the teleportation formation up ahead really has been taken over by devilish beings, eh? Are there any other high-grade devilish beings up ahead aside from the ones I just killed? Han Li asked. There are a few more high-grade devilish beings near the teleportation formation, but all of them are injured. Otherwise, they would have pursued us as well, the elderly man replied in a truthful manner. I see. In that case, I'll have to take care of them quickly. Otherwise, if they receive news of what happened here, they could destroy the teleportation formation to prevent us from using it, Han Li murmured to himself with furrowed brows. The elderly man's expression also changed slightly upon hearing this. At this moment, the remaining Huali sect disciples were led toward the elderly man by the hideous elderly woman, and they were all appraising Han Li with awe and veneration in their eyes. Before they had a chance to say anything, Han Li waved a hand toward the leopard Kirin beast, and azure light flashed from his body as he hurtled directly toward the canyon up ahead. The leopard Kirin beast also quickly followed along as a streak of golden light. In the blink of an eye, the two of them vanished into the distance. The elderly woman hurriedly flew over to the elderly man with a solemn look on her face. What should we do, senior marshal brother? We follow that senior, of course. With him leading the way, we should be able to make it into Deep Heaven City. Follow me, everyone. This will be our final chance to make it to safety, the elderly man replied without any hesitation. The elderly woman immediately nodded in response. After quickly taking a few more pills to replenish his magic power, a slightly abnormal flush appeared on the elderly man's face, and he immediately flew toward the canyon, followed by all of the remaining disciples of the Huali sect. In contrast with the unease and anxiety they had been experiencing before, all of them were now filled with hope and excitement. A distance of less than 1,000 kilometers naturally didn't take very long to cover for cultivators like them, and a short while later they arrived near the canyon, but before they had a chance to descend toward it, they were greeted by an earth-shattering boom. Several streaks of azure sword chi erupted into the heavens from within the canyon, then vanished in a flash. Immediately thereafter, an anguished howl rang out, and a gust of black devilish winds swept out of the canyon, within which was a horned devilish shadow that was fleeing in a horrified manner. The elderly man and elderly woman exchanged a glance upon seeing this, and both of them could see their own elation mirrored in one another's eyes. It seemed that the senior they had just encountered had made short work of the high-grade devilish beings in the canyon as well. The elderly man immediately drew his flying swords while the woman opened her mouth to expel a remarkably thin silver flying blade. The two of them naturally intended to stop the devilish being's nascent soul from escaping. However, before they had a chance to do anything, a cold harumph rang out from within the valley, and a streak of sword chi that was over 100 feet shot forth before sweeping through the nascent soul. A cold light flashed, and the nascent soul was reduced to nothingness before it could even utter a single sound. The azure sword chi then faded into an azure flying sword that was only around a foot in length before flying back into the canyon. Han Li's indifferent voice then rang out from deep within the canyon. If you want to enter Deep Heaven City as well, then hurry up, the devilish reinforcements could get here at any moment. The elderly man was ecstatic to hear this and he immediately yelled, "Everyone full speed ahead." All of the cultivators immediately hurtled through the air as if their lives depended on it, descending straight into the canyon as streaks of spiritual light. Inside Deep Heaven City, two nascent soul stage guards were chatting idly as they stood at the entrance of a teleportation hall, which had been surrounded by many powerful restrictions. All of a sudden, one of the dozen or so teleportation formations in the hall began to radiate dazzling white light and emit bursts of loud buzzing sounds. Someone's teleporting into the city? Activate all of the restrictions right away and inform our superiors of this. One of the nascent soul stage guards immediately yelled in an alarmed manner. The other guard immediately flipped a hand over to produce a palm-sized blue formation plate, then slammed his other hand onto it. A burst of five-colored light erupted from the formation plate amid a dull thump, and all types of fluctuations instantly appeared around the entire hall. At the same time, light barriers and golden and silver runes emerged to seal off the entire hall. In a pavilion near the hall, over 100 meditating guards abruptly rose to their feet without any warning, then flew out of the pavilion as streaks of spiritual light. Spatial fluctuations suddenly emanated from the buzzing teleportation formation, following which an azure humanoid figure emerged. As soon as Han Li opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of around a dozen guards appraising him with wary expressions as if they were anticipating a battle, and he smiled as he said, "I've only been away for a few years. Have you all forgotten about me already?" The leader of the guards identified Han Li right away, and an ecstatic look appeared on his face as he said in a respectful manner, "Ah, it's Senior Han. This is fantastic news. I'll inform the elders right away. Many of the elders have left us with instructions to report back to them as soon as we receive any news about you." "I see. I'll be paying a visit to the elders in person. By the way, there will be some more people arriving through this teleportation formation," Han Li said in a nonchalant manner. The guard was rather surprised to hear this, but he still immediately bowed in response. "There are others? That's no problem, we'll be sure to take good care of them." As for why he still hadn't achieved his objective, this was partially due to the Ice Phoenix's unwillingness to oblige, and also due to the fact that he couldn't force himself upon her as he had to maintain his reputation in the eyes of the other body integration cultivators in the city. Of course, the reason why he dared to be so reckless in the first place had to be because he had thought that Han Li had already perished. Han Li contemplated the situation for a moment before asking, "What is fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix's stance on this? Is she against this?" Of course she's against this. In the beginning she constantly hid in the pagoda to avoid this Master Azure Dragon, but after that he somehow forced her to meet him a few times outside the pagoda. Senior Ice Phoenix was very careful and made sure to meet him only in places where there were many people around, but I heard that this Master Azure Dragon is becoming quite impatient and has threatened on multiple occasions to use force if Senior Ice Phoenix continues to resist. We've always been very concerned about this, but we know that the Elder of the city won't step in unless that Master Azure Dragon actually does something out of line. I'm assuming this is also why Master Azure Dragon had refrained from taking drastic measures up to this point. Qi Lingzi was clearly smarter than Haiyue Tian and offered his own analysis. Han Li nodded in response as a hint of killing intent flashing through his eyes. "Perhaps so. Do you know where this gathering is being held?" "I heard that it's going to be a small exchange convention held at the Origin Pocket Pavilion. However, only cultivators at or above the spatial tempering stage can attend the convention, so we were unable to accompany Senior Ice Phoenix," Haiyue Tian replied in a resigned manner. "You two wouldn't be able to make any difference even if you had accompanied her." "So be it, I'll make a trip there myself and bring her back," Han Li said with a dark expression before rising to his feet. He then flew directly out of the stone pavilion, and Qi Lingzi and Haiyue Tian were both quite startled by Han Li's abrupt departure as they hurriedly extended respectful parting salutes. When the two of them raised their heads again, Han Li was already nowhere to be seen. The two of them couldn't help but exchange a glance upon seeing this. "Master normally doesn't interact much with Senior Ice Phoenix. I didn't think he cared that much about her. Do you think Master has feelings for her? Perhaps we'll have to start referring to Senior Ice Phoenix as Mistress soon," Haiyue Tian said as a suggestive smile appeared on his face. Hee, it's best for us not to discuss our seniors like this, but it's certainly a possibility." Qi Lingzi was giving quite a straight-laced response, but the look on his face clearly indicated that he was very curious as well. Haiyue Tian naturally rolled his eyes at him upon seeing this. At this point Han Li was already several tens of kilometers away. He had stayed in Deep Heaven City for quite some time, and during that time he had visited the renowned Origin Pocket Pavilion on 2 or 3 occasions. The pavilion was rather far away from his stone pagoda, and he couldn't fly at full speed in the city, so it would take him some time to get there. As he was flying through the air, there was a contemplative look in his eyes, indicating that he seemed to be pondering something. The Origin Pocket Pavilion was a place for high-grade cultivators to meet up and hold discussions. Its owner was a body integration stage elder of Deep Heaven City, so no one dared to cause any trouble in the pavilion. As such, the pavilion had always had a good reputation among the cultivators of Deep Heaven City. Many cultivators would rent out a certain level of the pavilion if they were holding a small exchange convention or discussing some secretive matters, and the reputation of the pavilion placed everyone's hearts at ease. After flying for a long while, a lush forest that spanned an area of over 100 acres appeared up ahead. At the center of the forest were 4 pavilions, 1 large and 3 small. The largest pavilion was over 10,000 feet tall and wasn't any lesser in stature compared to the stone pagodas of Deep Heaven City. Even the 3 smaller pavilions were around 3,000 to 4,000 feet tall, presenting quite a majestic sight to behold. Han Li's expression remained unchanged at the sight of these pavilions, but he sped up by about twofold. At this moment, there were several yellow-robed nascent soul cultivators standing guard at the entrance of the first level of the tallest pavilion, chatting idly among themselves. All of a sudden, a blur flashed past their eyes, and something seemed to pass right by them and entered the pavilion. The guards were naturally very alarmed to see this, and they hurriedly turned toward the entrance while one of them instantly summoned an alarm-raising talisman. Right at this moment, a cold harumph rang out from the entrance, and a powerful burst of spiritual pressure swept forth from within. The air around the guards instantly tightened, and they were completely immobilized. Only then did they catch a glimpse of an azure-robed figure who had appeared in the hall on the first floor of the pavilion. Even though he had his back facing them, the spiritual pressure emanating from the azure-robed figure's body was completely unfathomable to them, and sweat began to pour down their faces. "Don't raise the alarm, I'm here for a friend. Once I find the person I'm looking for, I'll leave," the azure figure said in a calm yet implacable voice. In the next instant, the azure figure blurred and vanished into thin air, completely disregarding the restrictions in the pavilion. As soon as he vanished, the enormous spiritual pressure faded, and all of the guards regained their mobility. Who was that? How dare he barge straight into the Origin Pocket Pavilion? Does he not know who the owner of the pavilion is? A young guard yelled in an enraged manner as soon as he recovered his freedom. The other guards didn't say anything, but they also wore extremely dark expressions. "Humph, you should shut your mouth if you don't want to die," a blue-haired elderly man suddenly interjected in a low voice to cut off the young guard. The young guard faltered slightly upon hearing this before turning to the elderly man. "What do you mean by that, fellow Taoist? Do you know who that was?" "I do. All of you only recently joined this pavilion, so it's no surprise that you don't recognize him. I once had the honor of seeing this senior Han from afar, and he's a mid-body integration cultivator, so his cultivation base outstrips even that of the pavilion's owner," the elderly man said in a grim voice. "What? A mid-body integration cultivator?" The other guards all drew a sharp breath upon hearing this, and the young guard who had just spoken instantly turned deathly pale. For a mid-body integration cultivator, killing them wouldn't be much more difficult than crushing ants. If he were to be one to hold grudges. The young guard's back was already drenched in cold sweat. A thought suddenly occurred to one of the other guards and he exclaimed, "A mid-body integration stage senior with the Han surname? Could it be?" Following the commencement of the devilish tribulation, the boundary between humans and demons in the city had already been removed, which was why both sides were free to appear in any part of the city. Even so, most ordinary beings wouldn't stray out of their designated area for no good reason, and only high-grade beings would regularly traverse through both areas. The demonic beings among this group were all spatial tempering cultivators, so they naturally had the right to appear here. However, there really wasn't much creativity with the approaches they were taking. They were merely rattling off the same narrative about how Master Azure Dragon was a body integration cultivator, and that countless female cultivators in the city would be over the moon if they were chosen by Master Azure Dragon as a dual cultivation partner. However, regardless of what they said, the Ice Phoenix remained completely silent, and her frosty gaze made it seem as if she were trying to freeze the opposite wall solid. Xiao Hong's brows furrowed tightly upon seeing this, and after a while, a cold look appeared in her eyes as she said, "We've said everything we have to say, it's time for you to give us a verdict now. Are you willing to engage in dual cultivation with Senior Azure Dragon?" It seemed that she was the leader of the group of persuaders. The Ice Phoenix finally responded, but her words were as sharp as daggers. "I won't agree to this no matter what you say. Come to think of it, I find this to be rather strange. As a member of our demon race, shouldn't you be aware that engaging in dual cultivation with humans is strictly prohibited in our race? Are you not afraid that the Black Phoenix Demon Monarch will punish you for trying to extort me in Master Azure Dragon's stead in such a blatant manner?" Xiao Hong's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but her expression quickly returned to normal as she chuckled. "How silly of me to have forgotten to mention this. Senior Azure Dragon possesses a demonic bloodline, so he's a half-demon. It's just that he chose to remain in the human race and eventually became the Grand Elder of the Nine-Star Sect. As such, I'm not concerned about that at all. Besides, even if Senior Azure Dragon weren't a half-demon, our human and demon races must unite against the devilish army, so the demon monarchs and body integration stage elders will all turn a blind eye anyway. Having said that, your answer has been quite disappointing. You leave me with no choice but to defer you to someone else. Someone else. The Ice Phoenix's face immediately paled upon hearing this, and she seemed to have already guessed whom Xiao Hong was referring to. Sure enough, Xiao Hong immediately rose to her feet before turning to one of the side doors of the hall in a respectful manner. Senior Azure Dragon, we've done everything in our power, but it seems you'll have to convince fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix in person. I see. It seems I'll have to tame this disobedient little Ice Phoenix myself, even though I'm very reluctant to have to resort to something like this. A male voice rang out from the other side of the door, following which the door was opened, and a brocade-robed man strode into the room in an unhurried manner. The man appeared to be around 40 years of age and had a very authoritative appearance. He was holding a thick white book in his hand, and it was none other than Master Azure Dragon. You should be aware that you won't be able to get what you want if you force me to comply against my will. Besides, aren't you worried about what the other seniors in the city will think? The Ice Phoenix asked in a cold voice. If you had said this several days ago, perhaps I would have been a little concerned, but now, I've already cultivated a new ability that will make you comply willingly to me. As for the other fellow Taoists of Deep Heaven City, don't place your hope in them. I've already officially joined Deep Heaven City and became an elder yesterday. Do you think the panel of elders will turn against me in preference for someone who's already dead? Master Azure Dragon replied in a cold voice, completely doing away with all semblance of geniality. The Ice Phoenix's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and she heaved a faint sigh before suddenly raising a jade bowl in her hand, then waving it through the air like lightning. A white spatial rift instantly appeared and she immediately disappeared into the rift. Everything had happened far too quickly for Xiao Hong and her group to react in time, and when they tried to stop her, it was already too late. However, Master Azure Dragon's expression remained unchanged as he gently brandished his white book. Silver light flashed, and an ancient silver rune emerged from the book, then swelled to the size of a human head before drifting over to where the spatial rift had just vanished. A loud boom rang out, and the silver rune exploded, following which the space there shattered like a sheet of glass. A muffled groan rang out as the Ice Phoenix stumbled out of midair, and only after taking a few steps backward did she manage to just barely right herself. She then looked up at Master Azure Dragon, and even though her expression remained as cold as ever, a hint of despair had crept into her eyes. Humph, if you could get away right under my nose, then I'll spell my name backward from now on. Now then, are you going to allow these fellow Taoists to seal off your magic power, or are you going to make me do it? Master Azure Dragon asked with a haughty look on his face. Xiao Hong and the others instantly surrounded her from all sides, and the Ice Phoenix's heart sank even further. Just as Xiao Hong was about to spring into action, a cold male voice suddenly sounded within the hall. Oh, what's your name going to sound like when spelled backward? Would you be able to give me a verbal demonstration, fellow Taoist Azure Dragon? At the same time, a resounding boom rang out, and the door, which had been sealed tightly shut by multiple restrictions, suddenly exploded inward. Immediately thereafter, a violent burst of power surged into the room, and the two spatial tempering cultivators situated in front of the door were hurled up into the air like a pair of sandbags, then smashed heavily into the opposite wall. Unfortunately for them, the wall had also been reinforced by restrictions, and they weren't simultaneous cultivators as Han Li was, so they were instantly knocked out cold with blood. It seemed that even their nascent souls had been knocked unconscious by the impact. Everyone else was naturally very alarmed by this, and they immediately rushed away from the door. Master Azure Dragon's expression also changed drastically upon hearing this voice, whereas the Ice Phoenix immediately turned toward the entrance with elation in her eyes. The terrifying aura that had surged into the room receded, and an azure-robed young man walked in. It was none other than Han Li. "Brother Han, you're finally back," the Ice Phoenix said as an excited flush appeared on her face. Han Li nodded in response as he turned to the Ice Phoenix with a faint smile on his face. "Alright, seeing as everyone's here, let's all take a seat and discuss the matter at hand," Buddhist monk Jin Yu said. "You're asking me to take a seat with fellow Taoist Azure Dragon? I'll pass. I have no interest in wasting any further time with the likes of him," Han Li said with a cold expression. Master Azure Dragon's expression darkened even further upon hearing this. "How dare you insult me like this? If you want a fight, then I'll give you a fight." he yelled in a furious voice. I'm more than happy to oblige. Han Li replied without any hesitation, and azure light flashed from his body as he prepared to resume the battle. Hold on, fellow Taoists. Please listen to what I have to say. Fellow Taoist Silverlight may not be aware of the details behind this, but fellow Taoist Gu and I are both aware of what's been going on. It's just that the devilish army has recently increased the intensity of their assault against the city, so we haven't had a chance to step in. Come to think of it, we really must apologize to you, fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix, Buddhist Master Jin Yu said in an apologetic manner as he hurriedly stepped in again. The Ice Phoenix was indeed rather displeased with Buddhist monk Jin Yu and the other elders, but she displayed no sign of this. Instead, she replied in a respectful manner, Azure Dragon is the one behind this. It has nothing to do with you or anyone else, senior. Buddhist monk Jin Yu shook his head as he replied in an earnest manner, I may not be directly responsible for this, but as an elder of Deep Heaven City, I certainly can't shake off all responsibility. However, seeing as Azure Dragon is now also an elder of the city, I hope that you can let things slide, Brother Han. After all, Benefactor Azure Dragon did indeed do something wrong, but he hasn't caused any harm to fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix. How about we get fellow Taoist Azure Dragon to offer some spirit stones to Fairy Ice Phoenix as compensation? As for the sum of the spirit stones, I'll make sure that it's satisfactory to fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix. Do you think I'll be in need of spirit stones, fellow Taoist? Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. You naturally won't be in need of spirit stones, but I'm sure they'll be greatly welcomed for fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix. Of course, if you have some other conditions you can state them as well, Buddhist monk Jin Yu said. After pondering this proposition for a moment, Han Li didn't give an immediate response. Instead, he turned to the other two body integration stage elders and asked, Brother Gu, fellow Taoist Silverlight, what do you think? I normally wouldn't offer my opinion in something like this, but in the face of the pressure exerted on the city by the devilish army, I also hope that the two of you can set aside your differences to ensure the internal cohesion of the city isn't disrupted. Elder Gu replied in a slightly ambiguous manner. Han Li displayed no reaction to this wily response as he turned toward Fairy Silverlight. I only recently returned to the city, but I've heard some things about this, and I also think that fellow Taoist Azure Dragon has gone too far. However, every body integration cultivator is an extremely precious resource to the city, so I wouldn't want to see a battle between you two either. Having said that, I don't think spirit stones alone will be enough as compensation. I suggest fellow Taoist Azure Dragon offer fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix some additional treasures or materials that she requires as well, Fairy Silverlight suggested, and it was quite clear that she was taking Han Li's side. Humph, so all three of you are convinced that I'm in the wrong here, Master Azure Dragon harumphed coldly. I'm sure you know better than anyone else whether you're at fault, fellow Taoist. Are you going to make us find evidence against you? So we have some right here. Buddhist monk Jin Yu's expression also darkened slightly as he turned toward Xiao Hong's group in a calm manner. Xiao Hong and the others all lowered their heads upon hearing this and didn't dare to respond. Finally, Han Li turned to the Ice Phoenix and asked, What do you think, fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix? With so many seniors present, it's not in my place to say anything. I'll let you make the decision, Brother Han, Ice Phoenix replied. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he contemplated the matter for the moment before continuing. In that case, setting aside the aforementioned spirit stones and treasures, I have another condition. If he agrees, then I'll let things slide for now. What's your condition, fellow Taoist Han? Buddhist monk Jin Yu asked. It's very simple. I can't say that I'm rolling in wealth, but I'm certainly not missing spirit stones and treasures. My condition is for fellow Taoist Azure Dragon to take 3 attacks of mine without evading. After that, I'll let things slide, Han Li said as a cold look flashed through his eyes. What? You still want to fight, Brother Han? Buddhist monk Jin Yu was rather alarmed to hear this. It's not a fight, I'm only asking him to take 3 attacks from me. I think it would be more apt to refer to it as a sparring match, Han Li countered in an indifferent manner. After discussing this with Fairy Silverlight and Elder Gu for a short while, Buddhist monk Jin Yu turned to Master Azure Dragon. What do you think of this, fellow Taoist Azure Dragon? Master Azure Dragon hesitated momentarily before asking in a cautious manner, Is the usage of treasures permitted? Cultivators like you and me rely heavily on our treasures, so their usage is naturally permitted. What's the problem? We're both of the same cultivation base. Are you so unconfident in your own abilities that you don't even dare to take 3 attacks from me? Han Li asked with a hint of mockery in his voice. Master Azure Dragon hesitated momentarily before finally giving a cold harumph. There's no need to goad me, I agree to your condition. Just as Hanli had said, if he didn't even dare to take 3 attacks from another cultivator of the same cultivation base, then his reputation in Deep Heaven City would be swept to the ground. Good. Seeing as you have no objections either, let's find a place and settle this matter as quickly as possible. I don't want to waste any more time than is necessary on something like this, Hanli said with a cold look in his eyes. Sure, you pick the place. Master Azure Dragon replied without any hesitation. There should be a designated sparring venue here, right, fellow Taoist Gu? Hanli asked as he turned toward the gray-robed elderly man. Of course. Our Origin Pocket Pavilion has a private space established in a spatial rift. Even a body integration stage battle in the rift wouldn't affect the outside world, so it'll be perfect to facilitate your sparring match, Elder Gu replied. Buddhist monk Jin Yu's eyelids twitched slightly in response to the 3-attack agreement that had just been forged. All of the elders of the city had heard from Fairy Silverlight that Hanli was far more powerful than cultivators of the same cultivation base and had even managed to kill several devilish lords in succession. But if it were only 3 attacks, then Master Azure Dragon should be able to handle it. Otherwise, one could only say that Master Azure Dragon was nowhere near as powerful as his reputation suggested, and there would be no need for the panel of elders to continue protecting him at the risk of offending Hanli. After thinking through all of this, Buddhist monk Jin Yu tried his hand at persuasion again, but could only give up with a wry smile when his efforts failed to bear fruit. As for Fairy Silverlight and Elder Gu, the former was on Han Li's side, while the other didn't want to offend either side, so they naturally raised no objections either. Thus, they were led out of the hall by Elder Gu. However, just before departing, Han Li suddenly turned toward Xiao Hong and the others and said in a cold voice, "If I don't see you at my abode at the same time tomorrow, I'm sure you know the consequences that await you." After that, he strode out of the hall, and none of Xiao Hong's group dared to say anything in response. As for Buddhist monk Jin Yu and the others, they merely pretended not to have heard anything and didn't even look at Xiao Hong's group before departing. Master Azure Dragon took an expressionless glance at them before his departure, but didn't say anything in the end. Following the departure of Han Li and the others, a demonic cultivator with dense black fur all over his face immediately turned to Xiao Hong with a depressed expression. "What do we do, Fairy Xiao? Senior Azure Dragon seems to have no intention of standing up for us." "This is not what we agreed upon initially, fellow Taoist. You told us that Senior Azure Dragon had assured you that Senior Han had already passed away, and that Senior Azure Dragon would stand up for us, so there's no risk involved. I believe you owe us an explanation." Another human cultivator chimed in an urgent manner. The other remained silent, but all of them were also looking at Xiao Hong. "Do you think I can be exempt from all of this? I merely passed on Senior Azure Dragon's promise to all of you. How would I know that he would be so wary of Senior Han that he doesn't even dare to stand up for us? It's a good thing that all of us have powerful backers so that man couldn't just kill us on the spot. Having said that, we're definitely going to be punished tomorrow." Xiao Hong snapped in the face of all of the accusatory eyes being directed at her. "So you're saying we really do have to visit Senior Han tomorrow?" someone said in a hesitant manner. I suggest you don't try to run away. If you do that, Senior Han really will have a reason to kill us. When that time comes, even our seniors won't be able to protect us," Xiao Hong harumphed coldly. "You're right, fellow Taoist Xiao. Senior Han has most likely already planted spiritual sense marks within our bodies without our detection, so trying to escape would be akin to committing suicide. Besides, the devilish army has already surrounded Deep Heaven City. Where can we even go? I suggest you all set aside any funny ideas you're hatching and do as Senior Han instructs tomorrow. I have to inform one of my seniors of this, so I'll be taking my leave now," one of the more mature cultivators sighed before departing with a concerned look on his face. The rest of the group couldn't think of any alternatives either, so they could only depart in a gloomy manner as well. Thus, Xiao Hong was the only one left in the hall. She sat in her seat with furrowed brows for a long while, and her expression changed several times as she explored different potential alternatives in her mind, but in the end she also stomped her foot and departed in a resigned manner. As for everyone else, they had all gone back either to prepare lavish presents or to seek out their backers. At this point, Han Li and the others had already been led by Elder Gu to an even larger hall on the highest level of the pavilion. Han Li was currently appraising a small formation that had been set up at the direct center of the hall, and Elder Gu strode toward the formation before making a hand seal to cast several profound incantation seals into it. The spiritual light formed by the incantation seals vanished into the formation in a flash, following which the formation was activated amid a loud buzzing sound. Only then did Elder Gu turn to everyone else with a smile and said, "We can get to the sparring venue through this teleportation formation. Please follow me, fellow Taoists. This formation will be able to teleport all of us into the venue at once." "Sure," Han Li replied with a smile before drifting to the center of the formation. With his current level of powers, a spatial rift wasn't going to be enough to trap him, so he naturally had no inhibitions. Master Azure Dragon was unwilling to display any weakness, and he also flew into the formation as a ball of azure light. Buddhist monk Jin Yu shook his head in a resigned manner before following suit, and he was followed by the Ice Phoenix, whose brows were tightly furrowed. Elder Gu and Fairy Silver Light were the last ones to enter the formation, and as soon as the former stepped into the formation, he immediately made a hand seal. 5-colored light was instantly released by the formation before enveloping everyone, and Han Li felt his surroundings blur before he appeared in an unfamiliar place. He swept his gaze through the surrounding area to find that this was quite a large space that spanned several thousand acres in area. As was the case with all spatial rifts, the area was surrounded by murky gray spatial walls. There was a tall platform that had a diameter of over 1,000 feet at the center of the space, and there was faint spiritual light shimmering from the platform, clearly indicating that it had been fortified through the use of restrictions. There were also a dozen or so stone pillars standing around the platform, each of which was over 100 feet tall. There were extremely intricate patterns engraved on the surfaces of these pillars, and there were also top-grade spirit stones embedded into them as well, creating quite a lavish sight to behold. Fairy Silver Light was immediately able to identify the formation, and she exclaimed, "This is the heavenly bipolar formation. You sure made a heavy investment into this place, Brother Gu. With this formation in place, it'll indeed be very difficult for a body integration stage battle to affect the outside world." A hint of surprise also appeared on Buddhist monk Jin Yu's face. "Hehe, you're far too kind, fellow Taoist Silver Light. I have to test out some abilities and cultivation arts from time to time, so I decided to make this investment." Elder Gu was speaking in a modest manner, but there was a hint of smugness in his eyes. Han Li appraised this setup through narrowed eyes for a moment before flying onto the platform as a streak of azure light. The azure light faded in mid-air, and Han Li was revealed again before turning toward Master Azure Dragon with a cold expression. "Do I need to invite you onto this platform, fellow Taoist Azure Dragon?" Master Azure Dragon's expression darkened as he harumphed coldly, and he abruptly stepped forward, upon which his body was hoisted up into the air by a burst of azure chi. He drifted lightly over to the platform, then descended upon it across from Han Li. Elder Gu immediately flipped a hand over to produce a silver jade plate upon seeing this, then tossed it toward the platform. The jade plate transformed into a silver ball of light that hovered high up in the air, and Elder Gu pointed a finger at it from afar while chanting an incantation. A loud rumbling boom rang out, and piercing light erupted from the spirit stones embedded onto the stone pillars. At the same time, a pillar of light shot forth from the top of each stone pillar before converging toward the silver ball of light. In the next instant, the silver ball of light exploded, releasing specks of silver light that transformed into a dense light barrier that encompassed the entire platform. Not only was the light barrier shimmering with silver light, there were countless white runes surging out of it, basking the entire stone platform in a mysterious white glow. "All right, the restriction is ready. We won't be affected no matter how fierce their battle becomes now," Elder Gu said as he turned to Buddhist monk Jin Yu with a smile. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Gu. Hopefully this is going to be nothing more than a casual sparring match," Buddhist monk Jin Yu said in a concerned manner. "Rest assured, fellow Taoist, if it's only 3 attacks, then fellow Taoist Azure Dragon will definitely be able to endure it. I'm sure both of them will be displaying their true power during this sparring match. I'm very much looking forward to this. In particular, I heard that fellow Taoist Han has killed several devilish lords. I'm sure he'll put on a spectacular display for us," Elder Gu said with a faint smile. Buddhist monk Jin Yu merely heaved another resigned sigh in response. As for the Ice Phoenix, she was appraising Han Li with a concerned look on her face. "Are you ready? Here I come," Han Li said in a cold voice as a hint of baleful aura began to emanate from his body. Almost at the exact same moment, he clenched his fists and a loud thunderclap rang out. Golden lightning erupted from his arms, then converged to form a pair of menacing golden lightning pythons that sprang up into the air. Divine Devilbane Lightning? I'm not a devil Dao cultivator. What is that lightning going to do to me? Master Azure Dragon harumphed coldly as he raised his hand, and a clear ringing sound erupted from the book that he was holding. It then transformed into a 5-colored light barrier before him, and immediately thereafter, he flipped his hands over to summon a pair of giant brushes, one golden and one silver, each of which was around 10 feet in length. Despite what he was saying, he didn't dare to treat Han Li with any complacency and immediately summoned his bonded treasures. Han Li remained completely expressionless as he swept both sleeves through the air to release 72 small azure swords, which then combined as one at his behest to form a giant azure sword that was over 100 feet in length. He then pointed toward the 2 golden lightning pythons from afar, and a rumbling thunderclap rang out as the 2 pythons abruptly pounced toward the giant sword before vanishing into it in a flash. The giant azure sword instantly swelled to over 1,000 feet in size, and countless arcs of golden lightning erupted from within it in a frenzy. However, that wasn't all. Han Li looked up at the huge sword before opening his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames, and as soon as it emerged, the silver fireball transformed into a silver fire raven. The fire raven flapped its wings and swelled drastically to around 10 feet in size before also flying toward the massive sword like a speeding arrow. In the next instant, a layer of silver flames appeared over the surface of the entire giant sword, following which Han Li uttered the word, slash. As soon as his voice trailed off, the massive sword immediately came crashing down toward Master Azure Dragon. It wasn't descending very quickly, but it was radiating a scorching aura that instantly turned the space down below red hot, as if it had been set alight. Master Azure Dragon's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and bright light erupted from the tips of his 2 brushes, following which countless ancient runes surged forth in a frenzy. All of the runes were shimmering with spiritual light, and they combined as one before sweeping upward as a burst of golden and silver light. A loud thunderclap rang out as the giant sword clashed with the golden and silver light, and virtually the entire platform was inundated by golden lightning and silver flames. The explosion of scintillating light forced the onlookers to look away as bursts of shockwaves erupted forth in all directions. The stone platform tremored violently, and ripples ran along the surface of the silver light barrier overhead, as if it were about to crack at any moment. All of the spectating cultivators drew a sharp breath upon seeing this. Han Li's first attack was far more powerful than they had anticipated, and Elder Gu's expression changed slightly as he immediately flicked his fingers through the air, casting a series of incantation seals toward the surrounding stone pillars. These incantation seals transformed into streaks of light that vanished into the pillars in a flash, and the pillars of light stemming from the tops of the pillars became around twice as thick as before, fortifying the light barrier so that it became as solid as it originally had been. As a result, the stone platform also instantly recovered its stability. Moments later, the scintillating light encompassing the entire stone platform finally faded, and Han Li and Master Azure Dragon were revealed again. Han Li had his hands clasped in an expressionless manner, and he was still hovering at the exact same spot as before. In contrast, Master Azure Dragon had descended onto the stone platform. The 5-colored light barrier before him had vanished, leaving only a tattered white book in its wake. At the same time, his 2 brushes had also dimmed significantly and seemed to have lost a lot of their spiritual nature. As for Master Azure Dragon himself, he appeared to be completely unscathed, but his face had turned quite pale, and it was clear that Han Li had gained the absolute upper hand. Buddhist monk Jin Yu and Elder Gu couldn't help but exchange a glance upon seeing this, and both of them could see their own astonishment mirrored in one another's eyes. They knew that Han Li was supposed to be more powerful than Master Azure Dragon, but it still came as quite a shock to them that he was able to force Master Azure Dragon down onto the ground with just a single attack. They couldn't help but wonder if Han Li were truly that unfathomably powerful, or if Master Azure Dragon were simply too weak. Han Li chuckled coldly as he waved a hand through the air, and spatial fluctuations erupted nearby, following which countless small azure swords emerged out of thin air before flying back into his body. He had gained the upper hand during that last clash, but the giant azure sword had been shattered, and he had no intention of using his flying swords for the second attack, so he naturally recovered all of them. Immediately thereafter, he made a hand seal, and his body began to swell drastically in size as a layer of golden fur appeared over his skin. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a giant golden ape that was several tens of feet tall. The giant ape was extremely menacing in appearance, and it let loose a thunderous roar as it thumped its own chest with its fists, then swelled even further to several hundred feet in stature. It turned toward Master Azure Dragon with a bone-chilling gaze, and Master Azure Dragon's expression changed slightly before he yelled in an enraged manner, "Do you think you're the only one with a transformation technique? Have a taste of my Azure Dragon avatar." As soon as his voice trailed off, he laid a hand onto the top of his own head, and a pillar of azure light erupted from his head before transforming into an Azure Dragon projection. He then swept a sleeve through the air to release 7 small black swords, all of which plunged into various parts of his body like lightning. Immediately thereafter, he opened his mouth to expel 7 balls of blood essence, all of which disappeared into the 7 swords. In the next instant, the 7 swords vanished, but countless crimson threads suddenly erupted from all over his body, binding around the Azure Dragon projection in a flash before abruptly pulling it downward. The Azure Dragon projection instantly combined as one with Master Azure Dragon, and he let loose a low roar as azure scales appeared all over his limbs and face. White light flashed above his head, and a pair of green horns emerged, while a giant azure tail sprouted out of his back. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a half-demon monster. I had heard that fellow Taoist Azure Dragon was a half-demon, so this transformation isn't all that remarkable, but what's this transformation technique that fellow Taoist Han is using? Buddhist monk Jin Yu asked with a curious expression. It doesn't seem like an ordinary transformation technique. Could it be that fellow Taoist Han also possesses true spirit blood? Elder Gu speculated. That doesn't sound very plausible. Fellow Taoist Han is an ascended cultivator, and true spirits have been extinct for countless years in the lower realms. There's no way that he could have inherited a true spirit bloodline, Fairy Silverlight said with a shake of her head. Perhaps fellow Taoist Han obtained the spirit blood after ascending to the spirit realm. In any case, the next attack is definitely going to be far more powerful than the last one. Fellow Taoist Gu, will the restriction be able to withstand the impact? Buddhist monk Jin Yu asked in a concerned manner. Rest assured, fellow Taoist, there won't be any issues, Elder Gu replied in a confident manner. I certainly hope so. Buddhist monk Jin Yu was clearly a lot less confident, but he didn't force the issue and fell silent as a wry smile appeared on his face. At this moment, the giant golden ape sprang into action. It made a grabbing motion with its giant furry hands, and a ball of spiritual light emerged within each of its hands. The balls of spiritual light then transformed into a pair of small mountains, one black and one azure, and it was clear that they were extraordinary treasures. Han Li let loose a deafening roar before violently hurling the pair of small mountains downward, and an explosive boom rang out as the mountains transformed into 2 streaks of light. The space before the 2 streaks of light warped violently, and a piercing whistling sound rang out as the mountains arrived right above Master Azure Dragon in a flash. 2 enormous bursts of invisible force descended upon Master Azure Dragon, and the air immediately tightened around him, immobilizing him in the process. He was naturally very alarmed by this and immediately let loose a loud roar, upon which bright azure light erupted from his body. All of his scales also instantly stood up on end, and a burst of tremendous power surged out of his body, allowing him to recover his mobility. Immediately thereafter, he reached out with his dragon claws viciously toward the pair of descending mountains. Among all true dragons, the Azure Dragon's physical prowess ranked among the top 3. This Azure Dragon avatar of his couldn't compare with an actual Azure Dragon, but due to the presence of the Azure Dragon bloodline within his body, his physical constitution was far more powerful than the average human. Not only was his entire body as resolute as a top-grade treasure, after activating his true dragon bloodline, he could attain a part of the Azure Dragon's enormous power. However, in the instant that his claws came into contact with the pair of mountains, he immediately regretted his decision. He had thought that his claws would have been able to crush the pair of mountains into rubble, but instead, it was his claws that were shattered by the mountains. He immediately withdrew his arms like lightning, then opened his mouth to expel a ball of azure light. The ball of light struck one of the mountains while he swept his tail toward the other mountain like a giant whip. 2 resounding booms and a muffled groan rang out, and Master Azure Dragon flew back like a tossed rag, backtracking over 10 steps before just barely managing to steady himself. An astonished look had appeared on his face, and he opened his mouth to say something, only to throw up a mouthful of black blood instead. With the recent improvement in Han Li's power, his giant mountain ape transformation was now far more fearsome than back in the Battle of Heavenly City. Even if his strength couldn't compare with that of an actual giant mountain ape, he still possesses around 30% to 40% of its strength, and that, in conjunction with the 2 extreme mountains, was far too much for Master Azure Dragon to handle. Thus he was immediately sent flying by the pair of mountains. If it weren't for the fact that he had instinctively withdrawn his hands in time and summoned a treasure to save himself, not only would his fingers have been shattered, his arms would have been snapped as well. Even so, excruciating pain was spearing through all of his meridians, and he was unable to muster up most of his magic power. Right at this moment, a ferocious light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he abruptly stepped, covering a distance of over 1,000 feet in a single step, thereby taking him to only several tens of feet away from Master Azure Dragon. Third attack. Han Li's cold voice rang out, and his giant furry fist was thrust violently through the air. Master Azure Dragon's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he immediately tried to unleash some type of cultivation art to take evasive measures, only for a bone-chilling harumph to suddenly ring out in his heart. Master Azure Dragon felt as if a thunderclap had erupted right within his ears, and a sharp pain stabbed into his mind. He gave a muffled groan and was rendered completely unable to muster up any magic power. Meanwhile, an astonishing baleful aura erupted from Han Li's body as his giant golden fist hurtled directly toward Master Azure Dragon's head. Even before the fist had struck its target, Master Azure Dragon was struck by a sense of asphyxiation from the enormous pressure it was giving off. With Han Li's incredible strength in his giant ape form, Master Azure Dragon's head would definitely be pulverized by this punch, even in his half-demon form. Master Azure Dragon was still reeling from Han Li's spirit-stun thorn, so he was completely unable to evade or defend himself, and a horrified look appeared on his face. However, as a body integration cultivator, he naturally had a few life-saving trump cards up his sleeve. White light flashed, and a translucent shield flew out of his body before positioning itself in front of him. At the same time, all of his scales instantly shrank to form a suit of azure armor that encased his entire body. These 2 layers of defenses were more than enough against the average body integration cultivator's attacks, but they were destroyed with ease by the giant ape's golden fist. Golden light flashed as the translucent shield was shattered amid a resounding boom, following which the golden fist struck the suit of azure armor. All of a sudden, an azure dragon projection erupted forth and pounced directly toward the golden fist, but right at this moment, the giant fist transformed into a golden vortex that was around 10 feet in size. The vortex released a burst of incredible tearing force, and the azure dragon projection was instantly torn to shreds. In the instant that the projection was vanquished, the suit of azure armor also crumbled away. The golden vortex then reverted back into a giant golden fist that hurtled directly toward Master Azure Dragon's head, and the killing intent imbued within it was detectable even to the cultivators outside the light barrier. Master Azure Dragon's face had become deathly pale under the illumination of the golden light being released by the fist. Fellow Taoist Han, no. Stop, Brother Han. All of the cultivators outside the light barrier immediately cried out in a horrified manner. In the next instant, the giant golden fist glanced past Master Azure Dragon's ear before striking the stone platform behind him. What everyone had failed to notice was that a hair-thin object had shot forth out of the golden fist and instantly vanished into Master Azure Dragon's ear just as it was passing by his face. The entire stone platform tremored violently, and a giant crater that was around 10 feet deep appeared while the surface of the restriction flashed violently with spiritual light. Master Azure Dragon's face was completely devoid of color, and he could only stare in silence as the giant ape slowly withdrew its fist. Everyone outside the light barrier heaved a collective sigh of relief upon seeing this. Han Li reverted back to his human form amid a flash of golden light, then turned to Master Azure Dragon with undisguised killing intent in his eyes. I don't care how you came to Deep Heaven City and how you became an elder. I don't want to see you here 3 days from now. If you haven't left Deep Heaven City by then, I suggest you pick a burial site for yourself. After that, Han Li flew off the stone platform as a streak of azure light before landing beside the ice phoenix. Buddhist monk Jin Yu hurriedly tried to say something, but Han Li cupped his fist in a salute and said, "Fellow Taoists, I've done everything I came here to do. I've only just returned to the city and have some matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave now." As soon as his voice trailed off, he swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of azure light, which swept up both the ice phoenix and himself, then carried them both over to the teleportation formation. Following a burst of rumbling from the formation, both of them vanished. Han Li hadn't given Buddhist monk Jin Yu and Elder Gu any chance to try and mediate the situation. Before the two had a chance to say anything, Han Li and the ice phoenix had already left. Elder Gu was silent for a long while before turning to Buddhist monk Jin Yu with a wry smile. Looks like fellow Taoist Han wasn't joking. Benefactor Han has gone too far here. No matter what differences there are between them, Master Azure Dragon is already an elder of our city. How can he leave Deep Heaven City just because fellow Taoist Han told him to? Rest assured, fellow Taoist Azure Dragon, I'll visit fellow Taoist Han with a few other fellow Taoists to convince him not to take such drastic measures, Buddhist monk Jin Yu said with a shake of his head. Only then did Master Azure Dragon return to his senses, and his face was still completely devoid of color as he shook his head in response. There's no need for that. I lost to fellow Taoist Han. Even if he didn't ask me to leave, I would be too ashamed to remain in the city. I'll leave the city tomorrow and will no longer be an elder. Thankfully, not many people knew that I had joined the city, so my departure won't cause much of a disturbance. After that, he vanished from the stone platform as a ball of azure light, then also teleported out of this space using the teleportation formation. Buddhist monk Jin Yu and Elder Gu exchanged a glance, and both of them were temporarily rendered speechless. Looks like fellow Taoist Azure Dragon has been dealt a heavy blow, Elder Gu sighed. His reaction makes sense. Conflict has already arisen between him and fellow Taoist Han, and he's clearly no match for fellow Taoist Han's powers. If I were in his place I would also leave the city, Buddhist monk Jin Yu said in a resigned manner. Are we really just going to allow a mid-body integration cultivator to leave our Deep Heaven City? That will be a massive loss to the panel of elders. Fellow Taoist Han may be far more powerful than fellow Taoist Azure Dragon, but he has no intention of joining the panel of elders, Elder Gu said in a hesitant voice. Let's visit the other fellow Taoists and see if we can come up with a way to keep him. Having said that, with the devilish army piling so much pressure on the city, fellow Taoist Han is more important to our city at the moment. Besides, Azure Dragon has already developed a sense of fear and wariness toward fellow Taoist Han. I think it's going to be very difficult to change his mind, Buddhist monk Jin Yu sighed. In any case we still have to give it a try. I'll contact the other fellow Taoists and invite them here right away, Elder Gu said as he flipped a hand over to summon a stack of voice transmissions talismans. Buddhist monk Jin Yu merely nodded in agreement as a contemplative look appeared on his face. Meanwhile, Han Li was taking the Ice Phoenix back to his abode. Han Li flew on ahead with his hands clasped behind his back, looking into the distance in silence. The Ice Phoenix was situated behind him with a complex expression, and she didn't say anything either. Several hours later, the streak of azure light returned to the top floor of the stone pagoda. Qi Lingzi and Hai Yuetian were beginning to grow rather impatient from waiting, and they immediately extended ecstatic bows toward Han Li upon witnessing his return with the Ice Phoenix. Master, Senior Ice Phoenix, welcome back. Did you have a smooth trip, Master? Hai Yuetian asked in an excited manner. I did. You two can go and rest now. I have some things that I'd like to discuss with fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix in private, Han Li instructed. Yes, Master. Qi Lingzi and Hai Yuetian immediately gave an affirmative response before departing after extending another respectful bow. Thus, Han Li and the Ice Phoenix were only ones left in the hall. Please take a seat, fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix. That must have been quite the ordeal for you, Han Li said with a smile as he sat down on the main seat. Thank you, Brother Han. Indeed, I thought I was done for. Never did I think that a body integration cultivator like Azure Dragon would do something so brazen and underhanded, the Ice Phoenix said with a wry smile as she sat down beside Han Li. Under normal circumstances, perhaps he would be more inclined to uphold his reputation, but in the midst of this devilish tribulation, he's naturally willing to cast all that aside for the opportunity to become more powerful. I'm guessing that if he weren't wary of me, he most likely would have gone after you even earlier than this, Han Li replied. Is Azure Dragon really going to leave Deep Heaven City? Even if he were willing, surely the panel of elders wouldn't be willing to let him go. After all, a mid-body integration cultivator is currently an extremely prized asset to Deep Heaven City, the Ice Phoenix said in a concerned manner. A prized asset? He couldn't even take 3 attacks from me. Do you think the panel of elders will actually hold him in high regard? Under normal circumstances, the panel of elders will perhaps exert pressure on me to prevent this from happening to maintain their authority, but now that the devilish army has surrounded the city, I'm sure they know who's more important to the city between Azure Dragon and myself. I'm guessing that they'll send some people to try and persuade Azure Dragon to stay as a mere formality, then let him go when he insists on leaving, Han Li said with a nonchalant smile. You're right, the panel of elders wouldn't dare to do anything to antagonize you at a time like this. However, that azure dragon is undoubtedly going to be extremely resentful toward you. You'll have to be wary of him in the future. Of course, you won't have anything to fear, but he could target your disciples, the Ice Phoenix cautioned. It's all right, Azure Dragon won't trouble anyone ever again, Hanli replied with a mysterious smile. What? You don't mean? With the Ice Phoenix's intelligence, she was naturally immediately able to read between the lines, and her heart jolted with shock. He's a very petty man. I'm not going to allow such a toxic enemy to live on in this world. Otherwise, who knows what troubles could arise in the future. Hanli said in a cold voice. I'm sure you're more than powerful enough to put an end to Azure Dragon's life, but surely the panel of elders won't allow you to do something like this. Besides, no matter how discreetly you do this, the panel of elders will still suspect you for foul play, the Ice Phoenix said in a hesitant manner. I won't do this in the city, and I'll have someone else take him out in my stead, Hanli replied with a faint smile. A hint of surprise appeared on the Ice Phoenix's face before she hurriedly cautioned. You have an ally who's capable of doing this? Please do exercise caution, Brother Han. That Azure Dragon may be no match for you, but he's still a mid-body integration cultivator. It'll most likely be very difficult for other people to kill him. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix. I'll make sure that the job gets done, Hanli replied in a confident manner, then swept a sleeve through the air to release a ball of yellow light, which then transformed into a little girl who appeared to be around 2 or 3 years of age. The little girl had fair skin and a pair of large black eyes that were extremely adorable to behold. Go and keep an eye on Azure Dragon. If I'm not mistaken, he'll most likely leave the city before the 3-day time limit runs out. Follow him out of the city, then put an end to him in a secluded location, Hanli instructed. The little girl's lips didn't move, but a tender female voice suddenly rang out in the hall. You make it sound so simple. I can keep an eye on him with no issues. With my current powers, I can conceal myself even from the average late-body integration cultivator. However, I don't think I have the power to put an end to his life. I only just went through metamorphosis, so my powers won't outstrip his by much. Master Azure Dragon has already been wounded by me. Even if he immediately takes pills to try and recover, he won't be able to make a full recovery anytime soon. On top of that, I planted something in his body so he'll only be able to unleash around 30% of his powers at most. In his current state, you'll be more than enough to put an end to him, Hanli said with a hint of a smile on his face. Oh, in that case, I don't have any further issues. The little girl gave an adorable smile before vanishing on the spot amid a flash of golden light. Brother Han, who was that? Ice Phoenix couldn't help but ask. That was a spirit beast of mine. It only underwent metamorphosis recently, Hanli replied. Your spirit beast? From the sounds of it, it also seems to be at the body integration stage, the Ice Phoenix said with a stunned expression. It is indeed at the early body integration stage, but it's inherited some of the bloodline of the true spirit Kirin, so even the average mid-body integration cultivator won't be a match for it, Hanli replied in a truthful manner. A wry smile appeared on the Ice Phoenix's face upon hearing this. I finally understand why you're not concerned about repercussions from the panel of elders now. With that spirit beast to assist you, you're most likely the undisputed #1 cultivator of Deep Heaven City. I wouldn't dare to claim such a title. Deep Heaven City has protected the human and demon races for hundreds of thousands of years. Surely you don't think that the city is only as powerful as it appears on the surface, fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix. Who knows how many powerful cultivators there are lurking beneath the surface? Hanli replied with a solemn shake of his head. Have you heard some rumors, Brother Han? The Ice Phoenix asked in a surprised manner. No, I'm merely speculating. All right, let's not dwell on this topic any longer. Everything will be made clear once the devilish army officially commences their attack on the city, but prior to that, I'm going to require your assistance, fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix, Hanli said with a serious expression. The Ice Phoenix faltered slightly upon hearing this before a thought immediately occurred to her, and a faint blush appeared on her face. Are you referring to? That's right. I encountered some peril during my trip, but also some opportunities as well, and I can begin attempting a breakthrough to the late body integration stage, so I'll have to borrow your heavenly phoenix origin Chi, Hanli confirmed. The blush of the Ice Phoenix's face quickly faded, and she said in a solemn manner, if you hadn't stepped in to save me, I would have been reduced to a mere spirit beast, and there's certainly no way I could have reached the spatial tempering stage so quickly, so it's only right for me to repay you for your kindness. When do you plan to go into seclusion, Brother Han? If I had full confidence in my ability to break through this bottleneck, I wouldn't have asked this of you. If I can succeed in my breakthrough, you'll definitely be the most significant contributor. As for when I'm going into seclusion, that answer to that would naturally be as soon as possible. Once the leopard Kirin beast returns, I'll go into seclusion right away, Hanli replied. The Ice Phoenix nodded in response. Thus, the two of them chatted for a while longer before the Ice Phoenix stood up to depart. Hanli accompanied her out of the hall, then returned to his cultivation chamber to meditate. At the same time, Master Azure Dragon was seated on a wooden chair in the hall of a small stone pagoda that was around 1,000 feet tall. His face was quite pale, and he was surrounded by a dozen or so cultivators, all of whom seemed to possess powerful cultivation bases. Not far away from Master Azure Dragon sat a beautiful female cultivator who appeared to be around 27 to 28 years of age. She was none other than the only other remaining body integration cultivator of Heavenline City, Fairy Lin Wan. She could sense Master Azure Dragon's severely weakened aura, and she heaved a faint forlorn sigh. Have you really decided to go to the Holy Sovereign City, fellow Taoist Azure Dragon? We are the only remaining Grand Elders of our 4 great sects. If you leave now, I'll truly be all alone in this city. I don't want to leave either, but that man is forcing me to go, so I have no choice. You've seen him in action. Even if we were to join forces against him, we still most likely wouldn't be a match for him, Master Azure Dragon said as a hint of resentment flashed through his eyes. Why did you insist on pursuing that fairy Ice Phoenix, fellow Taoist Azure Dragon? I've always been rather curious about this. She is indeed quite a beauty, but surely that's not enough to make you take such a huge risk. I know you're not a promiscuous individual. Is there some other reason behind this? Fairy Lin Wan asked with furrowed brows. There are indeed some reasons that I can't reveal, but there's no point in talking about this now. I'm going to leave tonight so that bastard has no opportunity to hunt me down before I go. If it weren't for the fact that I intend to leave my disciples to you, I wasn't planning to tell anyone about this, Master Azure Dragon said with a wry smile. Our 4 great sects have always been a unified entity. Even if you hadn't said anything, I would have still looked after the disciples of your 9-star sect in your stead. I'm sure the elders of the city wouldn't stoop to oppressing these juniors. Come to think of it, it may not be a bad thing that you're going to the Holy Sovereign City. This way we can avoid putting all of our eggs in one basket, and if something happens to either of us, the other can preserve the heritage of our 4 great sects, Fairy Lin Wan said after a brief silence. I had those considerations in mind as well. Alright, I won't delay here any longer. I'll be taking my leave now, and I'll leave you with all of my disciples except for 2 of them. Listen up, during my absence, all of you must follow fellow Taoist Lin's instructions, understood? Master Azure Dragon instructed as he rose to his feet. Yes, Grand Elder, the dozen or so disciples replied in unison. Master Azure Dragon nodded before cupping his fist in a salute toward Lin Wan, then immediately departed, followed by 2 of his disciples. Lin Wan looked on at the trio's departing figures and shook her head in a forlorn manner. Several hours later, Master Azure Dragon and his 2 disciples arrived at the teleportation hall of Deep Heaven City, and the guards immediately rushed out to greet him. We pay our respects to Elder Azure Dragon. May I ask why you've come here, Elder? The spatial tempering stage leader of the guards asked in a respectful manner. He was clearly aware of the fact that Master Azure Dragon had already become an Elder of Deep Heaven City. Activate the teleportation formation right away. I have to leave the city to do something, Master Azure Dragon instructed in an implacable voice. What? You're planning to use the teleportation formation? May I ask if you have a permit from the panel of elders? The spatial tempering cultivator asked in a hesitant manner. I'm an elder of the city, and I demand to use the teleportation formation. Master Azure Dragon repeated in a cold voice. Forgive me, Elder Azure Dragon, but the panel of elders passed down a strict order 2 days ago, stating that all cultivators who wished to use the teleportation formations had to receive permission from the panel of elders first. If I were to go against this order, then all of us would be punished severely. Please don't make our job more difficult than it has to be, the spatial tempering cultivator said with furrowed brows. Master Azure Dragon's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and after a moment of contemplation he said, I see. In that case, I'll go and request a permit from the panel of elders. Thank you for your consideration, Elder Azure Dragon, we are truly great. Senior Azure Dragon, what are you doing? The spatial tempering cultivator had just heaved a sigh of relief when the air suddenly tightened around him, and he was completely immobilized. All of the other guards had also been bound by the same burst of invisible restrictive power, and expressions of shock and horror appeared on all of their faces. "No need to be alarmed, I have something that I need to do, and I can't afford to be delayed here," Master Azure Dragon said with a cold expression. He then raised a hand and a white jade badge suddenly appeared in his grasp. He waved the badge toward the restrictions behind the gate of the hall, and a pillar of white light shot forth to nullify the restrictions. A hint of elation appeared in Master Azure Dragon's eyes upon seeing this, and he immediately led his disciples onto one of the smaller teleportation formations in the hall. A buzzing sound rang out as the formation was activated, and Master Azure Dragon's trio vanished amid a flash of white light. Only then did the guards regain their mobility, and the spatial tempering cultivator immediately yelled in a panicked manner, "Inform the panel of elders of what happened here and repair the restrictions right away." Some of the guards hurriedly pulled out communication formation plates, while the rest summoned a series of formation treasures to repair the damaged restrictions. Thus, the entire teleportation hall was plunged into a state of complete chaos. Right at this moment, a faint buzzing sound rang out from the teleportation formation that Master Azure Dragon had just used, and it was activated once again. Immediately thereafter, an extremely diminutive figure was also teleported away amid a flash of white light, and none of the guards were able to identify what it was. "Did someone else teleport away just now?" one of the guards asked in an uncertain manner, wondering if his eyes had played tricks on him. Meanwhile, Master Azure Dragon and his two disciples were flying through a bluestone passageway erected in the belly of a mountain. After just a few flashes, they emerged out of a cave that had been concealed by a restriction, then flew toward a certain direction. Not long after they had left, another streak of golden light flew out of the same cave and set off in hot pursuit. "Humph, he thinks a mere early body integration stage spirit beast can take my life? What a joke." Master Azure Dragon roared with a furious expression. "You've been wounded by my master and can't muster up anywhere near your full power, yet you still dare to act so cocky. Let me see if you keep this up when I tear your nascent soul out of your body." The leopard Kirin beast snarled. Immediately thereafter, its body blurred, and specks of golden light appeared all around it before manifesting over 100 identical golden beastly projections. "Ha, I just so happen to be missing a fur coat, I guess you'll suffice." Master Azure Dragon swept his sleeve through the air with an enraged look on his face, releasing 4 or 5 treasures that began to revolve around him. At the same time he thrust his twin brushes forward, and even more runes emerged before him. The leopard Kirin beast let loose a low roar, and all of the beastly projections hurtled directly toward him as streaks of golden light. Master Azure Dragon immediately sent his treasures flying toward these beastly projections, yet just as he began to draw upon the magic power within his own body, a layer of black chi suddenly appeared over his face. 5 days later, Hanli was meditating in his secret chamber when his expression suddenly changed slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. Moments later, spiritual light flashed from the door of the secret chamber, and a burst of golden light flew into the chamber through the door, then revealed itself to be a small golden beast that was only around a foot in size. "You're finally back. You've been away for quite some time. Did you encounter some difficulties?" Hanli asked with a faint smile. "Master, what did you do to that Azure Dragon? Almost as soon as we started battling, he seemed to have fallen prey to some kind of extremely potent poison, and it was almost as if he were going to die even if I hadn't hunted him down," the leopard Kirin beast said with its eyes wide in amazement. "Hee, I merely injected a wisp of the revolving evil spirit light within the spirit engulfing heavenly flames into his body. He would have been fine had he not used too much magic power, but as soon as he tries to do so, the revolving evil spirit light would immediately take effect. With its vicious poison, even a body integration cultivator would have to meditate for a long time to refine it or temporarily repress its effects with their magic power. However, he clearly wouldn't have been able to do any of that while battling you, so his only possible fate was death," Hanli replied in a nonchalant manner. "Your powers have become truly unfathomable, Master. It's incredible that you were able to tamper with another body integration cultivator like this without their detection," the leopard Kirin beast said in an amazed voice. "Hee, it's not all that remarkable. This is just a little trick that I recently developed, and it wouldn't have worked if Master Azure Dragon had spent some time to carefully examine his own body. I take it that he's no longer around, right?" Hanli asked as his eyes narrowed slightly. "Rest assured, Master, I devoured that azure dragon's nascent soul, so he's as dead can be. However, prior to his death, he chose to unleash a powerful ability rather than continue to repress the poison, and I had to expend some energy to keep him at bay. Hence, I had no choice but to meditate for 2 days, then snuck back into the city with a group of Deep Heaven City scouts, so there's no way that anyone would have detected me, the leopard Kirin beast said with a smile. You did very well. Now, I can focus wholeheartedly on making a breakthrough to the late body integration stage, Hanli also replied with a smile. Hee, with your cultivation aptitude and all of the trump cards you've prepared, I'm sure you'll be able to make this breakthrough with ease, master. I'll be congratulating you in advance. The leopard Kirin beast chuckled. I certainly hope so. Now that you've completed metamorphosis, there's no need for you to continue to remain in the spirit beast bracelet. You can cultivate in the secret chamber next to mine. If you need anything, just let Qi Lingzi and the others know, Hanli said in a solemn manner. Thank you, master. I've been dying to get out of that spirit bracelet. I'm going to cultivate in the other secret chamber now. I'll return if you need me after you go into seclusion, master, the leopard Kirin beast replied with an ecstatic look on its face. Hanli naturally had no objections and allowed it to depart. After the leopard Kirin beast left, Hanli took a deep breath before making a grabbing motion with one hand to summon a voice transmission talisman. He then released the talisman before closing his eyes again to continue meditating. A short while later, a female voice suddenly rang out from outside the secret chamber. Brother Han, have you summoned me because you're about to begin your breakthrough? The voice was extremely pleasant to the ears and belonged to none other than the Ice Phoenix. Indeed, fellow Taoist Ice Phoenix, Hanli replied in a calm manner as he opened his eyes. Several days later, there were 7 or 8 elders of Deep Heaven City discussing something together in a secret chamber. Both Buddhist monk Jin Yu and Fairy Silverlight were among them. So Master Azure Dragon really did perish. That's quite a pity, especially at a time like this, the white-robed elderly man sitting on the main seat sighed. If it weren't for the fact that Azure Dragon left a soul lamp in the city after he joined the panel of elders, I wouldn't have believed this to be true either. According to the cultivator looking after the soul lamps, his one was snuffed out within half a day of his departure from the city, Buddhist monk Jin Yu said with a wry smile. He was asking for it. He knows that there are devilish beings everywhere around the city, yet he still dared to restrict the guards and forcibly teleport away. If you ask me, he only has himself to blame, Fairy Silverlight harumphed coldly. Azure Dragon may not have been killed by devilish beings, perhaps he died by the hands of someone else. Didn't the guards at the teleportation hall say that someone used the same teleportation formation as Azure Dragon right after he left? Perhaps that was the perpetrator, a burly black-robed man said. Are you suspecting fellow Taoist Han? Fairy Silverlight's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. Please don't jump to conclusions, Fairy Silverlight, I never said that. All I said is that maybe Azure Dragon didn't perish by the hands of devilish beings, the man immediately denied. It was quite clear that he was quite wary of Hanli. Fairy Silverlight merely smiled and remained silent. Alright, seeing as Master Azure Dragon forced his way out of the city, he has renounced his status as a member of our panel of elders. As such, there's no need for us to investigate this matter. Our top priority now should be the devilish army that has surrounded the city, the white-robed elderly man said with furrowed brows. But Master Azure Dragon is a mid-body integration cultivator. Don't we have to at least provide all of the cultivators in the city an explanation of how he died? Also, will this affect Fairy Lin Luan's attitude toward our city? The owner of the Origin Pocket Pavilion, Elder Gu, said in a contemplative manner. There's no need for that. If we don't say anything, no one will know about Master Azure Dragon's death. Even if people find out later on, it'll be after the devilish tribulation. During these perilous times, everything can wait until a later date. As for fellow Taoist Lin, she's an extremely intelligent woman. I'm sure she'll know how to handle the situation, the white-robed elderly man said in a cold voice. Everyone else exchanged a few glances upon hearing this before nodding in agreement in the end. Alright, seeing as no one has any objections, let's discuss fellow Taoist Han next. Buddhist monk Jin Yu, I heard that you sent someone to invite fellow Taoist Han to a gathering 2 days ago, but he had already gone into seclusion. Is that true? The white-robed elderly man asked. It is. I wanted to make a last-ditch effort to try and convince fellow Taoist Han to coexist with fellow Taoist Azure Dragon in the city, but his disciples told me that he had gone into seclusion and wasn't going to be seeing any guests, Buddhist monk Jin Yu replied. It seems that he predicted that you would try to seek him out, so he's intentionally avoiding you, the white-robed elderly man said in a contemplative manner. Perhaps so. A few days ago I saw the juniors who had been bribed by Azure Dragon, and all of them were as pale as ghosts. I heard that fellow Taoist Han is extorting them for a huge sum of spirit stones and materials. I wonder if they'll be able to gather everything that fellow Taoist Han demanded of them, Buddhist monk Jin Yu said with a peculiar expression. Hee, those little brats deserve to be taught a lesson for sticking their noses into something like this. If you ask me, fellow Taoist Han has already let them off the hook quite easily. If he weren't wary of the backers behind those juniors, I'm sure he would have punished them even more severely, the white-robed elderly man chuckled coldly. That's true. Having said that, the way that fellow Taoist Han has addressed this matter has truly been a relief to me. If he had insisted on enforcing a more severe punishment on those juniors, that could have led to quite a conflict as well, Buddhist monk Jin Yu sighed in a resigned manner. Indeed. If things really had escalated to that extent, then even I would be scratching my head, the white-robed elderly man chuckled. By the way, I heard that Azure Dragon was defeated by fellow Taoist Han in just 3 attacks. Surely that's an exaggeration, right? The black-robed man asked. No, it's true. Fellow Taoist Han's powers were truly incredible. Even the average late-body integration stage most likely won't be a match for him. Fairy Silverlight and fellow Taoist Gu were also present. I'm sure they'll back me up here, Buddhist monk Jin Yu replied with a serious expression. The black-robed man turned to Fairy Silverlight and Elder Gu upon hearing this, and Fairy Silverlight displayed no reaction, while Elder Gu gave a solemn nod in confirmation. The black-robed man was even more astonished upon seeing this, as were all of the other cultivators present who hadn't interacted with Han Li much. Surely he's not actually more powerful than a late-body integration cultivator. That Master Azure Dragon has quite a resounding reputation, but if he couldn't even withstand 3 attacks from a cultivator of the same cultivation base, then his reputation was most likely overinflated in the first place. Just because fellow Taoist Han was able to defeat him doesn't mean he's actually that freakish of a talent. The black-robed man was really grasping at straws now. I'm afraid you're mistaken, fellow Taoist. That Master Azure Dragon was a half-demon who can adopt the half-dragon form, and that, in conjunction with his Buddhist cultivation arts, presented a very formidable package. However, he had made the mistake of picking the wrong opponent. Fellow Taoist Han is a simultaneous cultivator, and is capable of taking on a giant ape form with powers that exceed even Azure Dragon's half-dragon form. He severely wounded Azure Dragon with his first 2 attacks alone, and could have even killed Azure Dragon with his 3rd attack had he intended to do so. Thinking back, if I were to face fellow Taoist Han in battle, there would be no alternative for me other than to flee with all my might, Buddhist monk Jin Yu said in a serious manner. In that case, it seems the rumors about fellow Taoist Han being hunted by sacred ancestor clones were true. With his powers, it's not all that far-fetched that he was able to escape from such formidable beings, the white-robed elderly man remarked. I don't know how he managed to escape from those sacred ancestor clones, but I did bear witness to him killing several devilish lords in quick succession. Fairy Silverlight also chimed in a solemn voice. Sacred ancestors. Many of the cultivators present were very alarmed to hear this. It seems that fellow Taoist Han truly is an exceptional talent. With his assistance, our chances of securing victory against the devilish army would be significantly increased. Buddhist monk Jin Yu, try to recruit him to our panel of elders again. Tell him he can raise any conditions and we'll do our best to satisfy him, the white-robed elderly man said. Alright, but I think the chances of that are going to be very slim, Buddhist monk Jin Yu replied in a rather pessimistic manner. I'm aware of that. Otherwise he would have joined the panel of elders the first time we invited him. In any case it can't hurt to try. Alright, setting this matter aside for now, we received a report from our scouts stating that the devilish army is very likely going to launch an all-out assault on our city in several months to a year, the white-robed elderly man said as a grim look appeared on his face, and all of the other elders' hearts jolted upon hearing this. Shortly thereafter, the meeting between the elders concluded, and everything resumed as normal in Deep Heaven City. Just as the white-robed elderly man had said, without anyone leaking the news, none of the ordinary beings in the city were aware that a mid-body integration stage human cultivator had already passed away. Of course, this news wasn't kept a secret from Fairy Lin Luan. Upon hearing this news, she was initially quite shocked and horrified, but she quickly calmed down and never mentioned Master Azure Dragon again, as if she had never even known him. Unfortunately for the panel of elders, their attempts to recruit Han Li had proven to be futile. Hanli had been in seclusion this entire time, proclaiming that he was cultivating some type of powerful ability. Thus, Buddhist monk Jinyu could only wait patiently until he came out of seclusion. He was sure that Hanli would emerge from seclusion before the devilish army commenced its all-out attack. Aside from Buddhist monk Jinyu, Fairy Silverlight, and several other body integration cultivators, all of the other elders had their attention drawn to the frequent harassment attacks launched by the devilish army, so they eventually forgot about Hanli. Even the white-robed elderly man only asked about Hanli a few more times before setting the matter aside. At this point, the devilish army still hadn't deployed their main forces to attack the city, but the harassment attacks they were unleashing were becoming more and more ferocious. During these attacks, even spatial tempering stage casualties had become very commonplace. Thus, the elders of the city naturally had to step in, and 2 or 3 elders had to be present to face every devilish attack in order to ensure that morale remained high. At the same time, the entirety of Deep Heaven City was operating at full capacity. All types of tool refinement workshops were packed to the rafters with workers, and treasures and spirit tools were being refined with no material expenses being spared. The cultivators who were adept in the art of talismans had also been grouped together to craft low-grade talismans day and night. In a battle of such a massive scale, low-grade talismans were often more effective and efficient to produce than mid-grade and high-grade ones. After all, with the time and materials required to refine a mid-grade talismans, tens or even hundreds of low-grade talismans could be produced, and that wasn't even taking into account the vast disparity between the success rates of refining the different talismans. As for high-grade talismans, only a select group of expert talisman refinement masters could produce them. On top of that, many of the low-grade cultivators and manual laborers in the city had also been put to work. They were organized into several enormous groups of different numbers as the backup forces of the city. Aside from that, all of the city's formations and restrictions had also been thoroughly examined several times to ensure that they could be relied upon to resist the devilish army. In summary, Deep Heaven City was preparing for war. Under this tense and frenetic atmosphere, half a year flew by in the blink of an eye. On this day, the white-robed elderly man and Buddhist monk Jinyu were discussing an important matter in a conference hall when the door was abruptly flung open from the outside, and a silver-armored guard hurriedly rushed in. "Who said you could come in here?" the white-robed elderly man asked in a vexed manner. "Senior, I came here to inform you that the spiritual chi outside is in a completely chaotic state. It seems that someone is making a major breakthrough," the guard hurriedly reported as he extended a respectful bow. "A major breakthrough? Could it be that someone's progressing to the mid-body integration stage? That's fantastic news. Why do you look to be in such a panic?" the white-robed elderly man asked as his expression eased slightly. "The issue is that the heavenly phenomena are far too ferocious for a mid-body integration stage breakthrough. The situation seems to be even more fearsome than what late-body integration stage breakthroughs are rumored to be like," the guard replied in a panicked manner. The white-robed elderly man was rather surprised to hear this. "Oh, let's go and take a look, fellow Taoist Jinyu." "Sure, I'm also very interested to see just which fellow Taoist is making their breakthrough," Buddhist monk Jinyu replied with a nod. Thus, they were led out of the hall by the guard, and as soon as they emerged outside, the white-robed elderly man's expression immediately changed slightly. With his mid-body integration stage spiritual sense, he was instantly able to sense that the spiritual chi in the air had become extremely active, as if they were being affected by some type of fearsome power. He unconsciously sped up, and in the blink of an eye he and Buddhist monk Jinyu had arrived on a massive terrace. There were around a dozen guards gathered on the terrace, all of whom were looking into the distance with flabbergasted expressions. The white-robed elderly man's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he cleared his throat to make his presence known. Only then did the guards notice him and Buddhist monk Jinyu, and they immediately extended respectful bows. Just as the white-robed elderly man was about to scold these subordinates of his, Buddhist monk Jinyu suddenly let loose a faint cry of surprise. The white-robed elderly man immediately cast his gaze toward the same direction as Buddhist monk Jinyu, upon which an astonished look appeared on his face. There in the distance, the sky had turned bright red, and crimson fiery clouds were revolving in mid-air like a giant fireball. Beneath the fiery clouds, countless wisps of colorful light were rapidly converging to form a series of rainbow bridges. Close to half of the entire city was encompassed beneath the fireball and crimson clouds, but compared to this stunning visual stimulus, the spiritual pressure radiating from the heavenly phenomena was even more astonishing. Due to how far away they were, they could only sense a tiny portion of this spiritual pressure, but they were still struck by a sense of asphyxiation. Furthermore, this pressure was only continuing to mount, and it seemed that something terrifying was brewing in the distance. These heavenly phenomena really are far more fearsome than what a mid-body integration stage breakthrough could bring about. Let's go and take a closer look, fellow Taoist Gene. It would be extremely fortunate for the city if someone could make a late-body integration stage breakthrough. We have to keep a lookout for them and ensure that they aren't disrupted, the white-robed elderly man said. Of course, witnessing a late-body integration stage tribulation transcendence would be a brilliant opportunity for us. If we can see it up close, I'm sure it'll benefit our future cultivation immensely, Buddhist monk Jin Yu immediately agreed. Thus, the white-robed elderly man swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of white that swept up his own body, then flew away into the distance. Buddhist monk Jin Yu also followed along as a ball of golden light, and only then did the guards heave a collective sigh of relief before erupting into spirited discussion surrounding the heavenly phenomena that were taking place. At this point, all of the high-grade cultivators in the entire city had been alerted by these phenomena, and countless streaks of light were converging from all directions. The low-grade and mid-grade cultivators were also very intrigued, but they knew that this was not something that they could participate in, so they could only look on from where they were, but that certainly didn't stop them from discussing the situation with those around them. The theories they came up with came in all shapes and forms. There were some stating that a certain spirit treasure was emerging, while others were proclaiming that an almighty spirit beast was creating these phenomena. Of course, most believed that this was stemming from a certain cultivator's tribulation transcendence, and some of the more knowledgeable and experienced individuals had guessed that this had to be a body integration stage tribulation transcendence. Of course, none of them could have imagined that the body integration cultivators were just as astonished as they were once they gathered close to the heavenly phenomena. The white-robed elderly man and Buddhist monk Jin Yu weren't the first ones to arrive on the scene. Over 20 spatial tempering and body integration cultivators had arrived before them, and they were appraising the phenomena from close to 100 kilometers away. Fairy Silverlight was among them as well, and she gave the white-robed elderly man and Buddhist monk Jin Yu a nod from afar before casting her gaze toward the unfolding phenomena again. The white-robed elderly man and Buddhist monk Jin Yu exchanged a glance before also stopping nearby. If I'm not mistaken, fellow Taoist Han is the only body integration cultivator who lives in this area, right? The white-robed elderly man suddenly asked. Indeed, and fellow Taoist Han's abode seems to be situated right at the center of this heavenly phenomena, Buddhist monk Jin Yu replied. That means it must be fellow Taoist Han who's making a breakthrough. It's no wonder that he went into seclusion, the white-robed elderly man said. That does appear to be the case. This heavenly phenomena appears to have been triggered by a late body integration stage breakthrough, but it's far more fearsome than one that I was fortunate enough to have witnessed in the past, Buddhist monk Jin Yu replied in a hesitant manner. There's nothing strange about that. The heavenly phenomena triggered by one's breakthrough depends on their powers. Generally speaking, the more fearsome the phenomena, the more powerful the tribulation transcender is, but at the same time, they'll also be plunged into an extremely perilous situation. With the ferocity of this set of heavenly phenomena, I think fellow Taoist Han may not be able to successfully transcend his tribulation, the white-robed elderly man mused in a contemplative manner. There are many mid-body integration stage fellow Taoists in our human and demon races just like us, but only very few who have made it to the late body integration stage. If I recall correctly, fellow Taoist Han seems to have only reached the mid-body integration stage not long ago. This rate of progression is far too extraordinary. Even the most legendary figures in the history of our two races most likely can't compare with him. Buddhist monk Jin Yu agreed with a nod. It's exactly because of fellow Taoist Han's stunning aptitude that this step will be even more difficult for him to take. After such a short time, his foundation can't be all that solid. That'll increase the difficulty of making this breakthrough, the white-robed elderly man said. We're all just speculating here. It's yet to be seen what's actually going to happen. Perhaps fellow Taoist Han will give the two of us a huge surprise, Buddhist monk Jin Yu chuckled. I certainly hope so. If another late-body integration cultivator can support our city, then we'll have a much easier time against the devilish army. Fellow Taoist Han's powers as a mid-body integration cultivator were already comparable to those of a late-body integration cultivator. If he were to succeed in this breakthrough, he would most likely even be able to face a sacred ancestor clone in battle, the white-robed elderly man mused. Indeed. Prior to the descent of the true bodies of the sacred ancestors into this realm, their clones will be the most powerful beings in the devilish army. If there's a way for fellow Taoist Han to hold them off, then we can abandon our original plan and focus our efforts on dealing with those devilish lords, Buddhist monk Jin Yu said as a cold light flashed through his eyes. The white-robed elderly man nodded in response before turning toward the phenomena taking place in the distance again. At this point, the fiery clouds up above had already transformed into a crimson sea that had encompassed virtually the entire sky, and beneath the fiery clouds, a series of giant runes of different colors were taking shape. These runes were radiating dazzling light, and in the next instant, they abruptly surged up toward the fiery clouds, as if they were about to pierce through the clouds. A loud buzzing sound rang out from the fiery clouds, and they began to churn even more violently. As soon as the giant runes came into contact with the clouds, a peculiar sizzling sound rang out, following which the runes began to crumble away. They had been completely repressed under the clouds. A cold harumph suddenly reverberated through the entire space, following which a blurry humanoid figure that was over 10,000 feet tall appeared amid a flash of azure light, then pointed upward several times in quick succession in an expressionless manner. Invisible ripples ran through the space up above, and the rate at which the giant runes were being manifested sped up by over tenfold. Millions of runes emerged in the span of just a few breaths, then surged upward like a reverse waterfall. However, the fiery clouds remained as resolute as ever, even against the drastic increase in the influx of giant runes. Both the fiery clouds and giant runes were expanding at an alarming rate, and it was as if they were never going to stop. However, the giant humanoid projection seemed to have grown impatient, and it abruptly swept an arm toward the fiery clouds from afar. Even though it was only a projection, the attack that it unleashed triggered a resounding boom akin to a dull thunderclap. The azure humanoid projection crumbled away in a flash, but an enormous burst of invisible power surged easily into the clouds before immediately exploding. A string of explosions rang out in rapid succession, and a giant hole with a diameter of over 1,000 feet appeared within the clouds. Some of the giant runes down below instantly surged through the hole in the clouds, following which the hole was sealed in a flash. Those runes converged to form another enormous rune that was around an acre in size, and it was gradually being converted into a substantial form. However, right at this crucial juncture, dark clouds suddenly began to appear above the fiery clouds. These dark clouds then transformed into a series of giant black W-arms amid a string of explosive thunderclaps. Extremely thick bolts of silver lightning began to appear over the bodies of these W-arms, creating an astonishing sight to behold. There are 81 of them. That's incredible. I recall the late body integration stage tribulation that I witnessed in the past only had 36 W-arms. Buddhist monk Jin Yu exclaimed. A hint of astonishment also flashed through the white-robed elderly man's upon seeing this, but he said in a calm manner, I wonder how fellow Taoist Han is going to deal with such a fearsome late-body integration stage tribulation. If any mishaps occur, he could easily end up with severe wounds and fail to make his breakthrough. It's a pity that we can't assist him during this process. Otherwise, perhaps there would still be hope for him. He seemed to have already convinced himself that Han Li definitely wouldn't be able to transcend this tribulation. There's no need to be overly concerned, Brother Gu. Fellow Taoist Han must have his reasons for attempting a breakthrough at a time like this. Let's wait and see for now, Buddhist monk Jin Yu replied in a serious manner. Right at this moment, another rumbling thunderclap erupted, and several tens of bolts of golden lightning crashed down from above, each of which was as thick as a water tank. The lightning pierced directly through the massive rune and fiery clouds, then struck the giant black W-arms with devastating force. A resounding boom rang out, and massive holes were blown into the bodies of the black W-arms by the bolts of golden lightning, while the silver lightning around their bodies were all devoured by the golden lightning. If it weren't for the fact that the golden lightning had disappeared after only a brief moment, the black W-arms really could have been completely destroyed. However, the golden lightning seemed to have enraged these W-arms, and they let loose ferocious roars as cloud and mist surged toward the holes in their bodies, regenerating them in a flash. The W-arms then opened their mouths to expel gusts of fierce black winds which swept downward in a frenzy, and the fiery clouds down below began to burn with even greater ferocity. The wind and flames complemented one another, forming a massive sea of flames that encompassed an area of close to 100 kilometers. The sea of flames then began to descend, and the space down below was illuminated into a bright red color, as if the entire space were being set alight. Buddhist monk Jin Yu and the white-robed elderly man's expressions both changed slightly upon seeing this. If the tribulation transcender were to fail to control this sea of flames, countless normal cultivators down below would perish. The other cultivators nearby also drew a sharp breath in unison. They didn't think that the heavenly tribulation would be this formidable even in its initial stages. If they were in Han Li's place, all of them would have most likely been reduced to ashes already. At the center of the sea of flame was none other than the stone pagoda that Han Li was staying in. This pagoda was naturally protected by some restrictions, but if it were to be struck by the sea of flames, it would most definitely be destroyed. Right at this moment, a ball of silver light appeared at the top of the pagoda, following which a clear cry rang out as giant silver fire raven emerged. When it first appeared, the fire raven was only around 10 feet in size, but as it spread its wings, it swelled to over 100 times its original before hurtling directly toward the sea of flames. A dull thump rang out as the silver fire raven vanished into the sea of flames, but in the next instant, the sea of fire suddenly began to churn violently. The crimson flames converged rapidly toward the giant fire raven as if they were being drawn by an irresistible force, then quickly vanished amid flashes of light. In just a short time, over a fifth of the entire sea of flames had disappeared, and at this rate, it wouldn't be long before the whole sea of fire ceased to exist. However, before that could happen, the giant black Ws up above suddenly opened their mouths to expel bursts of white chi that swept downward. The white chi appeared to be quite ordinary, but as it dispersed through the air, over 10 translucent and peerlessly sharp ice spikes that were each around 10 feet in length were created. Before the ice spikes had even begun to descend, a burst of ghastly howling rang out from within the stone pagoda down below, following which 5 wagon wheel-sized skulls flew out, then opened their mouths to expel 5 streams of glacial flames that swept directly upward. As soon as the ice spikes came into contact with these glacial flames, they reverted back to white spiritual chi before vanishing amid the flames. Even after these two types of attacks had been nullified, the black WRMs remained completely unfazed. Their bodies twisted around, and they exploded amid resounding booms. The fragments of their bodies then transformed into countless giant rocks of different sizes. The smallest of these rocks were smaller than human heads, but the largest ones were over 10,000 feet in size and resembled small mountains. With so many giant rocks crashing down from above, it was as if doomsday had arrived, and all of the normal cultivators down below instantly paled in horror. Within a secret chamber on the deepest level of the stone pagoda, there was a person seated with his eyes tightly shut on a yellow futon. Spiritual chi was surging all over his body, and his face was quite red. Sweat was pouring down from his forehead, and it seemed that he was straining against something in a very arduous manner. Before him stood a pair of miniature mountains, one black and one azure, each of which was around 10 feet tall. Above him, there were 72 small azure swords that were revolving in the air. There were also layers of black runes surging over his body, encompassing a suit of inky black armor. Strangely enough, there were countless gray specks of light dispersed throughout the entire secret chamber. Each speck of light was only around the size of a human thumb, but they were giving off an extremely frosty aura. The person seated on the ground was none other than Han Li. Judging from his current expression, he didn't seem to be in a very good condition. The gray specks of light were constantly drifting around him, occasionally taking on the forms of malicious monsters, as well humanoid projections of both genders and all ages. However, regardless of what form the gray specks of light took, all of them immediately pounced viciously toward Han Li, only to be forced into retreat by the treasures hovering around him. As such, these malicious apparitions could only continue to buzz around the area encompassed by the treasures. However, as they were forced back over and over again, these beings were gradually becoming more and more violent and impatient. Han Li paid no heed to these beings at all, but the situation seemed to be becoming more and more strenuous for him. In reality, that was indeed the case. Within a certain mysterious space within his mind, an azure-robed spiritual sense clone of his was currently locked in battle with someone else. The opponent wore an inky black robe and was controlling 72 black flying swords. The black-robed figure's appearance was completely identical to Han Li, but there was crimson light shimmering within his eyes, and he had a sinister smile on his face. His entire body was also enshrouded in devilish chi, making him resemble an almighty fiend. Celestial Han Li made hand seals with both hands, controlling his 72 azure flying swords with one hand while releasing bolts of golden lightning with the other. However, the black-robed Han Li was able to easily counter the azure flying swords with his black flying swords, and he also released bolts of black lightning that were even thicker than the oncoming bolts of golden lightning in retaliation. Han Li's expression darkened upon seeing this, and over 100 arcs of golden lightning erupted from his body at once to eradicate the oncoming bolts of black lightning. All of a sudden, an extremely sweet and pleasant female voice rang out. Hee, resistance is futile, brat. This inner demon is a complete replica of yourself. No, in fact, with the enhancements it's receiving from me, it's even more powerful than you. I'm sure you've also realized this after battling it for so long. This inner demon is indeed slightly more powerful than I am, but you're delusional if you think it can defeat me. You only managed to sneak into my soul during a lapse of concentration. Otherwise, this inner demon wouldn't even exist, Hanli said with a dark expression as he flipped his hand over to reveal a short silver ruler, which he swept through the air to release countless ruler projections toward the inner demon. You are indeed far more powerful than I imagined, and it would be unrealistic to expect a mere inner demon to destroy your soul, but don't forget that you're transcending your late body integration stage tribulation. I don't know how you're protecting yourself, but with most of your spiritual sense and magic power dedicated to this battle, there's no way you'll be able to successfully transcend the tribulation. If you don't want to die, then you'd better hand over that suit of devilish armor. Once you do that, I'll leave right away so you can transcend your tribulation in peace, the woman said in the voice of a temptress. The owner of the voice was none other than the heavenly devilish monarch, whose devilish intent Han Li had once encountered in Cloud City. It had somehow managed to sneak into Han Li's spiritual sense during this critical juncture in his tribulation transcendence, then created this inner demon to try and devour his soul. If it weren't for the fact that Han Li's spiritual sense was far more condensed than the average cultivator, there was a good chance that the inner demon would have succeeded. You think I would believe the words of a heavenly devilish monarch? I'm guessing that as soon as the thought of making a concession crosses my mind, the inner demon would immediately pounce on me and devour my soul. I had always heard that heavenly devilish monarchs were most adept in coercion and could often kill their targets without even needing to battle them. It seems that this is true, Han Li replied in a completely expressionless manner. You sure are alert. In that case, I'll wait for you to fall to your own demise. After your body and soul gets destroyed during the heavenly tribulation, I'll still be able to recover the suit of devilish armor. The heavenly devilish monarch's voice suddenly turned into an extremely rough and husky male voice. The inner demon swept a sleeve through the air and also released countless black ruler projections to nullify all of Han Li's attacks. Han Li's expression darkened even further upon seeing this, and right at this moment, the other minority portion of his spiritual sense transmitted a message to him, stating that the heavenly tribulation was about to reach a critical stage, and that the magic power and spiritual sense he had left behind most likely wouldn't be able to withstand it. As such, he had to kill the inner demon right away so he could focus wholeheartedly on his tribulation transcendence. With that in mind, Han Li immediately let loose a low roar, and he made a hand seal as golden light flashed from his body, following which he transformed into a mountainous golden ape. You may be able to replicate my cultivation arts and treasures, but let's see if you can replicate my transformation technique as well. Han Li roared as he swung his fists toward the inner demon. Two incredible powerful bursts of golden shockwaves surged forth, threatening to pulverize the inner demon into mincemeat. A peculiar look flashed through the inner demon's eyes, and black light flashed from its arms as a layer of black scales appeared over its skin, following which it abruptly made a grabbing motion upward. Countless black claw projections appeared above the inner demon, forming a giant net that managed to keep the golden shockwaves at bay. However, once the two giant golden fists arrived, the net was completely shattered. During this split-second delay, the inner demon had withdrawn its 72 black flying swords back into its body, then let loose a guttural snarl as black chi surged out of its body in a frenzy. A pair of thick black horns appeared on its head, and at the same time, its body swelled drastically in size. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a giant black-scaled devilish minotaur that was just as massive as the golden ape, and it reached directly toward the ape's fists with its bare hands. Two resounding booms rang out, and the giant golden ape was forced back several steps, while the inner demon was forced to plummet down from above, smashing a massive crater into the ground. Following that single exchange, Han Li immediately realized that the minotaur wasn't as powerful as his giant mountain ape form, but there wasn't a large disparity between them. At this rate, even if he could secure victory, it would definitely take a very long time. Under these circumstances, he naturally couldn't afford to delay any further. A hint of urgency appeared in Han Li's eyes, and he finally gritted his teeth before making a decision. The ability that he was going to unleash next was going to expend a lot of spiritual power, which would be extremely detrimental to his tribulation transcendence, but he had no choice. Once he steadied himself, he immediately let loose a long cry, upon which a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind him. The projection opened its 6 eyes before instantly flying toward the giant ape as a faint shadow. A layer of golden light swirled over Han Li's body, following which 2 more furry heads appeared on his shoulders alongside 4 additional arms. The giant golden ape had also taken on an appearance with 3 heads and 6 arms, and its body then swelled even further to several times its original size. At the same time, Han Li took a deep breath, and a ball of golden light abruptly appeared over each of his 6 palms. In the next instant, the 6 balls of golden light began to rapidly expand, and in what seemed like nothing more than the blink of an eye, they combined as one to form a gigantic ball of light that was over 1,000 feet in size. Han Li's 3 heads then began to chant in unison, and countless runes emerged from within the golden ball of light before rapidly revolving around it. An enormous golden vortex instantly took shape in midair before being hoisted higher upward by Han Li's 6 giant hands. A burst of tremendous suction force erupted out of the center of the vortex, and the devilish minotaur stumbled as it was forcibly dragged toward the vortex. It immediately let loose an enraged roar, and a horrified look appeared on its face for the first time. It was a replica of Han Li's body, but due to its inability to replicate true spirit blood, the 12 awakening transformations was the only ability it was unable to mimic. Thus, it was naturally rendered completely powerless in the face of the attack unleashed by the combined powers of Han Li's giant mountain ape form and Provenance true devil arts. In its desperation, the devilish minotaur released all types of treasures, including its 72 black flying swords, 2 extreme mountains and short black ruler to attack the giant vortex, all to no avail. As soon as the treasures reached within the general vicinity of the vortex, it would be swept up by the countless golden runes surging out of the vortex, then forcibly drawn into it before disappearing without a trace. At this point, the devilish minotaur had also been drawn to no more than 300 to 400 feet away from the vortex. All of a sudden, it summoned a crimson trident amid a flash of black light, then plunged it down into the ground, using it as an anchor to just barely arrest its own momentum. An elated look immediately appeared on the devilish minotaur's face. However, right at this moment, Han Li let loose a low cry and hurled the golden vortex downward like a giant mountain. The inner demon only had a chance to let loose a howl of anguish before it was completely inundated by golden light. Humph, you were lucky this time, but if I can manifest an inner demon once, then I can do it a second time. There's definitely no way you'll be able to survive, the heavenly devilish monarch roared in a furious voice. Immediately thereafter, a ball of black chi emerged out of thin air, then quickly began to take on a humanoid form. There won't be a second time. You're delusional if you think you can go into hiding again after you've already revealed yourself to me. Han Li harumphed coldly in response, then suddenly opened one of his 3 mouths to expel a ball of azure light. The azure light was formed by the spiritual chi within his body, and it contained a stick of yellow half-burned incense that was giving off the faint aroma of sandalwood. Blue light flashed from the eyes of Han Li's central head, and he made a grabbing motion to draw the stick of incense into his grasp before rubbing his hands together vigorously. A ball of silver flames emerged between his palms, and a plume of faint yellow smoke instantly began to disperse through the air. At the same time, one of his other heads exhaled with all its might, and the yellow smoke transformed into an arrow that shot forth through the air, then abruptly vanished mid-flight. In the next instant, the arrow reappeared amid a flash of yellow light not far away from Han Li before plunging into what appeared to be nothing more than empty space. A muffled groan rang out, and a ball of twisted black light suddenly appeared out of thin air. The yellow arrow was embedded right into the center of the ball of light. There was a miniature humanoid figure that was around several inches tall situated within the black light, and even though its body had been impaled by the arrow, it chuckled in a derisive manner. "Humph, you think an ordinary treasure like this can harm me? You must be getting desperate." The miniature humanoid figure's facial features were completely indistinguishable, but just the mere sight of the pure devilish chi emanating from its body made the onlooker feel as if they had been plunged into a glacial pit. A relieved look appeared on Han Li's face upon confirming that the arrow had struck its target, and he said in a cold voice, "When did I say this is an ordinary treasure? Seeing as you're just a wisp of a heavenly devilish monarch's devilish intent, this thing will be more than enough to get rid of you." "What? This is..." The miniature humanoid figure shuddered as it suddenly recalled what this item was from its extensive wealth of memories. However, it was already too late. In the next instant, the yellow arrow exploded, and yellow smoke that carried the faint fragrance of sandalwood instantly dispersed to encompass roughly the surrounding acre of space. The miniature black figure was unable to maintain its form within the faint yellow smoke, and before it completely vanished, it yelled in an indignant manner, "Impossible! Black infernal ice incense has already gone extinct in this realm. How could you possibly have this? Don't celebrate too early. When you make your grand ascension stage breakthrough, I'll be sure to descend into this realm in person and make sure to put an end to your life." Thus, the heavenly devilish monarch's devilish intent was forcibly ejected out of Han Li's spiritual sense. He quickly made a hand seal upon seeing this and reverted back to his human form in the blink of an eye. His face had turned slightly pale, and he was panting slightly from exertion. The ability that he had just unleashed had clearly expended a considerable amount of spiritual sense and magic power, which was why he had refrained from using it earlier. Han Li glanced at the spot where the devilish figure had just disappeared, and his expression remained quite grim. He immediately made another hand seal, and his body disintegrated into specks of azure light. In order to prevent the inner demon from affecting the spiritual sense he had left outside his soul, he had completely cut off his connection to his own physical body. Now that this threat had been averted, he was naturally immediately returning to his own body. In the instant that Han Li opened his eyes, he caught sight of the surrounding gray specks of light, which had transformed into 5 ghastly apparitions that were trying to attack him through his treasures with all their might. With each assault that they unleashed, the surrounding treasures would tremor violently, and the spiritual light being released by them had also dimmed significantly. The 5 apparitions were constantly revolving around Han Li with astonishingly violent auras emanating from their bodies, and Han Li's expression immediately darkened upon seeing this. He let loose a loud cry as countless arcs of golden lightning sprang forth out of his body, and the 5 devilish apparitions manifested from baleful chi were instantly destroyed without being able to offer any resistance. After taking care of these 5 devilish apparitions, Han Li's expression only darkened even further. At this point, the restrictions and formations he had prepared specifically for this heavenly tribulation had already been activated, conjuring up several massive layers of light barriers that encompassed the entire stone pagoda. There were currently 81 giant black WRMs overhead, blasting forth devastating bolts of lightning of different colors. The smallest bolts of lightning were only around a foot in length, while the longest were around 500 meters long, and they were crashing down in a torrential downpour. Amid the flashes of lightning, the restrictions were beginning to display signs of overexertion. At this moment, all of the bolts of lightning crashing down from above suddenly combined as one to form a gigantic pillar of lightning, and all of the light barriers were instantly shattered. Without any further impediment standing in its way, the bolts of lightning instantly vanished, then reappeared above Han Li in his secret chamber before continuing to crash down with devastating might. Han Li immediately swept a sleeve through the air to release a dozen or so bolts of golden lightning, and a deafening boom rang out as the golden lightning and 5-colored lightning cancelled out one another. However, this was only the beginning. Even more bolts of 5-colored lightning had appeared overhead, and they were raining down upon Han Li with incredible ferocity. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he made a grabbing motion with one hand. A ball of azure light appeared over his palm in a flash, then shot forth in all directions as 72 streaks of azure light. All of a sudden, a loud dragon's roar rang out, and countless streaks of azure sword chi appeared before dispersing all throughout the entire secret chamber, then converged to form an azure ball of light above Han Li. The ball rotated on the spot to release countless streaks of dazzling sword chi, then shattered to reveal a green coiled dragon. In the blink of an eye, Han Li had set up his azure coil sword formation. As expected of one of his trump cards, the azure coiled dragon managed to remain completely unscathed in the face of the 5-colored lightning, and it was able to vanquish all of the bolts of lightning with devastating sweeps of its powerful tail. At this point, the fiery clouds up above had already recovered to their original mass, and fire attribute spiritual chi surged within them, following which head-sized crimson fireballs came crashing down from above. Han Li naturally wasn't going to be fearful of these oncoming balls of flames. He took a deep breath and summoned his 2 extreme mountains, then laid a hand on each of them, upon which gray divine essence fused light and streaks of invisible sword chi surged out of the 2 mountains in a frenzy. A day and a night later, the 81 black WRMs in the sky finally self-detonated into clouds of black chi, and at this point, all of the spectating high-grade cultivators had already been completely awestruck by the ferocity of this heavenly tribulation, as well as the measures that Hanli had taken to oppose it. This was the first time they had ever seen such a fearsome heavenly tribulation, and it was downright incredible to them that the might of a single person had been able to stand up against it. In the instant that the black WRMS disappeared, a long cry rang out from within the stone pagoda, piercing straight into the heavens. At the same time, an azure pillar of light erupted out of the pagoda, reducing all of the remnant fiery clouds and black chi to countless runes of different colors. After the pillar of light faded, an enormous humanoid projection that was around 10,000 feet tall with an appearance that was completely identical to Han Li emerged high up in the air. Isn't that fellow Taoist Han? I see, so it's Senior Han who's been transcending his late body integration stage tribulation. Most of the nearby cultivators were immediately able to identify the projection as Han Li, and they immediately burst into spirited discussion. The azure projection looked around at the countless runes in the nearby area, and a faint smile appeared on its face before it abruptly inhaled violently. All of the runes shuddered before transforming into specks of light that flooded into the giant projection's mouth, and with each inhalation, tens of thousands of these specks of light were devoured. At the same time, the azure projection was expanding at a rapid rate, and after all of the surrounding specks of light had been devoured, more specks of light began to converge from the distance like moths to a flame, only to be devoured by the azure projection as well. An alarmed look appeared on the white-robed elderly man's face upon seeing this, and he hurriedly yelled, "Everyone get back! Fellow Taoist Han has already transcended his late body integration stage tribulation and is currently devouring the world's origin chi to reform his soul. We're all currently in the affected area, so we have to get back right away." All of the high-grade cultivators present immediately flew away in different directions upon hearing this with a few exceptions, but those outliers were also forced to retreat in the face of the cold glare aimed toward them by the white-haired elderly man. "Humph, I can't believe those bastards were planning to take the world's origin chi gathered by fellow Taoist Han at such a crucial juncture," the white-robed elderly man harumphed coldly. "It's no wonder that some people would try to take such a risk. The world's origin chi that fellow Taoist Han has gathered is of the highest level of purity. If they can even take a tiny portion of it, they would benefit immensely," Buddhist monk Jin Yu chuckled. "But if we were to allow that, it could affect the reformation of fellow Taoist Han's soul. The effect would be virtually negligible, but we certainly wouldn't want fellow Taoist Han to become dissatisfied with our city over something like this," the white-robed elderly man said as a complex look appeared on his face. "Indeed. Besides, if something were to go wrong during the reformation of fellow Taoist Han's soul, he definitely wouldn't let those opportunistic individuals off the hook. In any case, fellow Taoist Han's successful breakthrough to the late body integration stage is fantastic news for our city. Even now, I still feel like I'm in a dream. I had quite a great deal of confidence in fellow Taoist Han, but even I didn't think that he would be able to transcend such a fearsome tribulation so smoothly," Buddhist monk Jin Yu sighed. "It's only taken fellow Taoist Han several centuries to progress from the early body integration stage to the late body integration stage. Compared to him, I feel like I've wasted my entire life. Perhaps there really is a chance that he'll become a second grand ascension cultivator of our human race," the white-robed elderly man mused as he stroked his long beard. "Indeed, with fellow Taoist Han's stunning aptitude, it's certainly not impossible. However, while progressing to the late body integration stage is already extremely arduous, it still pales in comparison to a grand ascension stage breakthrough. Even for fellow Taoist Han, there's only a very slim opportunity," Buddhist monk Jin Yu replied with a nod. "Of course, but he still has a sliver of an opportunity to attain immortality in the future. In contrast, that ship has already sailed for us, and we can only await the conclusion of our lifespans," the white-robed elderly man said in a slightly dejected manner. "There's no need to dwell so much on this matter, fellow Taoist Gu. Very few people in the entire history of our human race have managed to reach the grand ascension stage. We're already immensely fortunate to have Senior Mo in our generation," Buddhist monk Jin Yu replied. "Hehe, you sure are enlightened, fellow Taoist Jin. Indeed, you're right. Even for grand ascension cultivators, there's one final major obstacle to be overcome before immortality can be attained. I've heard occasional tales of mighty figures in foreign races successfully ascending to immortality, but no one in the recorded history of our two races has succeeded, so it's certainly far from a simple task," the white-robed elderly man chuckled. "There have been several seniors who have attempted to transcend ascension tribulations in the past, but all of them did so in secret, so no one witnessed their tribulation transcendences. Perhaps some of them managed to succeed in the end," Buddhist monk Jin Yu said in a hopeful manner. Perhaps. In any case, that has nothing to do with the current state of our city. Seeing as fellow Taoist Han has already succeeded in his tribulation transcendence, let's not delay here any longer. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome if fellow Taoist Han were to misconstrue our presence as a sign that we're harboring malicious intent, the white-robed elderly man replied. Buddhist monk Jin Yu naturally had no objections to this, and the two of them instantly flew away from the scene. In the distance, the giant projection was still gathering the world's origin chi in a frenzy, and at this point, over half of the entire Deep Heaven City had become a funnel for the world's origin chi. In the end, the projection swelled to around 50,000 feet tall, and it was visible to everyone in the city, thereby naturally creating a massive stir. Not only were the humans and demons in the city able to see the projection formed by Han Li's soul, the devilish beings in the devilish strongholds and pyramids further away were also able to see a blurry silhouette in the distance, as well as sense the surging world's origin chi within Deep Heaven City. In the tallest of the devilish pyramids, there was a crimson-robed young man looking out the window toward Deep Heaven City with crimson light flashing within his eyes. There's no mistaking this aura. Someone must have made a late body integration stage breakthrough. That's rather troublesome. This enormous aura suggests that this isn't just some ordinary late body integration stage being. I'll have to prepare some countermeasures for this, the young man murmured to himself as his eyes narrowed slightly. The young man was none other than the final sacred ancestor Shui Guang clone, which was the commander of the devilish army in this area. Seated on a stone chair not far away from the window was a burly man in a silver beast-hide garment. He was currently munching on the bloody hind leg of a certain beast, and he said in a slightly garbled voice, "A mere late body integration stage being is nothing to be worried about. Rest assured, just leave them to me. You invited me all the way over here precisely because you wanted me to clear out some obstacles for you, isn't that right?" The man had an extremely muscular physique with gleaming bronze skin, and he was giving off a bone-chilling aura akin to that of a vicious beast. "There's no need to trouble you over something like this, Brother Xiong. I invited you here to deal with an even more troublesome fellow. I can't be sure if he's returned to Deep Heaven City or not, but if he's not present in the city, then I'll leave this late body integration stage being to you," Shui Guang replied. This burly man was clearly only a late body integration stage devilish being, but Shui Guang seemed to be quite wary of him and was referring to him as an equal. "Oh? Is the opponent you want me to take care of going to be even more formidable than this late body integration stage being?" the burly man asked with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "I believe so. I'm not sure of the specific details. All I know is that my 3 clones pursued him twice, and they returned after a failed first attempt before being wiped out during their second attempt," Shui Guang said with furrowed brows. The burly man was astonished to hear this, and he tossed the half-eaten hind leg aside as a solemn look appeared on his face. "What? Now that you mention it, I do recall hearing some fellow Taoists mention that you sent 3 clones into this realm at once, but how could all 3 of them have been killed at once? Are you asking me to face a grand ascension stage human or demonic being?" Rest assured, Brother Xiong, I wouldn't make you battle a grand ascension stage being for me. The target in question is merely mid-body integration stage human cultivator, but he possesses a set of incredible abilities, and even the average late-body integration stage cultivator is no match for him. Those 3 clones of mine most likely perished by his hands. As the #1 devilish lord of our holy race, you're the best choice to deal with such an opponent," Shui Guang replied. "Stop trying to flatter me. If that man could kill all 3 of your clones at once, then even if his powers are inferior to mine, it wouldn't be by much. You have to double my compensation. Otherwise, I'm not taking this job," the burly man said without any hesitation. "All right, but you have to leave all of his treasures to me," sacred ancestor Shui Guang agreed, also without any hesitation. "Oh? Looks like this human cultivator is either carrying some powerful treasures or has something that you desperately need. Otherwise you wouldn't have agreed so easily. So be it, the original compensation you promised me was already quite a hefty amount. Now that you're doubling it, I'll agree to leave all of his treasures to you. I'm really curious to see what kind of abilities this human cultivator possesses that allowed him to kill all 3 of your clones. Looks like I'll be able to enjoy a good battle this time," the burly man said with a ferocious smile as he cracked his knuckles. In that instant, he truly resembled a vicious beast that was just barely able to contain its killing intent. Shui Guang was very pleased with the man's reaction, and he nodded with a smile as he said, "I'm offering such a large sum in compensation precisely because I'm confident in your abilities, Brother Xiong. It won't be long until we launch our main assault against Deep Heaven City. Prior to that, you should take some rest to recover from the energy you expended to descend into this realm so you can face this opponent in your best condition. I don't need to rest to recover from such a trivial amount of energy expenditure. Seeing as there's nothing for me to do here, I'll go take a stroll and see if I can entertain myself. This is the spirit realm. Surely you sacred ancestors won't continue to restrict me here. A cold look suddenly appeared on the burly man's face as he spoke. Shui Guang's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but he then immediately smiled and replied, "Of course, you are free to do whatever you want here, Brother Xiong." The burly man immediately rose to his feet and departed without even bidding farewell to Shui Guang, leaving Shui Guang to look on with a resigned expression. This so-called number one devilish lord clearly wasn't displaying much respect toward Shui Guang. Of course, this could mostly be attributed to the fact that Shui Guang was only present in this realm in the form of a clone, rather than his true body. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the burly man was, he wouldn't dare to act in such an uncouth manner. A contemplative look appeared on Shui Guang's face for a moment before he suddenly yelled, "Summon the 10 generals to come and see me." "Yes, Master Shui Guang," someone outside immediately answered in a respectful manner before rushing away to do his bidding. Only then did Shui Guang return to his seat and begin to carefully ponder some things. Meanwhile, after absorbing sufficient spiritual qi, the giant projection in Deep Heaven City finally reverted back into an azure ball of light that descended toward the stone pagoda in a flash. The ball of light then vanished amid a flash of spiritual light, and Han Li, who was situated on the deepest level of the pagoda, slowly opened his eyes as an ecstatic look appeared on his face. So this is the late body integration stage? It really is completely different from the mid-body integration stage. I'm now one step away from the grand ascension stage. The path to immortality is finally becoming a reality, Han Li murmured to himself as he experienced the dramatically enhanced magic power and spiritual sense within his body. Following this successful breakthrough, both his magic power and spiritual sense had almost doubled, and they would both only continue to increase as he continued cultivating. The only thing that he was rather disappointed about was that his physical body hadn't been enhanced by much. It seemed that the rumors that one could only reform their physical body after reaching the grand ascension stage were true. As for the benefits that one derived from that reformation, that would depend on their latent aptitude and the cultivation arts they were using. With that in mind, Han Li closed his eyes again and immediately began fortifying his new cultivation base, as well as to recover the huge amount of energy he had lost during his tribulation transcendence. Due to the fact that he had to expend a lot of magic power and spiritual sense to combat the inner demon, he was forced to use many treasures to help him transcend the tribulation. The late body integration stage tribulation was far more fearsome than he had imagined, and he was forced to detonate over 10 top-grade treasures that he had obtained over the years. Even his 72 azure bamboo clouds worm swords had been damaged as he had pushed them too far. If it weren't for the fact that his 2 extreme mountains possessed a resistance toward heavenly lightning and shielded him from the final few waves of lightning strikes, he definitely would have been severely wounded, even if he had still managed to successfully transcend this tribulation. However, following this late body integration stage tribulation transcendence, Han Li's confidence in the 5 extreme mountains was boosted even further, and his determination to refine the remaining 3 extreme mountains was reaffirmed. His grand ascension stage tribulation was only going to be even more fearsome than this late body integration stage tribulation. Without the 5 extreme mountains, he wasn't confident about his chances of success at all. On top of that, the 5 extreme mountains were also going to be extremely important for the periodic major heavenly tribulations that would befall him in the future. After lingering on this final thought for a moment, Han Li completely relaxed and immersed himself in his cultivation. Warm magic power flowed throughout his entire body, and he meditated for around half a month without awakening even once. On this day, the door of the secret chamber was suddenly opened on its own by a gust of fierce wind, and azure light flashed as Han Li emerged from within, then cast his gaze over the surrounding area. "We pay our respects to Master. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Brother Han." Qi Lingzi, Hai Yuetian, and the Ice Phoenix were all standing guard nearby, and as soon as Han Li emerged, they immediately converged toward him with elation etched on their faces. "Hee, without your assistance I'm not sure I would have made it. Let's continue our conversation in the hall. You two can come along as well," Han Li said to the trio. The trio naturally had no objections, and they immediately followed Han Li to the top floor of the pagoda. A short while later, Han Li and the Ice Phoenix had taken a seat in the hall on the top floor, while Qi Lingzi and Haiyue Tian were standing respectfully off to the side. They seemed to be even more excited than Han Li was about his breakthrough. With such an incredibly powerful master, no one would dare to look down on them again. Even beings with far higher cultivation bases than them would have to treat them with respect. Brother Han, I had thought that with my heavenly phoenix bloodline, my aptitude wouldn't be inferior to anyone, but now I truly don't know what to say. I bet even you didn't anticipate that you would make such incredible progress back when we joined forces to ascend to the spirit realm through that spatial node. With your formidable abilities, you're most likely the most powerful being in both the human and demon races below only those two Grand Ascension stage seniors. I can't help but be a little envious, the Ice Phoenix said in a slightly awestruck manner. My progress up to this point was heavily dependent on luck. With your true spirit bloodline and exceptional cultivation aptitude, it's only a matter of time before you reach the same level, so there's certainly no need to be envious of me, Han Li replied with a calm shake of his head. I certainly hope so. During my recent cultivation, I can feel that I'm approaching a bottleneck. It looks like I'm also not far away from making a breakthrough, the Ice Phoenix replied with a nod. Then I'll have to congratulate you in advance, Han Li said with a smile. The Ice Phoenix smiled in response but gave no further reply. Qi Lingzi, has anything happened during my time in seclusion? Han Li asked. Recently, many cultivators have been mobilized in the city, and there are rumors going around, stating that the devilish army is about to launch an all-out attack against the city. Also, following your tribulation transcendence, many of the sects and powers in the city sent congratulatory messages and presents. I've tallied up all of the presents and stored them away for you to inspect when you're ready. By the way, the elders of the city have also sent congratulatory presents, and Senior Jean invited you to go and meet the panel of elders right away after you come out of seclusion. He says that they have something important to discuss with you, Qi Lingzi replied in a respectful voice. I'll take a look at all of the presents later. As for fellow Daoist Jin's invitation, that most likely has something to do with the devilish army. It seems I'll have to make a trip there. Seeing as the matter seems to be quite urgent, I'll head over there right away, Han Li said as he arose to his feet. Qi Lingzi and the others were slightly surprised to see Han Li leaving in such a hurry, but they naturally didn't dare to stop him. Thus, Han Li gave them a slight nod before he flew out of the hall as a streak of azure light. By the time Han Li arrived at the conference hall for the panel of elders, the white-robed elderly man and Buddhist monk Jin Yu were already waiting at the entrance, seemingly having received news of his arrival in advance. As soon as the three took a seat, the white-robed elderly man immediately offered his congratulations and swept his spiritual sense toward Han Li, upon which he was given quite a shock. Han Li's current powers were as unfathomable as an ocean, and even the white-robed elderly man was completely unable to ascertain his exact cultivation base. How was this possible? He was a mid-body integration cultivator. Even if his powers were inferior to those of a late-body integration cultivator, there shouldn't be such a massive disparity. There were only two possible explanations for this, the first of which was that Han Li was using some type of secret technique or treasure to disguise his own cultivation base. The second possibility was that Han Li's magic power had truly become too unfathomable for his spiritual sense to properly detect. The white-robed elderly man's expression remained unchanged, but he immediately ascertained that the first possibility was quite implausible. After all, if Han Li had a way to disguise his own cultivation base, then he would have used it back when he was a mid-body integration cultivator. Why would he do something like this now when everyone already knew that he was at the late-body integration stage? If it were the latter. The white-robed elderly man couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, and the tone of his voice unconsciously became even more polite. Buddhist monk Jin Yu's expression also remained unchanged, but his astonishment was no less potent than that of the white-robed elderly man. Even though he already had a very high estimate of Han Li's powers, it appeared that he had still underestimated him. After making some brief small talk, Han Li said, "I've already received the congratulatory presents the two of you have sent to me. Allow me to offer my thanks. Now then, I'm sure you've invited me here to discuss an urgent matter, so let's cut straight to the chase." The white-robed elderly man and Buddhist monk Jin Yu exchanged a glance before the former said, "In that case, I won't delay any longer either. Following your progression to the late-body integration stage, you are already the most powerful cultivator in the city. Forgive me for being blunt, but what would you estimate your own chances to be if you were to go up against a sacred ancestor clone?" A sacred ancestor clone? That's hard to say. After all, the sacred ancestors all possess different powers and abilities. I don't know anything about the sacred ancestor clone outside the city, so I can't say anything definitive about it, but if it's anything like the sacred ancestor clones I've faced in the past, then I should have a decent chance of securing victory, Hanli replied after a long pause for contemplation. The sacred ancestor clone that's ruling over the devilish army outside has never shown itself, so we don't know much about its powers and abilities. However, according to the information we've managed to gather, it should be no more powerful than the clone that you were pursued by. These two clones both stem from that sacred ancestor Shuiguang, so even if there are some disparities between their abilities, they should all be somewhat connected. Having faced a clone of sacred ancestor Shuiguang already, it should be easier for you to face this clone compared to clones of other sacred ancestors, the white-robed elderly man said. Oh, are you planning to get me to face this sacred ancestor clone, Brother Gu? Han Li asked in a calm manner, seemingly unsurprised by this arrangement. Indeed, fellow Taoist Han. Under normal circumstances, I definitely wouldn't ask you to take such a huge risk, but the devilish army outside is extremely powerful, and just the number of devilish lords in the army alone is almost twice the number of elders in the city. The other elders and I have racked our brains to try and come up with a strategy, but the sacred ancestor clone is going to be more powerful than even the average late body integration cultivator. There really is no good way for us to counter it. If it were to force its way through a weak point in the city's defenses and allow the devilish army to storm into the city, we would be in a dire situation, the white-robed elderly man replied. Han Li was silent for a moment before suddenly asking, how was the panel of elders initially planning to address this sacred ancestor clone? Don't tell me you had no plans at all. What plans could we have other than to rely on our advantage in numbers and our restrictions? Our initial plan was that once the battle commenced, we would send someone to lure the clone into a formation that we had prepared in advance, then trap him in the formation. We wouldn't be able to kill it that way, but at the very least we'd be able to keep it out of the battle for a while. Unfortunately, the plan sounds simple, but it's actually very difficult to execute, so the chances of success are not very high, Buddhist monk Jin Yu explained. Indeed. All of the sacred ancestor clones are extremely cunning. Luring one into a formation certainly wouldn't be an easy task, Han Li replied with a solemn nod. That's right. Fellow Taoist Jin and I had planned to ask you to lure the sacred ancestor clone into the formation, but with your past cultivation base, the plan was too risky for you, so we didn't propose it to you. However, now that you've progressed to the late body integration stage, there's no need for such concerns. We're not asking you to defeat the sacred ancestor clone, Brother Han. All that we ask is that you keep it occupied once the battle begins so it can't attack the city's restrictions. As for the devilish army and devilish lords, our panel of elders will face them. The survival of the city is at stake here, so please don't turn us down, Brother Han, the white-robed elderly man said in an earnest manner. Han Li pondered this for a moment before replying with a smile. I agreed to do everything in my power to help the city ward off the devilish army, and I'm certainly not going to eat my words. If all I need to do is hold off the sacred ancestor clone, then that should be within my capabilities. Leave the Shuiguang clone to me. The white-robed elderly man was ecstatic to hear this. Thank you for being so selfless, Brother Han. If we can ward off the devilish army, we'll definitely reward you handsomely for your efforts. It's alright, I'm just doing what's expected of me. The fate of the entire human race hinges on this battle, so I'll naturally be giving it my all. If that's everything that needs to be discussed, then I'll be taking my leave now. I only recently completed my breakthrough and still need to consolidate my cultivation base, Han Li said as he rose to his feet. The white-robed elderly man and Buddhist monk Jin Yu were rather surprised by this, but there was no reason for them to keep Han Li any longer, so they accompanied him out of the hall. Following Han Li's departure, Buddhist monk Jin Yu's smile faded and he asked, Brother Gu, why didn't you try to recruit fellow Taoist Han to join our city? That was a great opportunity just now. Do you think there's any point in doing so? I was holding on to some hope, but as soon as I saw fellow Taoist Han today, I knew that there was no way he would agree to join any power. With his current powers, how do you think he ranks among all of the late body integration cultivators of our two races? The white-robed elderly man asked. Buddhist monk Jin Yu's heart stirred upon hearing this, and only after pondering the question for a long while did he reply, I've met all of the late body integration stage fellow Taoists of our two races, but none of them have been unfathomable to me as fellow Taoist Han was. On top of that, he slew multiple devilish lords at the mid-body integration stage and even faced a sacred ancestor clone. Judging from all that, I would speculate that fellow Taoist Han is already the most powerful being among our two races aside from Senior Mo and Senior Ao. There you go. With fellow Taoist Han's powers, why would he bind himself to any power for no reason? Also, what can our Deep Heaven City offer to tempt someone of his powers? I would only risk offending fellow Taoist Han by trying to recruit him to join our city again, so I naturally decided against it, the white-robed elderly man said with a wry smile. That's true. It's incredible to think that someone who was an ordinary guard of our city less than 2,000 years ago has since surpassed us on the path to pursuing the great Tao, Buddhist monk Jin Yu sighed in a slightly wistful manner. Life is always unpredictable. Alright, this isn't the time for us to be discussing something like this. Let's continue where we left off before. I still think that we should set up those powerful treasures atop the city wall to repress those low-grade devilish beasts. The white-haired elderly man said in a serious manner. However, Buddhist monk Jin Yu immediately shook his head in response. Those treasures are trump cards that we refined after expending extensive painstaking efforts. We can't use them on devilish beasts. Once we expose them, the devilish army will know what to expect, and their potency will be greatly hampered. But there are simply too many low-grade devilish beasts, if we don't use them. Thus, the two of them began to debate the topic in the hall. Han Li was naturally completely unaware of this, and he immediately flew back to his own abode. He would have to expend quite a bit of time to truly consolidate his late-body integration stage cultivation base, so the more time he had to cultivate prior to the commencement of the battle, the more he would be able to consolidate his powers. Furthermore, after reaching the late-body integration stage, he was close to attaining full mastery of his Provenance True Devil arts, and there were also some powerful abilities that he would finally be able to unleash. However, if he wanted to use these abilities in battle, then he would have to take some time to familiarize himself with them first. Thus, he had immediately chosen to depart after his conversation with the two elders. After returning to his abode, Han Li issued a few instructions to Qi Lingzi and the others before entering his secret chamber again. He sat down with his legs crossed on the futon at the center of the secret chamber, but instead of going into a meditative state, he flipped a hand over to produce a pair of thumb-sized white jade badges that were covered in silver runes. These were none other than the two outer pages of the golden jade tome that Han Li had obtained back in the human world. One of the pages contained the refinement method for several types of profound talismans, while the other contained the 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra. The pages weren't complete, but through his own research Han Li had managed to refine most of the talismans. Now, there was only a Heavenly Halberd talisman that he was still yet to refine. This was the final talisman recorded on the outer page, and it was also the only offensive talisman. Apparently, it was incredibly powerful, but unfortunately, it was several times more difficult to study this talisman than the previous ones. If it weren't for the fact that Han Li had encountered many talisman masters of foreign races and exchanged a lot of ideas and experiences with them, it would be virtually impossible for him to refine this talisman. Han Li had already mastered the refinement method long ago, but the materials required were quite difficult to find, and there was also an astonishing demand on the level of magic power of the person refining the talisman. Back when Han Li was at the mid-body integration stage, he didn't possess enough magic power to refine this Heavenly Halberd talisman, and that had been very frustrating to him. However, it did make sense. Considering how fearsome the description of this talisman made it out to be, it was most likely quite a renowned talisman even in the true immortal realm, so it was only normal that beings of lower realms like himself would find it extremely difficult to refine such a talisman. Thankfully, he had assigned the task of gathering materials to his disciples, and they had managed to gather all of the materials over the past several centuries. Now that he was at the late-body integration stage, he possessed sufficient magic power to support the refinement of this talisman, so he was planning to refine it during this period of seclusion. As for the 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra enclosed in the other outer page, there was a body refinement method of the true immortal realm that allowed one to refine their physical body like a treasure. Unfortunately, this secret technique had extremely high demands on one's physical body. Han Li had only been able to just barely cultivate some of the secret technique after cleverly refining the extreme essence-fused mountain and some other treasures to become a part of his body. However, this wasn't sustainable, and at his current cultivation base, the enhancements brought to his body by those treasures were no longer sufficient to satisfy him. Thus, he was planning to pick up the 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra again and truly cultivate it this time. With his current physical constitution, he would naturally be able to cultivate this secret technique without any issues. However, this immortal secret technique would definitely take a very long time to cultivate, and it wasn't something that would yield any benefits for him in a short time, so he wasn't planning to make a start on it right away. Han Li injected his spiritual sense into the 2 outer pages and carefully reviewed their contents for a while, and after ascertaining that there weren't any issues, he stowed them away before slowly closing his eyes. He was going to get himself into prime condition before he began refining that heavenly halberd talisman. With that talisman up his sleeve, he should be able to ensure self-preservation no matter what mishaps arose in the upcoming battle. Of course, this wasn't the only thing that Han Li was going to be relying on against that Shui Guang clone. With his current enormous wealth of spiritual sense, he would be able to just barely control all of his unevolved gold-devouring beetles in battle. If he were to release several thousand mature gold-devouring beetles at once, they would pose a substantial threat even to the Shui Guang clone. Furthermore, he was preparing to practice the abilities enclosed in the Provenance True Devil Arts right away, and all of these abilities were extremely powerful. On top of that, he had his leopard Kirin beast and purple-striped gold-devouring beetles to assist him. With all of that up his sleeve, he should be able to ensure self-preservation even against the true body of a sacred ancestor, let alone a mere sacred ancestor clone. With that in mind, Han Li gradually relaxed and entered a meditative state. A period of silence ensued in the secret chamber, following which a low buzzing abruptly rang out, accompanied by the occasional resounding boom. Half a month later, an ear-piercing ringing sound erupted within the secret chamber, and a golden pillar of light rose to the ceiling of the secret chamber, then appeared at the top of the stone pagoda right above Han Li. The golden pillar of light was over around 10,000 feet tall, and as thick as a water tank. There was a giant halberd projection hovering above the pillar of light, and it was emitting an astonishing ringing sound. Furthermore, there were thousands of shimmering silver runes dancing around the halberd projection, creating a mystical sight to behold. In the next instant, the sharp ringing sound erupting from the halberd projection abruptly ceased, and at the same time, a burst of indescribably terrifying fluctuations surged forth in all directions. As the fluctuations swept through the air, specks of golden light began to appear out of thin air. These specks of light were only the size of grains of rice, but there were far too many of them to count, and they were surging toward the pillar of light in a frenzy. Every speck of light was emanating extremely pure metal attribute spiritual chi, and all of the metal attribute spiritual chi in a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers was being drawn to the pillar of light. On top of that, the metal attribute armor and treasures being carried by the patrolling guards and other cultivators in the area also began to release their metal attribute spiritual chi, all of which surged toward the golden pillar as specks of golden light. These cultivators were naturally quite startled by this, and they immediately tried to prevent their treasures from leaking spiritual chi, but no matter what they tried, their efforts proved to be futile. Within mere moments, close to half of the metal attribute spiritual chi in their treasures had been lost, and the light emanating from them dimmed significantly. It was quite clear that if things were to continue like this, these treasures would soon be reduced to useless pieces of scrap metal. All of the nearby cultivators were petrified to see this, but they could only look on in helplessness and despair. Just as the situation was truly about to get out of hand, the halberd projection suddenly shuddered, and all of the fluctuations it was releasing abruptly ceased. The giant pillar of light then vanished on the spot, and at the same time, the leakage of metal attribute spiritual chi from the treasures in the surrounding area was also cut off. If it weren't for the fact that the auras of these treasures had become extremely feeble, the cultivators in the area could easily be led into thinking that they had just experienced a hallucination. Many people began to exchange bewildered glances with one another. Of course, it was soon determined that the phenomenon that had just taken place had stemmed from Han Li's abode. Everyone naturally came to the conclusion that Han Li had been refining a certain treasure that required an enormous influx of metal attribute spiritual chi, and they certainly didn't dare to demand compensation from a late body integration stage senior, so they could only lament their ill fortune. None of the elders of the city witnessed this phenomenon, but they received news of it shortly thereafter. They were rather surprised to hear about this, but didn't think much of it, and they didn't even send anyone to inquire Han Li about what had happened. At this point, the devilish army was becoming more and more active, and it was quite apparent to all cultivators of Deep Heaven City that a battle was imminent. Under these circumstances, the high-grade cultivators in the city naturally weren't going to concern themselves with something trivial like this. 2 months later, Han Li was seated in his secret chamber with golden light shimmering from his body. His eyes were tightly shut, and his hands were clasped in front of his chest with a golden and silver talisman held between them. Above his head was a projection with 3 heads and 6 arms that was hovering at a low altitude. The projection's 3 faces were identical to Han Li's, and they each wore a different expression. Hovering above the 6 outstretched hands of the projection were 6 golden treasures of different descriptions, all of which seemed to be substantial objects with intricate silver runes inscribed all over them. These treasures were all releasing different phenomena, and it was quite clear that not only were they extremely powerful, they also possessed vastly different abilities. All of a sudden, Han Li's expression stirred slightly, and the golden and silver talisman abruptly disappeared from between his hands as he opened his eyes. Almost at the exact same moment, the golden projection also vanished into his body. A ball of red light then shot forth into the secret chamber before landing in Han Li's grasp. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he appraised the ball of red light, then suddenly released his spiritual sense out of the secret chamber. His enormous spiritual sense instantly swept through all of the levels of the stone pagoda before stopping in the hall on the top floor. Seeing as she's come here in person, the devilish army must have already begun attacking the city. Otherwise, she wouldn't disrupt my seclusion for no good reason, Han Li murmured to himself as a solemn look appeared on his face. He waved a hand through to snuff out the ball of red light, then rose to his feet and flew out of the secret chamber as a streak of azure light. On the top floor of the stone pagoda, a silver-robed woman was waiting for him with a concerned look on her face. Qi Lingzi, Hai Yuetian, and the Ice Phoenix were standing nearby in a respectful manner. This woman was none other than Fairy Silverlight, and her brows were currently tightly furrowed. Rest assured, Senior, I've already sent a voice transmission talisman to Master, so he should be here soon, Qi Lingzi reassured. Fairy Silverlight nodded in response. The devilish army has already begun to advance toward our Deep Heaven City, and an all-out battle is imminent, so it would be best if Brother Han can meet up with the elders of the city as soon as possible. You 3 can come with Brother Han as well. The elders will make sure not to send you out to battle too early, so you should have a greater chance of survival than the average cultivator. Thank you, Senior. Hai Yuetian and Qi Lingzi immediately expressed their gratitude, and a grateful look also appeared on the Ice Phoenix's face. Right at this moment, azure light flashed within the hall, and a humanoid figure suddenly appeared without any warning. Has the devilish army commenced their attack, fellow Taoist? This isn't just another harassment attack, is it? Han Li asked in a calm manner as soon as he appeared in the room. It's good to see you, Brother Han. The devilish army is indeed about to begin attacking the city, and they've deployed all of their devilish beasts and troops, so this definitely isn't just a harassment attack. Even that sacred ancestor Shui Guang clone seems to have appeared in the devilish army. I can see that your powers have received another significant boost as a result of your breakthrough, Brother Han. I can't even ascertain your exact cultivation base anymore, Fairy Silverlight said with an elated look on her face. Seeing as the situation is so urgent, I'll meet up with Brother Gu and the others right away. You can all come with me as well, Han Li said with a smile as he turned to his disciples and the Ice Phoenix. The 3 of them naturally agreed, and thus, all of them immediately departed from the stone pagoda together, heading directly toward the direction that the devilish army was situated in. After flying for a short while, the gigantic city wall of Deep Heaven City appeared in the distance, and there was an enormous palace that resembled an island hovering in mid-air just behind the city wall. Han Li and the others flew toward the palace before landing on a massive platform in front of it, and there were already thousands of high-grade cultivators gathered on the scene. At the center of the platform was a stone pagoda that was over 1,000 feet tall, at the top of which stood several people. They were none other than the members of the panel of elders. Han Li naturally had no intention of hanging around with the ordinary cultivators, and he issued a few instructions to his disciples and the Ice Phoenix before flying toward the pagoda with Fairy Silverlight. The white-robed elderly man was ecstatic to see Han Li, and he immediately pointed toward the devilish army outside the city as he said, "Welcome, fellow Taoist Han. Take a look over there, that should be the clone of sacred ancestor Shui Guang." Han Li cast his gaze toward the same direction, and blue light flashed through his eyes, allowing him to see the devilish army with an extremely high level of clarity, even though it was situated several tens of kilometers away. Amid the countless devilish battle arcs, there was a giant pyramid, at the tip of which stood a group of extremely eye-catching crimson-armored high-grade devilish beings. They were gathered around a giant carriage that was drawn by several devilish beasts, each with 5 lion heads, a layer of deep blue scales all over their bodies, and a long scorpion-like stinger extending behind each of them. The carriage itself was extremely intricate in design with an inky black flag situated at its center, upon which were inscribed several large crimson devilish characters. Beneath the flag were clouds of churning devilish chi, within which stood a young man in a crimson suit of armor with 7 or 8 devilish lords standing on either side of him in a respectful manner. The young man bore an identical appearance to the 3 sacred ancestor Shui Guang clones who had pursued Han Li, and a hint of killing intent flashed through Han Li's eyes at the sight of him. The crimson-robed young man seemed to have immediately sensed something, and he turned to meet the gaze of Han Li's spirit eyes. His crimson pupils then instantly turned as black as ink, releasing a burst of bone-chilling suction force that attempted to forcibly draw in Han Li's gaze. Han Li's heart stirred as he forcibly cut off their eye contact with his immense spiritual sense, and the crimson-robed young man's expression changed slightly in response to this. "Did you discover something, fellow Taoist Shui Guang?" A lazy voice rang out from the other side of the beast-drawn carriage. The owner of the voice was a burly bronze-skinned man wearing a beast-hide garment. It was none other than the man whom Shui Guang had referred to as the number 1 devilish lord. He currently had his arms crossed and was leaning against the railing on the beast-drawn carriage in a lackadaisical manner. "A human cultivator was spying on us, but I startled him away. However, they were able to easily break free from my blacklight devilish eyes, so they're definitely no ordinary being," Shui Guang replied. "Oh, they were able to resist your devilish eyes? Could this be the target you want me to deal with, or perhaps that new late-body integration stage being?" the burly man asked as an excited look appeared on his face. "It's hard to say. In any case, this is definitely going to be a troublesome opponent. If you encounter them, I would suggest you take extra caution," Shui Guang said as his brows furrowed slightly. "Haha, rest assured, all I'm concerned about is that this opponent won't be powerful enough to put up a good fight," the burly man chortled. Shui Guang could only shake his head with a wry smile in response. Meanwhile, over at Deep Heaven City, Han Li had his eyes tightly shut, and only after a long while did he manage to recover from the sense of dizziness he had been struck by. "Are you all right, fellow Taoist Han?" the white-robed elderly man asked in a concerned manner. "I'm fine. I was caught off guard by an opposing secret technique, but I'm all right now," Han Li replied with a nonchalant shake of his head. "That's good to hear. Have you managed to confirm if that man truly is the sacred ancestor Shui Guang clone?" the white-robed elderly man asked. "I have. That man has an identical appearance and aura to the sacred ancestor Shui Guang clones I've seen in the past, so he should be one as well," Han Li replied. "I see. The fact that this clone has appeared in the devilish army reaffirms the notion that they're planning to launch an all-out attack. We'll be counting on you to take on that clone, fellow Taoist Han. There's no need to defeat him. All you have to do is keep him occupied," Buddhist monk Jin Yu said with a solemn expression. "Hee, rest assured, fellow Taoists, as long as no other devilish beings intervene, this clone definitely won't be able to affect the rest of the battle," Han Li said with a confident smile. "We'll be counting on you then, brother Han. We'll do our best to hold off all of the other devilish lords so they don't disrupt your battle," the white-robed elderly man assured in an elated manner. Han Li nodded and offered no response to this. After that, several of the elders that Han Li had met in the past all approached him with greetings, and they were clearly treating him more politely than they had in the past. It was quite clear that his status as a late-body integration cultivator had earned him some awe and veneration from the elders of the city. Han Li wasn't very familiar with these other members of the panel of elders, so he only exchanged some obligatory pleasantries with them before falling silent again. Right at this moment, a burst of loud rumbling rang out from the devilish army, following which hordes of ferocious devilish beasts rushed out of the sea of devilish chi. There were millions of devilish beasts with too many species among them to count. The devilish beasts rushed forward like a torrential flood, following which over 100 balls of black light flew out from among their ranks. Each ball of light contained a half-beast half-human metamorphosis stage devilish beast, and under their instructions the chaotic hordes of beasts instantly became neat and organized. Aside from the occasional low beastly snarl, no other sound rang out from among them. Aside from these ordinary devilish beasts, there were over 1,000 extremely eye-catching mountainous super devilish beasts dispersed throughout the hordes of beasts. There was no end in sight to this army of devilish beasts, and more of them continued to emerge from within the sea of devilish chi, as if there were truly no end to their numbers. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, over 10 million devilish beasts had appeared, and the elders' expressions were becoming progressively more strained. How could there be so many devilish beasts? Wasn't there only supposed to be 5 million to 6 million? Elder Gu asked with a hint of alarm in his eyes. According to the information we had received earlier, there were indeed only supposed to be several million devilish beasts. These must be new additions to the devilish army, Buddhist monk Jinyu explained in a calm manner. With so many devilish beasts present, this battle is not going to be an easy one, a black-robed demonic man murmured with a dark expression. Rest assured, fellow Taoists, these are only low-grade devilish beasts. No matter how many of them there are, they're not going to have a decisive effect on the battle. I had already considered such a potential situation in advance and prepared countermeasures accordingly, the white-robed elderly man said. I see. In that case, we'll leave it to you, Brother Gu. The other elders were quite relieved to hear this. The white-robed elderly man smiled as he flipped a hand over to summon a white formation plate, then said something into it, and moments later, bursts of astonishing energy fluctuations abruptly erupted as several giant formations emerged on the city wall. At the center of each formation hovered an altar that was as white as jade, and there were several ordinary-looking items situated on these altars. There was a dark blue bowl, an inky black gourd, a silver longsword, and a white screen-like object. Those are the 4 celestial river treasures. Isn't it overkill to be using them on low-grade devilish beings, Brother Gu? A demonic elder asked with a mixture of elation and concern on his face. These treasures are indeed extremely powerful, but their forte lies in their ability to attack massive areas. In comparison, they'll be much less effective when targeting individual powerful beings. As such, following some discussion with fellow Taoist Jinyu, we decided to use them against these low-grade devilish beasts in the end. On one hand, we'll be able to kill a massive number of devilish beasts, and on the other hand, morale will be boosted. Otherwise, if we suffer a large number of casualties as soon as the battle begins, morale will inevitably plummet. I'm sure this is also the reasoning behind the devilish army's decision to send out all of these devilish beasts first, the white-robed elderly man explained. The other elders all felt this to be quite reasonable, so they nodded in response and didn't pry any further into the matter. There is indeed a massive number of devilish beasts, but the most troublesome beings to take care of will be those devilish elites. They seem to have been deployed as well, Hanli suddenly said. All of the elders hurriedly cast their eyes into the distance upon hearing this, and they discovered that groups of armor-clad devilish beings had appeared behind the hordes of beasts in the distance. These devilish beings were either riding atop different types of devilish steeds or flying through the air as gusts of black winds. They were all giving off a ruthless aura of bloodlust and following along silently behind the army of devilish beasts. If it weren't for Han Li's words of caution, the other elders wouldn't have noticed them. Amid the sound of rumbling war drums, a string of giant bell tolls suddenly erupted from within the sea of devilish chi, and the inky black giant arcs, as well as the enormous devilish pyramid, also emerged with countless devilish battle carriages around them. Have they gone insane? They're unleashing all of their power from the get-go. Are they not planning to keep any backup reserves? The white-robed elderly man exclaimed upon seeing this, and all of the other elders were also stunned by this development. It doesn't matter what the devilish army is planning, we just have to stop them. Brother Gu, we can't afford to panic at a time like this. Let's implement our original plan. Fellow Taoists, the survival of our Deep Heaven City could quite possibly hinge on the outcome of this battle. Buddhist monk Jinyu suddenly yelled in a rousing manner. We'll be sure to give everything we have in this battle. I can't say that I'm willing to die for the city, but as long as there's any sliver of opportunity for victory, we won't give up, the black-robed demonic cultivator said. All of the other elders also nodded in agreement with grim expressions. The white-robed elderly man gave a pleased nod upon seeing this, then turned to Han Li and transmitted his voice to him. Han Li listened to what he had to say and considered it for a moment before nodding in response. The white-robed elderly man immediately clapped his hands together with glee, and a golden-armored guard quickly descended from the top of the stone pagoda before extending a respectful bow toward the elders. Lead the way for fellow Taoist Han and do as we originally planned. Failure is not an option. The white-robed elderly man ordered in an authoritative voice. Yes. Senior Han, please come with me, the guard said as he turned toward Han Li in a respectful manner. Han Li nodded in response before flying down from the platform as a streak of azure light, and the golden-armored guard hurriedly followed along behind him. Moments later, Hanli arrived at a heavily guarded pavilion that wasn't situated very far away from the city wall down below. In the hall on the first floor of the pavilion, there were 36 male cultivators seated with their legs crossed around a giant formation that had been carved into the ground. These men were all wearing uniform azure tight-fitting robes, and all of them seemed to be between 30 to 40 years of age. There were wisps of green light emanating from their bodies, and this was a clear sign that they were all using an identical cultivation art. However, all of these male cultivators were only at the deity transformation stage, and Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon realizing this. Furthermore, their auras were very unstable, and it was quite clear that they had forcibly attained their current cultivation bases through some special methods rather than through cultivation. All of these cultivators immediately rose to their feet at the sight of Han Li and the spatial tempering stage golden armored guard. "We pay our respects to our seniors. This is Senior Han. He's the one that you'll have to assist during this battle. Make sure to do everything in your power to cooperate with Senior Han," the golden armored guard said in a serious voice. The 36 Azure Cloud Guards pay our respects to Senior Han. These azure-robed men seem to have already been notified of this arrangement in advance, so they weren't surprised at all. No need for formalities. I heard that all of you can combine to set up a formation that can trap even a devilish lord for some time. Is that true? Han Li asked. That's right, Senior. Ever since we began cultivating, we've been striving toward the same azure glazed light formation. The azure glazed light formation is an ancient secret formation, and we've honed our mastery of this formation to perfection. The formation doesn't possess much offensive power, but it's extremely effective for trapping enemies and will definitely have no issues containing the average devilish lord, the leader of the azure-robed cultivators replied. Good. Once we begin, just follow my orders, Han Li said with a pleased nod. The 36 cultivators naturally gave an affirmative response. After that, Han Li sat down right at the center of the giant formation and began to wait for something in silence. As for the golden armored guard, his job was done, and he left the pavilion. Even though the entire pavilion was concealed within a layer of restrictions, the tsunami wave of beastly roars outside could still be heard within it. Immediately thereafter, resounding booms rang out and countless fluctuations erupted all over Deep Heaven City. The pavilion began to tremor slightly as a result, and it was quite clear that the army of devilish beasts had begun to attack the city. The battle had commenced. The 36 azure-robed men all sat in a completely still manner with their eyes closed, completely ignoring what was happening around them. Meanwhile, Han Li released his enormous spiritual sense out of the restrictions around the pavilion to inspect the situation that was unfolding outside. With his current immensely powerful spiritual sense, he could easily detect everything within a radius of close to 10,000 kilometers under normal circumstances. However, all types of restrictions and formations had been activated in the city, and chaotic energy fluctuations were surging all over the battlefield, thereby severely limiting the scope of his spiritual sense to a radius of only several hundred kilometers. Even so, this was a large enough area for him to gather a rough idea of what was happening. Through his spiritual sense, Han Li discovered that not only was the army of devilish beasts surging toward the city wall like a torrential flood, those metamorphosis stage high-grade devilish beasts were also on the front lines. Even the weakest of these high-grade devilish beasts were at the spatial tempering stage, and there were even a few early body integration stage devilish beings among them. Under their leadership, the casualties suffered by the devilish army decreased significantly. Furthermore, those super devilish beasts were also shielding the low-grade devilish beasts, and they were doing so in a very cunning manner, gathering together in groups of 4 or 5 and taking turns to shield their brethren on a rotating basis. Thus, it was very difficult to inflict substantial damage on this army of devilish beasts. Atop the massive city wall, streaks of spiritual light were raining down in a torrential downpour, and occasionally, a formation would light up on the city, unleashing large-scale attacks that targeted the densest parts of the army of devilish beasts. Compared to when the devilish army had only been unleashing harassment attacks, the retaliative measures being taken by Deep Heaven City had clearly become more intense. However, there were simply too many devilish beasts to deal with, and a large proportion of them had great defensive prowess. Many of them were able to continue charging toward the city wall even after taking multiple hits and sustaining severe wounds. Mountains of devilish beast carcasses quickly piled up at the foot of the city wall, but the devilish beasts continued to charge onward in a completely fearless manner. As more and more devilish beasts began to reach the restrictions around the city, the protective barrier encompassing Deep Heaven City finally began to show signs of strain. However, neither the Shui Guang clone nor the elders of Deep Heaven City displayed much of a reaction to this. Only after a series of cracks had begun to appear on the light barrier did the white-robed elderly man abruptly order, "Activate the formation. Unleash the 4 celestial river treasures and spare no expense." A high-grade cultivator immediately appeared on each of the white altars, then made several hand seals in unison. All of the altars began to emit a buzzing sound, and these cultivators began to chant something while pointing at the treasures sitting on the altars. In the next instant, the gourd, screen, longsword, and bowl all began to emit a faint ringing sound. Immediately thereafter, 5-colored light flashed within the formation, and a burst of astonishing spiritual chi erupted forth before surging toward the 4 treasures in a frenzy. Spiritual light swirled over the surfaces of the 4 treasures, and they slowly rose up into the air before beginning to display their powers. The blue bowl and black gourd rotated in mid-air, then tipped themselves over to expel a swathe of blue crystalline sand and a streak of black water, respectively. The blue sand dispersed downward before the individual grains rapidly multiplied, forming a blue cloud of sand with no end in sight in the blink of an eye. The cloud then descended from above, and tens of thousands of devilish beasts were instantly inundated by it. The countless grains of sand within the cloud churned, and the devilish beasts felt as if countless sharp blades were slicing into their bodies. All of them were instantly reduced to mincemeat, and even their souls didn't manage to escape. As for the black water pouring out of the gourd, it transformed into an enormous waterfall with extremely corrosive properties. As it flowed through the army of devilish beasts, countless devilish beasts instantly had their flesh and bones eroded away, reducing them to nothingness in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the silver longsword transformed into a gargantuan blade that was over 10,000 feet in length, then exploded into thousands of silver sword projections amid a resounding boom. These sword projections instantly appeared in the air above the devilish beasts, then swept through their ranks with reckless abandon, slicing through their bodies like tofu. As for the white screen, it was the most understated of the 4 treasures. It merely swelled to around several acres in size, then silently fell upon the horde of devilish beasts before it. What was very alarming was that when the screen rose up into the air again, all of the devilish beasts beneath it had vanished. Within mere moments, the screen had erased several thousand devilish beasts from existence, and all of the nearby devilish beasts immediately fled in a panicked manner, not daring to get close to the treasure. It had only been a short while since the 4 celestial river treasures had been released, but hundreds of thousands of devilish beasts had already been wiped out. However, the emergence of these treasures was also met by retaliation from the high-grade devilish beings on the battlefield. Several long cries rang out as a black cloud, a gust of yellow wind, and 2 streaks of crimson light rose up from behind the army of devilish beasts before hurtling directly toward the 4 treasures. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he withdrew his spiritual sense. There was no need for him to continue expending his spiritual sense to see what happened next. The 4 celestial river treasures were indeed extremely powerful, but they were definitely going to be repressed by the high-grade devilish beings, and after that, a true clash of power would ensue between the 2 sides. The most powerful beings among the 2 armies definitely weren't going to join the battle right away. Only after one of either the army of devilish beasts or the restrictions of Deep Heaven City had been wiped out would the true battle begin. Prior to that, all he had to do was wait. He had already decided that he was definitely not going to let that Shui Guang clone leave this battlefield alive. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.